Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A bright beam hit the planet where amazing creatures appeared. Several decades ago, an extra-dimensional storm broke out on the Earth, after which many mythical creatures from other dimensions were discovered: gods, ghosts, werewolves, angels, demons, elves. All these creatures are divided into 4 classes: mortal, legendary, epic and mythical. Their abilities and destructive power far exceed even the wildest expectations. Humans belong to the lowest class, mortals, but by strengthening the body and spirit, you can raise your class. Bright beams surrounded the silhouette of a man. In addition to improving spiritual power, what is the method that allows you to significantly speed up evolution? You need to hunt creatures from other dimensions and take their crystals, but the places where they live are very dangerous. There were colored crystals on the ground. It was a mortal risk. The man on the board called one. The students looked back. There, covered with a book, a guy was sleeping. The teacher sighed, thinking that the previous principal thought very highly of him. Bai remembered following the man who told him that there were 2 types of geniuses. The principal turned around and said that the first type was Wen, the second was everyone else. The bell rang in the school building. The boy raised his head. He quickly ran to the exit, shouting that he was leaving, and the teacher said that it seemed that the principal was wrong about him. The boy quickly ran along the corridor. Then he moved along the street. There was a green court near the building. The hero was sitting with a phone in his hands, thinking that his life had completely changed when he got this fabulous phone. He had completely given up on studying and self-improvement, and all because of the game on this phone. A drop of blood dripped from his finger. He thought that he first needed to turn it on with a drop of blood. His finger touched the red logo, and then clicked on the application icon. The entrance to the cave appeared on the screen. Wen looked around. He brought a needle to his finger, and dropped a drop of blood on the screen. Using another drop of blood, you can create a character. There were red rays and waves on the screen. These rays covered the body of a small person. As a result, a miniature Wen appeared. The arrow pointed the direction of the character. The hero held the phone, thinking that by improving the skills of characters, he improves himself in reality. It is safe, fast and convenient, simply incredible. A black monster appeared in front of the hero. The character rushed to attack, having received an order to kill a mortal creature, a mighty ant. Sparks remained from the attacks. In a multi-story building, a man thought that there were many geniuses in the community who developed spiritual power by the age of 16. But it seemed that Wen was the only one who was able to improve his spirit through meditation and asceticism without any outside help. The man with glasses put his hand in his pocket, thinking that at first, all the teachers and students of the school believed that Wen would certainly achieve success in the future. With such strength, it would not be difficult for him to take first place in the upcoming combat skills test. Bai adjusted his glasses, thinking that no one could have imagined what would happen a month ago. The foot took a step. People looked to the side, discussing that someone wanted to challenge Wen, and a girl at that. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise. A question was heard. Who is this? Just transferred, and immediately decided to fight their number 1. The hero stood on the platform opposite the girl. Looking at her, he asked, "Have they met before?" The stranger beckoned with her hand and ordered to attack. Wen ran forward and said that he would not stand on ceremony then. The girl confidently looked at him. A powerful kick threw the guy back. He hit the floor and flew further. The girl silently looked at him. The students were shocked, discussing that only a second had passed. The long-haired girl confidently looked forward. Words were heard that she was very strong. What was her name? Bai remembered the student and thought it was Jing. It was definitely because of her, after she defeated him with 1 blow, and Wen completely gave up and now only sleeps and plays all day. There was a shadow next to the man. He thought, what if this continues? At this time, Wen was sitting with his phone, thinking that he wished he could continue to be so lucky. There was a yellow crystal drawn next to the ant's body. The character reached out to it. Blue rays appeared around the guy when he decided to absorb it. Lightning spread from the phone. Crystals from defeated enemies absorbed by the player affect him and improve skills. In addition, in the game the user can see various characteristics, which is impossible in real life. On the screen was system information with the hero's parameters that were a month ago: mortal class, strength 7, speed 4, body 7, spirit 1, spiritual power cultivation method, meditation through suffering, no spiritual power skills and pets. Now strength 9, speed 5, body 8, spirit 4. The guy looked ahead with a smile, thinking that if he only cultivated through meditation through suffering, he wouldn't be able to advance so much in a few years. He looked to the side, thinking that it was a pity that the crystals that dropped in the game couldn't be transferred to the real world. He could live a nice life just selling unnecessary low-level crystals. A red monster appeared in front of the character. He asked what it was. Bright attack beams appeared between them. The red ant's eye was glowing. Pixel Wen stood in front of him. The real Wen held the phone, thinking that his speed and strength were obviously much higher than normal ants. He would be able to defeat him if he had more time. The ants surrounded the hero. He thought that there were more and more monsters. The man in sneakers walked forward. A girl appeared on the badminton court. The heroine with a short haircut looked away. The guy recognized Roashi. He turned towards her and thought that he hoped she was not looking for him. He held the phone tensely, thinking that at a time like this, she couldn't find out the secret of this phone, otherwise he would be in big trouble. On the screen, Wen was fighting a monster. He thought that he couldn't leave the fight. What should he do? Stopping next to him, the girl said that she had finally found him. Looking at her, Wen asked what she needed and thought that to those around him, he was just a gamer. Ruoshi extended her hand and said that the final graduation exam was coming soon, a test of combat skills. She really hoped that he would agree to join her team. The hero looked at the girl and clarified, was she inviting him to her team? Glancing at the phone, he thought that he was about to die, and asked out loud, why did she want to team up? Ruoshi looked to the side and said that she was trying her best to get a high score, so she needed a strong team, and he was just right. Looking down, Wen clarified, did she mean what he was like a month ago? With an indignant look, the heroine said that she believed that Wen would always be Wen. He was still the only one from Guide High School whom she considered a worthy opponent. Sitting by the fence, the hero asked what about Jing. His friend clarified that he didn't know yet, she had already transferred. Raising her hand to her chest, Ruoshi said that although she had no idea where this Jing came from, it was safe to say that she was already above the mortal class. She disappeared as suddenly as she appeared, as if she had come only to fight him. She thought that they had known each other for a long time and she wanted to settle scores with him. Wen looked down, thinking about the girl. He closed his eyes, saying that this was impossible. He had never met her before. What kind of offense could there be? Ruoshi looked down and said that she had simply imagined something unnecessary. Returning to the question of the team, what did he decide? The guy held the phone and said that if she agreed, he would not mind joining them at all. As she was leaving, the heroine turned around and said that they had agreed. She had found 2 more team members, and now the 4 of them would train every day during practical classes so that they could act in a coordinated manner and understand each other during the test. She went to the exit from the site. The character Wen hit the ant and the hero said that he had killed it. The character reached for the crystal, saying that it was the spatial crystal of a powerful mutant ant. He was reaching hard, thinking that he could not escape. He needed to take it first. Suddenly, several red ants jumped on him. A notification about the end of the game appeared. The guy got up, decided that he would check the characteristics at home. Suddenly, he felt something. The phone in his hand began to glow. The guy bent over from the sensations, thinking what kind of crystal was this? Why was it so violent? Veins appeared on his cheeks. He wondered if it really contained a legendary spiritual power skill. But what kind of skill could one obtain from an ant? A drop of blood fell on the screen. Wen closed one eye. In front of him was a window with characteristics. In the description of spiritual power skills, the line Titan Fist, level 7 appeared. The sky near the buildings was painted with the colors of the sunset. Ruoshi pointed at Wen and said that this was not a joke. He was the 4th member of their team. He looked at her and said that he knew he was strong, but he hadn't trained for a month. He thought it would be very difficult for him to return to his previous level. Their goal was to take first place during the combat skills test. He thought Wen was not the best choice. The blonde pointed behind him and said that he had an old friend and offered to invite him. The brunette looked ahead, thinking that this test greatly affected his future life. It was directly related to entering a prestigious school and getting a job. It was a good chance to prove himself and become part of high society. In addition, safety depended on the strength of the partner, so they were not to blame. The girl looked down and said that he was an outstanding fighter, but she still thought that Wen was the best option. He extended his hand and offered to do so. If Wen didn't mind, they would conduct a small test. The result would determine whether he was suitable or not. The hero looked at him questioningly, asking what test? The guy pointed at himself and said that it was very simple. He was the weakest of the 3, so he would fight him. If he won, he would join the team. This couldn't be considered bullying him, could it? The comrade turned to his friend and said that he didn't mind, but it would be bad if someone got hurt in this fight. The comrade looked at him and said that there were more than just dry numbers in school. This was boring. They would fight. The one who retreated lost. Ruoshi crossed her arms, thinking that they were measuring strength. Dong uses the thunderclap cultivation method. He specializes in bursts of strength. But Thunder Fist is a good addition. Yes, when practiced meditation through suffering. But he never bought life force crystals to speed up activation. His family probably has money problems. She wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't have the life force skill. The girl glanced sideways, wondering what one would say to that. The hero standing opposite suggested using the school's strength meter and heard the question, is he afraid? The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying yes. But to himself he thought that he was afraid that he would simply kill him with one blow. The sun's rays illuminated the school corridor. There was a small screen on the device. The heroes were standing by the strength meter. Dong looked at the boy and asked who was first, to which he heard that he didn't care. He warmed his fists, deciding that he would be first then. Dong swung. Sparks flew from the punch. His comrades watched carefully. The numbers on the screen began to change. Finally, the value 7 appeared. Wen calmly looked ahead and thought that there was a slight difference between this meter and the stat in the game, but he didn't think the difference would be too significant. His strength was only 7 units when he found this mysterious phone. The opponent pointed his hand, offering to measure his strength. A bright light burst out of the school windows. The man walked down the hallway. He stopped at a door. Bai put his hands in his pockets and thought, who is using this room at this time? His palm touched the door. The students were standing behind the hero. The teacher looked into the room, thinking that he would not barge in for now, and thought, who struck now? Wen's fist was shining brightly. The comrades' mouths were open in surprise. The screen showed a strength value of 10. The man with glasses looked into the room, thinking that it was really 10. How could this be? A drop of sweat was running down his face. He thought, has Wen really not given up? It turns out that he always slept in class because he trained hard. As expected of the previous principal, the class representative is mortal with a strength value of 10. He is afraid that there is no one in this school who can compare to him. The girl imagined the movement of his hand and thought it was an inch punch. He really used the most difficult punch. He was able to get a 10 even without a spiritual power skill. What a terrifying power. Dong angrily gritted his teeth. He pointed his finger at the hero and said that he was accepted. But if he thought he could defeat him so easily, he was wrong. He pushed the guy aside and asked him to let him pass. The guy standing behind said that this Dong was shaking so much because of his image. There were dark lightnings around the blonde guy's fist. He used a spiritual power skill. The guy opened his mouth and screamed. And then he punched, spreading lightnings around. The power of 11 appeared on the screen. The blonde guy asked how he was, breathing heavily, and the hero said that it was not bad. He touched his chin thoughtfully. The guy behind Dong asked what he was looking at. If he couldn't do it, let him say it. There is no shame in losing to him. Wen pointed his finger and asked, would the school make him pay if it broke? The comrade chuckled and replied that if he really broke it, he would pay. The hero intertwined his fingers and confidently said that he was now calm. The teacher opened his mouth in surprise. There was a bright glow around Wen. Staring ahead, Dong thought that Wen was acting like God knows what. This device was designed to measure strength, although it was a fairly old model with a limit of only 20 units. But there were only a few high school students who could knock out the maximum value, and those who could break it were even fewer. The clenched fist was glowing. Bright rays spread everywhere. Ruoshi opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed that this was a spiritual power skill. The hero did not hit the device. The screen was covered in cracks. Sparks flew out. The peeping teacher was surprised, and the comrades were discouraged. Wen really broke the measuring device. Looking at this, Bai thought that the limit of this meter was 20 units. However, this did not mean that it could only withstand this value. It would take at least a spiritual power skill of level 8 or 9 to break the device. The man remembered the former director who said that there were 2 types of geniuses. The first was Wen, and the second was everyone else. Dong put his hand on the shoulder of the guy who reminded him that he promised to pay for everything. He said it seriously, and replied that yes, he would pay. They had been classmates for a long time, and now they were on the same team. He could rely on him. Ruoshi crossed her arms and thought that this guy was even more interesting than she thought. The sunset rays illuminated the city. The hero walked down the street and thought that his friend reminded him. He remembered how he tried to get up after the attack, and thought that usually people who receive the legendary class consider it beneath their dignity to even stand next to mortals. But Jing, on her own initiative, challenged him, a mortal student. The boy thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that he had never been outside of Guide County in his life. How could he bother her? Wen turned to the side, hearing the ringing. He brought the phone to his ear, hearing his father ask if he was coming to his wedding. Holding the phone, the boy asked if he was getting married to whom, and heard that he was about to send a photo. On the screen was a woman with purple hair. The man asked how he liked his new mother. She looked pretty good. Her name was Lan. Dusk fell on the city. A question was heard about where and when the ceremony would be held, and the answer was that it would be in Luoyang in about a week. Standing with the phone in his hand, Wen said that the skills test was exactly in a week. He could not go even if he wanted to, and also, had his father seen the metal cookie box in their dressing room? Introducing the metal box, he said that each side was about 30 centimeters. It had a cartoon bear painted on it. The man behind the wheel said that it was a box of cookies that he often ate as a child, but that brand of cookies has long been unavailable, so most likely the box has been lying around for a very, very long time. Looking to the side, Wen explained that there was a phone in the box. Was it he who put it there? The man behind the wheel asked again and heard that the case was white, the screen was black, there were no buttons, about 17 to 20 centimeters. Wen tensely said that it was it his? The father closed his eyes and said that he gave it to his grandfather. If he hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have remembered it. Taking the phone, Wen asked again, was it his grandfather's treasure? Where did he get it from? The father remembered the people crowded around the well and explained that his grandfather was a carpenter. During the restoration of the old town of Guide, he had to repair many old wooden buildings, so he worked there for more than a year. One day at the construction site they dug a dry well. It was deep at night. Only a few people stayed to work overtime. A faint light was coming from the well. The workers thought that they had found some treasure and would soon become rich. The man was holding a box. The boy heard that it was an old wooden box, on the lid of which there were many cracks, and through them the light was shining. Inside the box was a phone. Initially it was turned on, but immediately turned off, as if the battery was discharged. When they took it out, there were no buttons, and the workers did not find a charging port. Fog descended on the buildings of the city. The workers were very disappointed and thought that someone just wanted to joke, planting a broken phone. Everyone quickly lost interest, and the grandfather threw it into his tool bag. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, his father said that this phone cannot be turned on. He even took it to be repaired. In his youth he wanted to exchange it for a couple of packs of cigarettes, but the repairman said that it was worthless, so he threw this phone into a cookie box. Did he also want to get money for it? Holding the phone, one said that it was good that he could not exchange it for cigarettes, otherwise they would regret it now, and thought that this phone had never been turned on. Introducing the gadget, his father asked how he turned it on. Who knows how many years it has been lying around. The phone is either broken or completely discharged. It is time for him to go. There are still a lot of things to do with the wedding. He told him to let him decide for himself whether to come or not. When held the phone in his hand, thinking that the item was dug up from a well in the old city of Goida, the combat skills test will take place there. He should try to look for this well if possible, and then said that he forgot to ask if his father could offend anyone. The lights were on in the multi-story buildings. One was lying on the bed. The teacher was standing at the blackboard. The boy was sleeping, lying on the desk. The comrades were running on the sports ground. One was yawning, sitting by the fence. A few days later, near the bright buildings of the school, the boys were running along the corridor. Suddenly, one of them bumped into someone. He fell to the ground next to the long-haired boy. The comrade helped him up and asked if he was okay. The fair-haired boy heard the words of apology. He walked away, and the boys discussed how creepy he was. The stranger walked forward. There were dark clouds in the sky. Dong touched his head and apologized to the hero, saying that a friend invited him to join his team. He cannot team up with him. One watched him walk away. Upset, thinking that Dong left, he does not know if Ruashi has a backup plan. He is afraid that at such a time it will be difficult to find a new team member. He waved his hand and asked Shi if he knew that Dong had left the team. Turning around, the guy apologized and said that he couldn't take part in the inspection with him either. He had his reasons, but he shouldn't ask about them. He was very sorry. Ruashi stood there with her eyes downcast. One waved his hand and said that he already knew everything. He shouldn't worry. Looking at her, he continued that he should be the one apologizing. Someone wanted to deal with him, but they were also involved. Stroking the girl's head, he said that before it was too late, she should find someone else. Standing opposite, he said that she needed to get a good grade, otherwise he would be upset. Turning around, Ruashi said that she didn't know who he had crossed, but this person had a lot of influence. He should be careful. One waved his hand as he left. He walked down the corridor, thinking that this inspection was very important and there was little time. Where could he find a companion he could trust? He turned around to see the teacher peeking out and asking him to come over. Sitting at the table, the teacher said that the commander occupies a very high position. His real name is Zoe. He is sure that he does not know him, the hero confirmed. The man with glasses said that this is all very strange. If he does not know the commander, then why? When he came to inspect Gaida County, did he criticize him, a simple high school student? Looking at him, one asked who he was anyway? The man introduced a long-haired guy and said that the Commonwealth of the Earth is divided into 4 counties, north, south, west and east, and Commander Zoe is still very young. He comes from an important family. In his early 20s he already occupies a high position, is an important military official of the Eastern Zone. He has great power, an outstanding person. Sitting at the table, the guy asked if he was against him. Bai replied that he was not exactly sure, but one of his phrases about how bad he is, and those who want to curry favor with him are ready to do anything. The guy opened his mouth and said that since he was a high-ranking official, didn't he know that one careless word could ruin a student's future, and also, was there any connection between him and Jing? The man closed his eyes and said that maybe there was, but that could be dealt with later. Now he needed to find a team and register for the test. The application deadline was the day after tomorrow. He couldn't put it off for a second, otherwise he would definitely not make it in time. Clouds were floating in the sky, and words were heard that this time, he couldn't rely on mediocre students. Looking ahead, Bai said that there was a student named Xian in the school. If he wanted to team up with him, then most likely no one else would interfere with him. But in return, he had to help him get the highest score using his strength. He had to be the best in the team. The guy sitting opposite him asked if he had to act solely in Xian's interests, and was told that even if he couldn't get first place in his team, it was better than not being able to participate in the test at all. Opening his mouth, the boy asked to help him contact this person. Walking down the stairs, one asked his father if he knew anyone named Zoe, and heard how he knew that Zoe was his older brother. The hero asked again, taken aback. He held the phone, hearing that Zoe was married to Lan. If he married her, Lan would become his older half-brother, and he would also have a younger half-sister named Jing. The hero, holding the phone in his hand, was shocked when he heard this. Looking forward, he asked his father what kind of relationship he had with Zoe, and heard that it was good. He respected him very much, and thought, why did they treat him like this then? Holding the phone, he wondered, could it be that deep down they were against his father's marriage to Lan? When put his hands in his pocket, thinking that Jing could easily defeat him, and because of Zhou's one sentence, he almost lost the chance to pass the entrance exam. He is still too weak. If he were an epic class, what could they do to him? The clouds were floating above the multi-story building. There was a pile of trash in the room. One was lying on the bed with his phone. For the past few days, all he did was kill the powerful mutant ants. But other than the crystal with the spiritual power skill dropped by the first ant, he did not get anything else, although he had already killed more than 10, and there were no more. There was something shining brightly next to the ant. The character crouched down next to it, exclaiming that something finally dropped. Holding the phone in front of his eyes, one thought that it was a pet egg, but from what he knew, mortals rarely have a companion pet. Mainly those who have already reached the legendary class have one. The character reached out his hand to the egg. Light was escaping from the crack. Something red rushed straight to the character's chest. He bent over in shock, and the words of an oath to serve until death were heard. One looked forward in shock. His body bent over on the bed. After a while, he was still staring forward. Holding his head, he thought that it was very painful. A red symbol appeared on his hand. Looking at the phone in surprise, one thought, did the pet companion hatch successfully? In front of him was a system window about a mighty mutant ant, whose strength, body and spirit were 9, and speed 5, the innate skill Titan Fist level 9, and the form of a glove. Pulling aside the curtain, the hero decided to summon and look at it. Standing in the middle of the room, he thought about how to summon it. Bright rays appeared around his palm when he decided that he needed to think about the skills of the summoner and the mutant ant. There was a dark red glove on his hand. Looking at it, one realized that this was the pet form, saying that it improves the characteristics of the user himself. The mutant and most likely increases strength. The glove shattered into fragments. The guy thought that his house was not suitable for testing his strength here. He would just take a good look. A dark figure appeared near his palm. Smoke came out of the glowing mouth. The ant's limbs were shining. The red mutant ant opened its mouth. One was discouraged. Why is it so scary? It looks cuter in the game. Standing next to the big monster, he said that this is his chance to ride it. The next day in the city, the teacher was driving, saying that Xian likes to show off, but still he is a good person. He is only here for the exam, and he should not take everything else to heart. The hero asked him not to worry, he knows what to do. A black car was driving down the road. There was a sign on the building that said the Imperial Health Club. One looked around while the teacher said that he was looking for the second young master Xian. The door opened slightly. In the luxurious room sat a guy with girls. Xian raised his glass and said that the teacher had come. Let him sit down and drink a glass. He said that he would not, he still had classes tonight. He pointed his hand at one and said that this was the one he had told him about. He was very capable, so he would be very useful in the exam. The guy sitting next to the girl told him to calm down. He trusted him, so he would let him join. It would not be difficult to get a good grade. The man with glasses said that then he would return to school, and went on all matters related to the testing of martial skills. Looking at the guy, he said that he would help with registration, and let him stay here to get to know Xian well over the past few days. This would allow them to better understand each other during the test. The guy thanked him. The door closed. Xian said that he had heard about him, the #1 genius from the Goethe school. When closed his eyes and said that these were just rumors. You shouldn't believe it. The guy poured a glass and said that it was true. Goethe is a small city. Where would a genius come from here? If he were a genius, he clearly would not have been defeated with one blow. When sat down on the sofa with the phone, hearing that no coordination training was needed, let him just listen and not interfere. When the time comes, everything will be fine. The blue-haired man reached for the bottle and offered to drink. If he drank the whole bottle, he would be able to choose any of these girls. Looking away from the phone, the hero replied that he did not drink. Xian looked at him, thinking that he immediately dropped his hands after one blow. For the sake of such a worthless person, the teacher had to humiliate himself and beg, it is definitely not worth it. He said this in the ear of the red-haired girl. She winked, saying how spoiled he was. The blushing girl smiled sweetly. Adjusting her hair, she asked the guy what kind of game this was. Interesting? He answered that it was. Sitting down next to him, she asked, is it more interesting than hers? The hero was surprised when a hand touched his face. On the screen was a red ant with silver wings. The girl touched him with her hand and called him to do more pleasant things, while one thought that this was too fast, too hard. After waiting, she turned his head towards her and shouted for him to look at her. On the screen, the ant was approaching the character. One was shocked to realize that he was about to lose. He pushed the girl away with his palm. She fell off the sofa. Xian spat out the drink in surprise. He and the second girl laughed loudly. The character on the screen was lying face down. The game was over. One looked at the phone, upset, saying that he was dead. The blue-haired man looked at him with a smile, thinking that he was funny. Fog near a multi-story building. There were bottles on the table. A guy and a girl were lying in bed. Xian opened his eyes. The red ant was attacking the character. He punched him. The second one was approaching from behind. Bright rays of attack cut off the head of the pixel one. The hero held the phone in his hand, thinking that this was no good. He had been playing all night, but he had not achieved anything. There was an image of an ant with wings on the screen. He thought that, well, flying ants are very strong, they have not yet reached the legendary class, so it is quite possible to kill them, but first he needs to at least get the opportunity to strike. Touching his chin thoughtfully, he thought that the 9th rank Titan Fist could deal great damage to the flying ant, but it took too long. He didn't know if he could combine the crushing fist with the inch punch that he was good at. When swung his fist, thinking that since the game character was him, by upgrading the crushing fist with the inch punch in reality, theoretically the game character would also be able to synchronize with this upgrade. The hero punched forward. He stood in a fighting stance. Xian squinted, looking at the mirror. Reflected in the glass, he thought, why is he training? This inch punch, the force applied and the amplitude are too big. Stretching, he walked along the corridor and thought that he didn't care. He was hiding some talent, he'd better go to bed. The school building, the entrance exam was starting. Wen was sitting at his desk. Xian rested his head on his hand. People were hugging each other. A few days later, a gray bus was driving along the road. Wen looked out the window, thinking about the old city. Imagining the scenery of the city, he thought that after the extra-dimensional storm that broke out a year ago, a rift appeared here, and everything around turned into an interdimensional zone. Looking to the side, the guy thought that due to the influence of other dimensions, the local animals and plants also underwent various changes. Troops were stationed in the territory of the ancient city, and entry was prohibited without passes. Looking ahead, the guy thought that the next entrance exam was a test of combat skills. He imagined a gray building and thought that it was about to start. A man with a gun was standing by the bus. There were several more nearby. Looking around, Wen thought that Xian and the others had not arrived yet. He would wait for now. In front of him was a gray building. Wen looked up. There was a small sign near the sign. Looking at it, the hero thought about what it was. He put his hand in his pocket. A sound was heard from there, and the guy thought that his father was calling. Taking out the phone, he realized that it was the mysterious phone that controlled the little man made of blood. There was a camera logo on the screen. He thought that it did not have a ringtone function and it never vibrated before. Why now? The blue-eyed man wondered how he had not noticed the camera app before. Holding the phone, he thought about how to use it. Did he really need to take a selfie? He was holding a phone with a camera. He noticed something in surprise. Picking up the phone, the hero asked why the shutter was not pressed. It seemed that the camera function on this phone did not work. When he pointed the camera at the sign, a small logo lit up. Wen noticed this in surprise. A beeping sound came from the phone. Information appeared that it was loading. The hero looked at the screen in surprise. An icon with the ancient city of Greyda appeared on the phone. The guy asked, did this really turn into a dungeon in the game? He bit his finger, thinking that there was nothing to do anyway, he should try. A drop of blood fell on the screen. A small character immediately appeared. He headed towards the entrance, and the hero thought that he had really entered the game. The bloody little man walked along the streets. Wen looked at the phone carefully, asking, is this the inside of the ancient city? A silhouette appeared in front. It was a skeleton with a mace. Holding the phone, Wen realized that it was a creature from another dimension, a skeleton soldier. The enemy swung his weapon. The pixel character dodged the blow. He held the phone, thinking that although it was his first time here, his speed and strength were not very strong. Bright rays appeared around the character's fist. He decided that this was much easier than fighting those ants. The little man attacked the enemy. A blue crystal appeared. The character looked at it in surprise. Wen stared at the phone in surprise, thinking that the crystal had fallen out of the first one with a skill. His finger touched the absorption button. Bright rays spread around. The hero looked forward, realizing that there was no such terrible pain as that time when he received a crushing fist. The system reported that the touch of the skeleton was studied. The consumption of spiritual energy is 1. The guy read this in surprise. Scratching his head, he said that he remembered that this is the skill of the spiritual power of skeleton soldiers. It is mainly a low-level skill, but however, very little energy is consumed. A glow appeared on the floor under the character. He said that he needed to go deeper to check its strength. The floor under the palm glowed from the summoning. As a result, the little man was sitting on a red powerful mutant ant. He galloped forward along the street. Blue fire burst out of the mouths of the skeleton soldiers. Bright rays of attack destroyed monsters. Pink lightning appeared near the building. Discouraged, Wen thought that he had already walked so much, but did not receive anything except that crystal. Suddenly he noticed something. A crowd with a large skeleton in the middle appeared on the screen in front of the character. It was a skeleton warrior of a different kind. A red spark appeared in the eye socket. The monster swung its weapon at the character, who thought how fast it was. A dark beam pierced the little man's body. The game ended. The hero stared at the screen. Then he looked away, covering one eye. He was standing in front of the entrance to the old city. There was an inscription on the black plate. Looking up, Wen thought, what a strong opponent. This time we must not encounter him during the exam. A long-haired girl appeared behind him. The guy turned around. The girl stood with her hand on her hip, and he recognized Jing. The purple eye confidently looked forward. The hero holds a flash drive in his hand. He stands and silently looks forward, talking about Jing. He calmly sees the girl's fist in front of him. She holds her hand in front of her, and says that Feng asked her to give him this. He clarifies whether it is true from his father. She puts the flash drive in his hand. She looks at him with a serious face, and says that it seems like he tried in vain. The girl leaves, saying that there is no point in wasting energy on people who want to degrade themselves. She looks ahead and warns him not to think about telling anyone that he has something to do with her family. Jing turns around with displeasure, saying that they have no place for mediocrities and weaklings. The protagonist scratches his head in bewilderment, wondering when he managed to become a part of her family, and whether she is jumping to conclusions. When turns around in surprise upon hearing his name, the guy with glasses is walking along with two friends. He hugs the protagonist, saying that since old man Xian stood up for him, there is no need to worry about anything. He stands smiling next to the embarrassed protagonist, and says that he can just follow him around and leave the getting of points to them. He thinks that it would be better to save his energy. The blonde guy stands next to the guy in the hat, telling one that Xian shouldn't worry, because in a backwater like Goita there is no one outstanding, and he can even take first place alone. The guy in glasses silently hears that he needs to be calm. The friends put their hands on their hearts. One of them assures that they will do their best, and there will be no mistakes. MC puts his hands in his pockets and looks at them, thinking that apparently he is not going to introduce them, and that they are really just tools for him. The fighters with weapons are standing near the fortress. The soldier asks the participants for a minute of attention, warning that the exam will begin soon, and they ask everyone to come to the inspector-examiner of the group. The girl walks hand in hand with Ruoshi, saying that the beginning is very soon and they need to get ready quickly. She agrees. She turns to the protagonist and sees him. Wen smiles silently. The girl with short hair goes on, wishing the protagonist to try too. A bright glow is visible from the fortress. A bright beam pierces the space. A portal opens with lightning flying out from there. A man in glasses and papers declares that the essence of the exam is to collect crystals of killed skeleton soldiers, and the final grade will be determined by their number. He points to the glow and says that for the last time. The protagonist, clenching his fists, goes to the portal, hearing wishes for success. The silhouettes of the heroes are visible in the fog. Wen, with a serious face, goes forward, hearing that this dimension was created by that catastrophe. He looks in front of himself in shock. A group of people enter a blue portal that is near a huge fortress. Bones with a green glow move along the floor. Fierce skeletons go forward, one of them on the ground. The fighters rush forward in rage. Scary skeletons blazing with green fire hold weapons. The fighter calmly strikes one of them. The monster's head flies off to the side. The hero goes forward, seeing skeletons in front of him. He grabs his hand smiling. He happily cuts off his head. The protagonist looks at the skull and realizes that there is apparently nothing to worry about. He looks away and realizes that this way he will have time to check his guess. Xian turns around, thinking that the protagonist is playing on the phone again. He looks at him in bewilderment. The guy looks closely at the phone. The partner thinks if there is really something special about it. MC watches without looking away. In the frame, there are houses from reality and from the game. One looks around and realizes that not only the city gates, but also the location of all the buildings exactly matches the dungeon from the phone. He calmly wonders if this means that all the dungeons have a real prototype. He remembers in shock how he was wounded and thinks about the skeleton rider. Red dots are marked on the radar. He thinks that judging by the already explored area, they are still far from him. The guy with the phone looks ahead and realizes that if they do not go beyond the territory allocated for the exam, they will not run into that thing. Near the roof of the house, a question is heard. What? Three guys look at the protagonist. A question is heard whether they are really going to move deeper. The frame shows a city street. It is said that there are almost no skeletons left in this area. The blonde points to his partner and says that the speed of their appearance has also decreased, and if they want to get the highest score, they need to move on. The protagonist looks at Xian, stating that going beyond the territory is risky because it can be dangerous there. The blonde says in a calm voice that if he is scared, he can stay where he is. He loudly declares that the skeletons appear slowly and chaotically, and in order to ensure first place, they must get out of there and kill as many as possible. The guy in the hat says that they have a complete plan of the territory, as well as a map of the division into sections, and nothing will happen if they enter the buffer zone. Xian turns around, saying that it makes sense and proving to Wen that there is nothing to be afraid of, and even if something happens, the two will figure it out. The protagonist touches his face with his finger and realizes that he cannot say outright that there is a monster waiting ahead ready to kill them. He takes the phone, realizing that he needs to try to defeat it with the phone again, but he doesn't really believe it. The guy runs forward, thinking that in the worst case, he will just grab Xian and run away. The brave fighters head towards the skeletons. The guy jumps up and deftly kicks. His partner hits the skeleton with his hand, causing a purple glow. The protagonist and Xian walk behind. MC is holding a smartphone in his hands. The boss kills him again in the game. The game character lies on the ground. It says that the game is over. The guy looks at the screen and thinks about how he dodges, jumps, but the rider still instantly kills him, and he is stronger than even a flying ant with silver wings. The protagonist imagines killing the character and realizes that it is quite obvious that the skeleton rider does not maintain high agility constantly, but only increases speed for a moment when he delivers a piercing blow, and that is his spiritual power skill. He thinks with a grin that he can easily destroy their entire team. The headless skeleton is in front of him. Near the defeated monster lies a bright red stone. The guy takes it with his hands and shouts about a spatial crystal. He lifts it up and calls Xian. He puts the stone in his hand, who notes that this is a good job, when embarrassedly declares that they have scored enough points and can already return. The fighter discontentedly says that it is still early and especially he does not need to do anything. Another guy points a finger and declares that it is still better to kill a few more to be on the safe side. A member of the foray in glasses looks at his smartphone, saying that there are no registered spatial creatures of the legendary level nearby, and he thinks that it is worth going further. The protagonist grabs his hand and calls him by name. The guy with a serious face looks at him and asks if he believes in the sixth sense. Xian looks at him in confusion and asks again. The protagonist with a serious face says that since childhood, he has always had an unpleasant feeling if he was in danger, and it has never failed him. He puts his hand on his heart and claims that right now this feeling is very strong. The blonde, crossing his arms, says that he dragged in some kind of sixth sense, and it is simply brilliant. He points his finger in rage and shouts that Xian took him with him to help him improve his reputation, and if he drags the team to the bottom, is he ready to take responsibility for the consequences? The guy with the dissatisfied face explains that the area is very small and therefore it is not unusual for few students to risk going beyond the boundaries, and besides, they have gained so many points that they can easily maintain the advantage by simply killing within the exam area. One confidently states that there is no need to risk and enter unknown territory. Xian listens to him silently. He touches his chin with his hand and says that the protagonist's words make sense. The green blade lies in the hero's hand. The guy in glasses' chest is pierced. The fighter in the hat looks forward with a grin. His partner shouts Hao's name in rage, not believing that it was him. He cuts his chest with a green blade. He stands in front of the lying body, warning him not to interfere. Xian, with a bloody back, looks forward and says that he did not expect this. Red threads sparkle on the guy's body. They heal the wound. The blue-haired guy turns around and clarifies whether it was really his second brother who sent him. Hao twirls a dagger, saying that he also did not expect that the younger one, who loves pleasure so much, practices this particular skill of spiritual power. Fierce monster animals are presented in the frame. It is said that unlike the skills of life force and spatial crystals, obtained from spatial creatures, fighters stand near the steps. It is explained that the cultivation method is the basic principles of cultivation developed by people. The hero shines with bright energy. It is explained that this is why different cultivation methods determine different limits of cultivation. Rays flow from his eyes. It is explained that natural invulnerability is one of the rare techniques that allows you to immediately reach the epic class, skipping mortal and legendary. The main character looks away embarrassedly, realizing that he heard that only virgins can go this way, and if it is otherwise, all efforts will go to waste. He thinks about his partner and the girls with a smirk, realizing that no matter how you look at it, Xian doesn't look like a person who would put in a lot of effort to improve such a skill. The blonde is furious and shouts that Hao is a traitor, and he can't believe that he is helping Mo Bao get rid of Xian. The fighter with a dagger stands in front of the wounded guy. He says that two tigers cannot live in the same mountain, and he has made his choice. The blue-haired guy discontentedly declares that he has no desire to fight for power with his second brother, but he can't calm down. The fighter in the hat claims that it is his own fault, because there was no point in pretending to be a fool. The guy holds a green dagger in his hand. Hao strikes in rage, shouting that it is too late. The guy sees a glow in front of him. He deftly dodges the blow. An explosion occurs behind him. He calmly looks forward. One sits next to the lying blonde and they look at what is happening in shock. A green monster appears near Hao. They realize that it is an explosive snake. The guy desperately screams that this is impossible, because how could he, being mortal, get a legendary pet? Xian closes his eyes and thinks. The man holds an orange sphere in his hands. It is said that all that is needed is for someone who has reached the legendary class to voluntarily hand it over, although this causes excruciating pain. The guy with the green blade goes forward, noting that he is very smart, and it seems that his brother was telling the truth. He smirks. The guy rushes to attack, shouting that he must die. Xian grabs the blade with his bare hand. Hao is shocked to see this and does not understand what is happening. The hand suddenly turns completely black, claws are visible. The guy appears in a different form, with red eyes. A strong explosion of black and red occurs. Hao blocks the blow and flies to the side. He realizes in shock that he did not think that he also has a legendary level pet companion. The fighter opposite frantically goes forward, while his enemy realizes that, apparently, the respected young master has dirty secrets. The fighter in armor looks forward, declaring that he is not like the enemy and he would never use such a terrible method. Xian in armor stands in front of the lying enemy. The guy in a hat, and with a dagger in his hand, silently looks up. He gets up. Hao begins to run away from his opponent. The warrior in armor looks after him and asks if he is really running away. He goes after him, shouting that he will not let him just leave. The protagonist runs after him and shouts that there is no need to chase him. One looks ahead and understands that things are bad. He stops, realizing that he did not have time to do anything. The blonde behind asks why he froze, because he needs to help Xian quickly. The protagonist turns around and tells him to go first. He turns around angrily, calling him a pathetic coward. He runs ahead, shouting that he is of no use and in vain Xian cared about him. The protagonist with a serious face understands that now he will not be able to help in any way, even if he follows him. A warrior with red eyes is shown near the snake. The protagonist thinks about the fact that they have legendary companions, unlike him. A skeleton in armor on horseback looks away. The guy understands that they will definitely die if they encounter this monster. MC bites his finger, wondering whether to help Xian. He pours blood from his finger onto the smartphone screen, transforming it into a character, realizing that he can only do so if he finds a way to defeat the skeleton general. The game character sees the boss with the skeletons in front of him. The fierce rider looks at him. He gallops furiously to attack the protagonist. The guy is preparing to parry the blow. He looks down in surprise and realizes that this will not work, and there is no point in running away, and as soon as he starts to strike, he is a corpse. The boss forms a vortex of energy and prepares to hit. The cartoon protagonist deftly dodges the blows. The skeleton sees this in shock. He gets angry and strikes again, but the game one dodges. The skeleton on horseback looks down and sees a bright flash. The protagonist deftly presses his fingers on the smartphone screen. The game protagonist dodges each attack. The guy carefully looks down and realizes that as he thought. The protagonist looks away in shock, while the inscription "Destroy Violators" shines above him. He realizes that the opponents have already collided. The game character is pierced by a tentacle. One looks away, realizing that there is no choice and it is time to act. The guy thoughtfully imagines the boss and understands that judging by that battle, the general is very strong, but it seems that there is a blind spot near his horse where you can strike. The protagonist quickly runs away, realizing that perhaps he will still have a chance to win if he takes this chance. The protagonist walks along the ruins along the street. He runs and thinks that there are traces of a fight everywhere, and apparently they are close. He sees silhouettes of people and understands that it is there. They turn around to the protagonist and ask why he is taking so long. He in turn asks if they are okay. The warrior in armor looks down and says that not very. A skeleton with a flaming blue head sits astride a horse. Shocked MC realizes that this is a real skeleton general. The difference between the real and game versions is shown. The guy realizes that they are too different. Hao is standing behind the skeleton with a dagger. The surprised protagonist wonders how the skeleton does not attack the traitor. On the guy's shoulder, armor with a green eye is visible. The protagonist assumes that this is all because of it. The protagonist frowns worriedly, noticing that he has another legendary level companion. The guy turns to Xian in armor and says that apparently his brother really wants him to die here. The skeleton calmly watches the people, calling them violators. He jumps into the attack, shouting that it is necessary to destroy the violators. Xian rushes forward, warning the protagonist to step back. The warrior holds a shield in front of him. An impact occurs and a break occurs. A bright red flash appears around. The protagonist closes himself from the shock wave. He sees his partner fly to the side. The blonde, holding his bloody chest, coughs and says that he is fine. The boss fights Xian. The partner asks MC to help him. He calmly fights the enemy. A silhouette of a snake with green eyes appears behind him. He deftly puts up a barrier and the snake does not have time to bite him. Xian looks ahead and says that the enemy has finally decided to act. A green snake flies near the armed Hao. He smirks and says that he wants to see how long he can hold out alone against the two of them. Xian smirks and blocks the blow. The next one hits him right in the helmet. The surprised protagonist realizes that if this continues, his partner may die. The protagonist stands behind the warrior and shouts that he will hold off the monster, specifying how much time he needs to deal with Hao. The soldier in armor fights and shouts that he will need 2 minutes. Receiving blows, he declares that 2 minutes will be enough. Hao smirks and strikes, thinking that the mortal wants to measure his strength with the skeleton general. MC takes off his outerwear and shouts that he understands. He rushes forward, declaring that he gives him 2 minutes. The guy slides along the ground behind the boss. He beckons him with a grin. The skeleton turns around, displeased. A huge enemy on horseback appears in front of one. He starts to run to attack. The protagonist deftly dodges the blade. He smirks and realizes that this is almost no different from the game. Suddenly, he sees an approaching hoof. The guy spreads his legs and sees how the hoof leaves a crack in the ground. The protagonist sighs in shock. He turns on his side, dodging the blow. The guy starts to run away. He looks ahead and realizes that in the game his attacks are templated and predictable, and the real general is more agile. The guy pushes off the ground. He slides near the boss. He raises a fist that glows brightly. When delivers a powerful blow to the body. He stands next to the enemy. The skeleton calmly growls, looking straight into his eyes. The excited protagonist notices that he did not leave a single scratch, not understanding whether he has any weak points at all. The blonde guy stands in front of the rider. Gritting his teeth, he exclaims that one was able to hold off the general even without a pet companion. Hao with the blade turns around and screams that it is impossible. Xian with red eyes screams for the enemy not to be distracted. He punches his opponent right in the face. He flies back tens of meters. He slides his feet on the ground. The guy in the hat angrily shouts for him to attack and they will see who dies first. Xian hits him, fulfilling his wishes. He raises his fist, realizing that he cannot be allowed to fight against two at the same time again. Hao holds back the attacks, smiling. He sees a flying fist in front of him. The guy in armor hits his body, realizing that he must destroy the strange armor. Frightened, Hao feels his armor fly apart. He squeezes the blade. A huge snake appears in front of him. He summons it. The latter asks in surprise if he really decided to summon it. A green beam rushes forward. Xian feels these beams, asking if he really thinks he can buy time. The enemy raises his sword over the protagonist, shouting that this is just enough to kill the annoying guy. A skeleton on horseback looks at what is happening. The protagonist's partner shouts his name. The guy deftly dodges two attacks at once. The guy with the flaming fist realizes that he sees his weak spot. He hits again and Hao's armor flies apart. The protagonist has a red glove on his hand. He cannot believe that he also has a pet companion. The skeleton has black holes where its eyes should be. It pierces its enemy with a long spear. The green snake screams furiously. Hao's armor pieces lie on the ground. The green pet stands next to the armor pieces and squeals. The warrior steps on it with his foot. Xian looks at the lying body and declares that it is all his own fault. The hooves emit blue energy. Everything around is burning brightly. The skeleton watches fiercely. The two partners notice that the monster is now simply furious. Bright blue energy fills everything around the boss. He furiously attacks with a beam of black energy. The protagonist sees this attack in front of him and understands that it will be difficult to dodge. He holds his hands in front of him, blocking the blow. Suddenly, Xian in armor jumps out in front of him. He clenches his fist, and you can see that his armor is breaking. One excitedly realizes that the knight in black armor has almost reached his limit. The boss with the spear looks at him. Xian runs next to the protagonist, and says that he will distract him, and he should find a way to deliver a fatal blow. The boss, blazing with fire, sees them. The warrior in armor deftly blocks his attack. He tells the protagonist to act faster. He fights, declaring that otherwise they will all die. One with a burning fist flies behind him. He calmly directs it forward. The protagonist delivers a powerful blow to the enemy. A strong explosion occurs. Smoke and dust spread around. The skeleton with a burning head stands opposite. He is not injured. The guy looks forward and counted on it working. The boss glares at the protagonist. He strikes with a spear, but the guy deftly dodges. The warrior in armor blocks the blows. MC shoots energy projectiles. They fly at the skeleton. A strong explosion occurs. The skeleton still looks at them imperturbably. Xian notices that they have attacked him so many times, but there is not a crack on him. The protagonist exclaims in surprise about the crack. The ferocious boss runs to attack. A crack is visible on the skull. The warrior in armor understands that now everything is clear. Xian throws the guy up, shouting that in this case it is possible to take a risk. He breaks away. He deals a strong blow to the skeleton on a horse. He looks up and sees a warrior approaching from the sky. He raises his spear. Xian, bare-chested, lands on a stick and screams now. The fighter jumps high, dealing a powerful blow. The protagonist hits the skull with all his might. He smashes it to pieces. Pieces of the skeleton fly apart. An explosion occurs right inside the enemy. The protagonist with a grin understands that he succeeded. The skeleton begins to glow brightly, changing its shape. A bright orange core remains in its place. The guy sits down and picks it up. He holds it in his palm. Xian leans over to him and asks if it's really his companion's pet egg. He calls it luck. He turns around. The protagonist looks at his partner as he leaves, asking if he needs it. He advises him to keep it. He takes the jacket. Xian gets dressed, saying that if it weren't for the protagonist, he and Yenta would be dead and he can just accept this as gratitude for everything working out well. The protagonist says with a grin that he'll take it in that case. He turns around and warns him that he's mortal now and therefore it won't work to lead a legendary level egg and he shouldn't be irresponsible about it. The guy looks at this artifact in surprise. His hand glows red. Xian smiles and asks how he got his companion. Thanks to his natural invulnerability, he can somehow control the knight in black armor. He frowned and asked if it was him. An excited MC states that this is a mortal class companion. Fierce monsters and dragons are shown in the frame. He explains that usually legendary level creatures are stronger than mortal creatures. The rabbit looks up. It is said that the weaker the creature, the more difficult it is for it to form an egg. The fighter confidently explains that this means that eggs with mortal level companions are much rarer than legendary ones. He looks angrily at Wen, calling him lucky. The villain's body lies on the ground. The protagonist clarifies what to do with Hao. The guy waves it off, saying that he asked for it himself and he will settle everything. The guy looks forward thoughtfully. They hug him and ask him not to worry. Xian looks at him smiling and says that when they get out, he can safely apply to any university, and he will take care of his acceptance. They drag Niantu while exiting the portal. They see a guy in glasses in front of them. The protagonist waves to his partner as he leaves. A guy with a serious look is riding a bus. The bus pulls up to a stop in the evening. The guy exhales and gets out of it, wondering if he is frozen because of anemia due to a large loss of blood and whether goji and brown sugar will help. He trips over something. The guy sees a body lying in front of him. He starts screaming in shock, thinking that it is a corpse. The man is lying on the ground. The guy realizes that he is still alive. He sits down on a bench. He waves his hand and hears a question if he is okay. The stranger replies that it is just an old illness that decided to remind him of itself. Wen turns around and says that this is good and then he will go if he does not want to say anything else. The man looking at him says that their meeting is the will of fate and they can talk a little. The protagonist looks worriedly, saying that he is not very good at conversations. He replies that he will only ask a couple of questions. He starts coughing heavily. The protagonist standing opposite tells him to ask. The old man raising his finger asks what kind of girls he prefers. The protagonist silently looks at him and is silent. A brunette and a blonde are shown in the picture. The protagonist scratches his head and talks about his preference in girls. The man with gray hair starts laughing, declaring that he does too. He sits opposite and explains that only immature youths like curvy women. The guy imagines such a lady and thinks that in this case it is difficult to maintain balance during a fight. He looks at the old man who asks which one he will choose, a gentle and affectionate girl or a daring and sarcastic one. The guy awkwardly starts talking. He thinks that this is a strange question because what normal person would refuse a nice girl in favor of a shrew, but if he continues to say what he wants to hear, the chatter will end quickly. He sadly realizes that he wants to quickly return home, wash, change clothes, eat and play. The guy puts his fist to his lips and declares daring and sarcastic. The man with gray hair sits silently. He shouts with shining eyes that they are just soulmates. The protagonist, covering his face, hears that it is precisely such women that interest and charm, and there is nothing funny about the cute ones, and the old man did not expect that at such a young age he already knows women well. The guy thinks about Jing and wonders who would choose her. The man laughingly declares that it is rare to meet someone with such good taste. The guy looks at him and asks where he lives and whether he should take him home. The man with bright eyes watches silently. He reaches into his pocket, declaring that the body is not the main thing for conquering a girl. He has so little chi and vitality that even good taste will not help. He holds out an envelope, claiming that he feels how he angers the guy and it is better to improve his method of cultivating spiritual power. The guy looks at the envelope in shock. The man embarrassedly shouts that he just needs to figure it out, and he guarantees that with his help the protagonist will be able to make any problem woman absolutely submissive. The protagonist holds it in his hands and thinks about what was said. He awkwardly scratches his head and thanks for such a valuable gift but warns that he has to refuse because he uses a different method. The man clenches his teeth and says that meditation through suffering is nothing. He closes his eyes, holds the object and says that although the treatise of the heavenly demon is not a first-class technique, it is much superior to meditation. The protagonist is shocked and asks how he knows how he improves himself. The old man sitting opposite says that he looks like he has very little vitality. The protagonist has a good physique. The interlocutor notices this. The old man, closing his eyes, hears the question that this is not achieved through meditation, warning that it is good that he has just started and if he does not stop doing nonsense, it will destroy him. MC watches in shock. The man smiles and says that he should take it because this method is 100 times better. He says no in a quiet voice. Laughing loudly, he shouts that even 1,000 times. The guy stands excitedly opposite and thanks for the kindness, noting that they just met by chance and how he can accept such a valuable gift. He holds it in his hands, realizing that he has never heard of the treatise of the heavenly demon. The protagonist turns around and leaves, stating that he needs to go home. While he understands that if this is a lie, then he is just a swindler. But if it is true, then he is going to give such a thing to a person he met for the first time, and then it is difficult to say what is on his mind. The man sits with his hands folded. He calmly demands to stop. The protagonist walks along the sidewalk and hears this. His leg trembled. He realizes in shock that he cannot move. Suddenly, he begins to fall. He immediately appears next to the suspicious man. He seriously states that none of those who refused Dao Xian survived. The guy frowns, realizing that this name is familiar to him. He opens his eyes in surprise. The fighter is standing on a mountain of corpses. The guy realizes that the name is written in history books. During the great chaos due to the storm, the most cold-blooded and bloodthirsty man in history was born, and this is a demon who washed the Commonwealth with blood, 7 heroes who reached the rank of epic. In the frame, the lights of the night city. The question sounds so what? The man stands in front of the sitting guy and asks if he wants it now. The guy excitedly shouts that he wants it. The man with an ominous look is surprised. He looks him in the eyes and says that even though he said he agreed, his heart is screaming that he doesn't want to learn this demon skill. The guy looks around excitedly, thinking what kind of nonsense he's talking about, because if he masters this skill, won't the Commonwealth want to arrest him for associating with him? The interlocutor stands next to him and says that even if he gives it to him, he won't be able to train. He puts his hand in his pocket and is surprised. He looks at the guy and says that he has another method and it's very interesting. Dao Xian holds a black object in his hands, asking if he'll practice. The guy looks at it silently. He puts the object in his hand. With a frightening look and glowing eyes, he asks if he'll reject the old man's kindness again. He denies. He closes his eyes and lets go of his hand. He turns around and leaves. He walks on. The guy looks ahead in shock and exhales. He stands in the middle of the night street and hopes that he won't be watching him from afar. The guy looks at the gift in his hand and realizes that he couldn't help but accept it. He holds a black case in his fingers. He sneezes loudly. He hurries down the street, realizing that he needs to go home first. He passes a couple of employees. The guy asks if they are here. She says yes. The protagonist turns around, hearing an order to stay in touch and search the entire area. There are gold signs on their chests. He sees a group of people and realizes that this is a group from the Commonwealth. The protagonist silently watches them and wonders what they are looking for Dao Xian. He runs on, realizing that it does not concern him. The frame shows the interior of the building. Something sounds at the door. The guy turns on the faucet. He stands in the bathroom and thinks about first the assassination attempt on Xian, now the meeting with the legendary villain. He wipes his head, thinking that he just wants to play games in peace. There are objects on the table. He thinks about not knowing this method and whether it is a blessing or a curse. The protagonist lies on the bed and exhales. There is a heart beating in the frame. The guy falls head over heels towards dozens of monsters' hands. They grab his face. He wakes up all in sweat. He runs forward and screams. He sits down near the toilet. He feels sick. He holds his head and does not understand what is happening. He closes his mouth and looks away. The inscription about the Lost Sutra of Immortality sparkles on the box. He takes it in his hands. He looks at it. The protagonist, standing in the bathroom, thinks about the fact that there is nothing unusual in this box. He wonders with interest whether it really is because of anemia. It is getting light outside. The guy is washing himself. The protagonist with a towel looks at the reflection and understands that clarity of consciousness has returned, and the discomfort has almost disappeared. He holds his head and goes forward, realizing that since he woke up, he can play. MC sits down on the bed with the phone. He smears blood on the screen. The character is burning. The system window says that the download is complete. He is in the ancient imperial city. The guy sees this in shock. The picture shows the skeleton general boss. The guy didn't expect him to still be there. The protagonist is sitting on the bed and realizes that the monsters from the game and the real ones don't affect each other in any way. He thinks about it and realizes it is about a spatial crystal of level 13. The protagonist stands in front of it thinking that it has finally appeared. In the frame of the characteristics, the guy realizes that the speed should have increased. The guy looks at the screen in surprise and realizes that 9 is the limit for a mortal who uses meditation through suffering. He sits on the bed and realizes that he thought that he could reach the legendary class with its help. The guy imagines Xian in armor and thinks that, as Dao Xian said, meditation through suffering is no match for natural invulnerability. He crosses his arms and with a dissatisfied face wonders where he can find a higher class method, and he can't study the one the demon gave him. The sun's rays fall on the computer. He wonders why she suddenly decides to give him such a valuable technique. Closing his eyes, he realizes that it would be stupid to improve using this method until everything becomes clear. He closes his eyes. His heart beats hard. The protagonist sighs with his eyes closed. He floats in the abyss. The ferocious hands of the monsters reach out. He understands that this is happening again. Dark fingers grab him by the neck. They reach out. The guy understands that this is definitely not anemia. Dawn is visible in the window. The protagonist looks at his hand in shock. He grabs the sheet and says that he is sure that the demon is to blame for everything. The guy stands in front of the sink, realizing that this cannot go on any longer, and that he urgently needs to come up with something. He imagines the face of Dao Xian, who said that there is an interesting way. He looks at the box. The guy sees it, and wonders if his health problems can be solved with the help of this thing. He opens it and sees sparkling hieroglyphs. He is shocked to realize what it is. Bright rays envelop the pages. The guy peers with interest. He sits in front of the object, and says that this is what the connection between chi energy and the magnetic field of the human body turns out to be. He crosses his arms and realizes that this really looks like an introduction to the cultivation method. The guy is sitting on the floor. He lies on the bed and realizes that he did not notice that he had been reading for so long. The guy got up from it and realizes that he needs to eat. There is a bowl and a broken egg on the table. The guy sits at the table and realizes that it was good. He looks up and realizes that he will now continue reading. He excitedly asks himself where he stopped. Putting his finger to his temple, he realizes that in this case he will read again. The main character is sitting on a large bed. He looks around and thinks, what the hell is this? There are hieroglyphs on the pages. He notices that he has a feeling that he is seeing this for the first time. The guy gets up and looking at it thinks that even if he has a bad memory, he could not instantly forget. He touches his fingers, saying that between the chi energy and the magnetic field of the human body. MC, looking down, thinks whether he turned off the light in the kitchen. Putting his hand to his chin, he wonders if he turned it off or not. He screams enthusiastically. He reads carefully, realizing that he again forgot absolutely everything he read. He is calmly silent. His eye lit up red. He runs his finger over the hieroglyphs. His vision is blurry. He grabs his head and realizes that he can't do it, and he concentrated with all his might but still somehow managed to get distracted. He looks ahead and thinks that what's even stranger is that everything he reads flies out of his head if he gets distracted for even a second. The guy is sitting on the floor and declaring that he won't give up so easily. He is sitting at the table with a pen and paper, getting ready to rewrite. He brings the pen up realizing that as soon as he started, he immediately forgot. He looks at the screen of his smartphone. He realizes that the camera does not recognize the text. He thinks that this thing is really very strange. Putting his fingers to his chin, he says that if he leaves it somewhere nearby, will he be able to get rid of nightmares and sleep paralysis? The protagonist takes the phone. He sees a call and notices that the number is not displayed. Sien walks down the street, asking if the guy has decided which university he is thinking about applying to. The guy excitedly says that he was just stuck in the game, realizing that he forgot that the results will be announced today. The interlocutor stands on the street and asks if he wants to go to the same place he does. Xian is at the top of the list. The protagonist specifies which one. The interlocutor says the name, smiling. The guy with the phone sits on a chair and understands him, realizing that he heard that he recently discovered an interdimensional area and interesting creatures. The city is burning with bright colors. He realizes that this is a really good choice. The guy nervously thinks about what if he remembers correctly. Jing stands behind the tall hero. One understands that the university is in the sphere of influence of the girl's family. MC is sitting on the couch with the phone. A cartoon character runs forward. Someone flies from above. A fierce insect hisses at him. He prepares a fireball in his hands. He shoots at the enemy. He strikes the monster. The protagonist, holding his head, understands that he should have already made significant progress, but for some reason there are still problems with flying ants with silver wings. He looks up nervously, saying that the huge speed can also fly and how to defeat him. Someone knocks on the door. The tired guy opens it and asks who came. A smiling Xian stands in front of him. The protagonist says his name in surprise. He comes inside, apologizing for disturbing him. The guy wonders if he invited him in. Xian walks around the room, while the protagonist wonders why he came because he said that he needed time to think about entering this university. He sees a sheet of paper in front of him and hears a request to read it. The protagonist sees hieroglyphs and asks what it is. Xian looks him in the face and talks about the secret data of the university. He points to the sheet and asks to look carefully. He points his finger at the diagram. The guy wonders if spatial creatures in the form of internal organs exist. Xian smiles and looks at the frightened interlocutor and says that similar creatures appear in the newly opened interdimensional area. He asks what's wrong with that. A stone in the form of a question falls on the head of the blue-haired guy. He, blazing, screams with rage whether he understands how unique this pet companion is. Because if his heart is destroyed, the creature can immediately become his replacement, and this is equivalent to a second life. The surprised guy says that it seems that these are really useful creatures. He closes his eyes realizing that he understands everything but simply does not have the strength to be surprised. Xian imagines the night city and says that this area is under the control of the university, and it is obvious that university students will be able to get there. He sits opposite the hero and says that if this information is officially made public, the best students in the world will rush there, but the recruitment is limited. The protagonist stands and thinks. He seriously states that he is entering there, realizing that he just needs to avoid Jing. Xian, sitting opposite, says that he heard that the girl's family is also entering there. The blue-haired guy sits on the couch and asks if he is scared. The protagonist nervously clarifies why he should be afraid. He clicks on the screen and asks to wait a minute because he is about to write an application. The interlocutor stands opposite and asks what to expect. The sports car is parked near the house. He advises to quickly pack his things and he will immediately go with him to Luoyang. The girl types something on the keyboard, stating that she just received the recordings from the cameras. The employees are sitting in front of the monitor. The man asks to turn on the recording from the street. They carefully look at the screen. The recording is reflected in the girl's glasses. She says that this guy has definitely contacted Dao Xian, and they need to find him urgently. Thunderstorms sparkle over the city. The car rushes forward along the road. The protagonist looks out the window and realizes that the journey takes twice as long due to the fact that he needs to go around all the zones. He watches what is happening and thinks that now he can't advance in the game in any way, and therefore every attempt is a waste of blood. He looks at Xian, who is driving. He closes his eyes. The protagonist clenches his fist. He looks up and thinks that if sleep paralysis starts while he is sleeping in the car, he will have problems. The guy holds his face thinking that he feels bad and whether it is a fever. He remembers the man's words about the body being the most important thing to win girls over, and he has so little chi and blood. One looks at the ceiling and realizes that he needs to take care of his health, and so he will try to play more moderately. He clenches his fist, thinking about the damned Dao Xian. The man with the box smirks. The protagonist holds his face and declares that he will definitely beat him up when he gets stronger. He looks ahead in fear. He looks around and nervously thinks about this feeling. He takes the box in his pocket. He looks in shock at how it glows. There are bright hieroglyphs on the case. He thinks about the Lost Sutra of Immortality. The protagonist sits in the back seat. He declares that the driver should watch the road, and Xian is meditating, and he does not think that they will pay attention to him. The guy squeezes the object in his hand, realizing that there is nothing wrong with this and besides, he has nothing to do at all. The car drives on. He realizes that he will just while away the time on the road. Bright sheets display inscriptions. Orange beams flow near the man. Sparks are visible from the guy's hands. He looks ahead with displeasure. Seeing his hands, he thinks that the Lost Sutra of Immortality has disappeared. He closes his eyes and wonders if this is a dream. When stands surrounded by inscriptions, he looks ahead in shock, realizing that he has finally read it completely. Bright beams come from the core. It has sharp ends. He pokes at the phone screen. The guy squeezes his hand. He sees the core and thinks that the panel has changed, and he will no longer be able to use meditation through suffering. The main character looks at the screen and asks what kind of technique this is. He sees the characteristics of strength and speed, realizing that surprisingly, he was able to even overcome the limit of 9 points set for the mortal class. One holds his chin with a grin, realizing that he has become stronger, and he really feels sorry for the demon. The car drives up to the mansion. The heroes are standing next to him. The guy says that he will sort everything out and they need to stay here until classes start. The protagonist looks at Xian and understands that he really is a rich man. The guy sits on the couch and asks if he lives alone and if there are any maids. He hands over a soda and says that he doesn't have any. He thanks him. The blue-haired hero drinks it while his partner realizes that it's hard to believe that a spoiled guy cleans such a huge house himself. A chandelier hangs on the ceiling, and the question, "Hello," sounds. The hero talks on the phone, saying that a new hotel has opened and in that case it's better to prepare the best. The protagonist sits on the couch and hears an exclamation that he will arrive soon. The guy closes his eyes, drinks the drink and asks if he's tired of pretending. Xian puts on a tie and says that since his older brother wants to see him like this, he will play along. The mansion stands under the blue sky. A statement sounds that he is leaving and after such a long trip he is probably tired and should rest in this case. The protagonist stands near the open doors. He takes hold of something. One begins to practice his punches. His fists begin to blaze. He looks at his hand and realizes that the Titan's fist has a very large amplitude of movement, and it is difficult to apply force so with an inch strike. An explosion occurs near the insect. The protagonist realizes that he tried to use it on flying ants, but they easily dodged. The guy crosses his arms and looks away and wonders what other techniques need to be used to win. He excitedly thinks about the skeleton's palm. His hand is smoking. He stands in the hall and realizes that this technique is very low rank and he does not know if it will be useful at all. MC strikes the air and screams. A stream of energy flies around the house. He excitedly realizes that it takes very little time to strike this blow, and unexpectedly the skeleton's palm goes very well with the blow. He hits the air again. The chandelier wobbles and he screams again. He sits tiredly on the floor and understands that this is a level 1 technique, but for some reason it takes a lot of spiritual power. He sits with gloves on and thinks that he is going to try this in the game now. He smears blood on the screen. The cartoon protagonist appears. He is riding a wild mutant ant. He is shocked to see the attack and realizes that his spiritual power is almost at zero due to training. He skillfully jumps back from the blow. The protagonist is surprised to say that it has recovered a little and the Lost Sutra of Immortality really accelerates the formation of vitality. The game character deals a powerful blow to the enemy. There is a flash and an explosion. He sees a system notification in front of him that the skill of the palm of the skeleton of the highest level has been learned. The guy sits with the phone and thinks that the energy consumption is also 5. In terms of strength, this skill can easily be compared with the fist of a titan. He points his finger at the skull icon and says that the ant has too little health and should try it on the skeleton general. The game character appears on the square. The guy realizes that he forgot that the game will restart only if the killed boss is reborn. He smiles and realizes that he can hit with all his might. The guy holds the gadget. One with a serious face notes that gradually he was able to get used to the way the skeleton general attacks. The game protagonist dodges the attacks. He strikes the skull using an ashen palm. He looks at the enemy with fear. A strong explosion occurs. Someone enters the room. The girl stands in front of the protagonist. The guy wipes his eyes. She looks at him with a displeased face. Wen jumps out of bed and asks who she is. The girl touches her hair and asks why he is the only one at home and where Xian is. He replies that he left. She closes her eyes and says that he is lazing around again, and he always hides when she comes on business. The girl walks away while the protagonist tries to figure out who she is. She walks away. She takes his hand. The girl leads him along hoping that he will be useful for something. The guy pulls his hand away shouting that he does not even know her. She points her finger, claiming that they are friends and he probably wants to help his older sister. The surprised guy thinks that it would not hurt to somehow repay his partner after his help. The protagonist scratches his head and wonders why they do not just let him play in peace. The girl stands opposite him discontentedly and clarifies what he is muttering. The guy stands in his underwear, declaring that first he needs to tidy himself up a little before going out. She embarrassedly asks him to do it faster. The action takes place at the university in the arena for companion pets. The girl is sitting on a motorcycle and the protagonist is behind her. She says that they have arrived. People walk towards them and exclaim Wei Yang, saying that she is finally there. The girl tells her partner that he shouldn't worry and all he needs to do is stand aside. The guy, looking at his smartphone screen, declares that he understands everything. People are standing in the middle of a bright street. Lights are shining on the ceiling of the building. A question is asked if the younger brother has arrived. The guy, hugging the blonde, claims that he knew that he would chicken out. They answer that there is no need to talk nonsense because she alone is enough. Wei Yang, with a displeased face, asks that if they fought together with the combat mutant, then why does he want to take his egg for himself? The blonde hides behind the guy's back. He explains that it is because he was the one who dealt the fatal be fair. He smirks. He stands still. The girl notices something. A character with bandages on his hands comes out of the darkness. The guy declares that a classmate will fight her. The guy with scars calmly watches. She is shocked, recognizing Du Dian. One looks away and thinks what is wrong with this guy because he has an angry expression on his face. They are standing in the arena opposite each other. The bald fighter calls for an attack on him. The girl is burning with pink flames. She calmly looks forward, wanting to get ready for the fight. The blonde man excitedly shouts that Wei Yang should not fight him because they do not need this egg. The main character stands nearby and asks what kind of person Du Dian is. She fearfully explains that he was called a demon. The fighter stands next to the beaten opponent. She explains that she heard that on the very first day he beat up a fourth-year student who wanted to make fun of him. The surprised guy wonders if this big guy is really that strong. Rays are hovering around the girl. The guy does not know if she can handle him. Guiyang stands with the girl, asking if she is scared. The heroine's leg flies into an attack. She swings, shouting for him to stop talking nonsense. She hits Du Dian on the neck. Her leg is on his neck. She is shocked to notice that he has strong defense. The girl does a somersault. She strikes again, shouting about super acceleration. She hits the bald opponent, who does not care at all. Her leg flies into an attack. He calmly takes her leg. Wei Yang is shocked to notice this. He throws her on the floor. The girl lies in a crack in the ground. He stands in front of her, warning her that she is not his opponent. The bloodied heroine coughs. He delivers a strong kick and she flies away. He asks with a smirk if she really still wants to fight. A friend stands next to the girl and shouts that they do not need this egg. The blonde hugs him and tells Wei Yang that they said so themselves. She can hardly stand on her feet. With a bloodied face, the girl declares that she will continue. Du Dian slams her into the ground again. A strong shockwave occurs. The fighter stands in the arena and claims that she has already lost. He stands with his back to her and hears from her about the fight. He turns around in rage, swinging his fist. The protagonist runs to help, not understanding what she wants to achieve by this. The fighters' fists collide. The bald fighter, shocked, asks who he is. The protagonist with a serious face states that his name is Wen, and from this year he will be starting his studies at the university. Guiyan, arms crossed, says that the newcomer wants to heroically save the beauty, in which he wishes her success. The beaten girl stands behind him and warns the protagonist that it is dangerous there, and that he needs to leave immediately. The guy silently glances at her. He picks her up. He carries her away, stating that she needs to rest. She screams to be let go. The girls stand next to her and ask if she is okay. The bloodied heroine turns around. Wen stands in front of Du Dian, stating that they do not need to fight at full strength, because no one is able to take responsibility for what can happen. The guy, arms crossed, asks how he is going to fight. The protagonist, blazing, declares that he will allow him to strike if he retreats less than 3 steps, and he admits defeat. The opponent, blazing with red fire, suggests that they start hitting already and not waste time. The protagonist with a flaming fist declares that the blow can be quite powerful. The spectators stand nearby, not believing that their classmate agreed so easily. Sume says in surprise that he will lose if he moves. The guy with dreadlocks asks if she really thinks that he is at a disadvantage. He advises her with confidence in his face to calm down because he received his spiritual power skill from the crystal of a needle porcupine. The fighter looks fiercely forward. It is said that in addition, his body is stronger than steel, and it also has a terrifying ability to reflect attacks on the opponent. Behind him is a huge monster. It is said that the skill has already been pumped up to level 9, and the last one who asked him for a challenge in the same way lost his arm. Guiyang recalls this moment with a grin. The protagonist flies into the attack. The spectator thinks that if he thinks that he has chosen a successful tactic, then he will be greatly disappointed. His fist rushes forward. He hits the enemy's body. He clenches his teeth. The fist touches his stomach. There is a strong flash. Du Dian stands in front of the explosion. He slides his foot on the ground. The opponents stand in front of each other. Dust flies apart. Surprised, Wei Yang watches the fight. The bald fighter stands silently in place. The guy with the bloody fist declares that he allowed him to win. The opponent nods silently. He stands in front and says that he admits defeat. Dim lights are visible in the arena. He warns that if he loses, he must pay. Guiyang scratches his head and says that he will arrange for it to be delivered. The blonde asks discontentedly why this is happening. She furiously asks why they should give up the egg because they need the consent of all team members, and she did not give hers. The guy hits her in the face. He seriously says that a loss is a loss, and he always keeps his word. The main character is depicted next to Guiyang, who asks his name. He walks away declaring that he remembered it. The heroes look after him. MC is shocked to hear from them that it was cool and are all the graduates of this year so strong, and what is the name of the move he just used. Wei Yang, looking beaten, calls him by name. She sees blood and talks about his hand. He looks around and says that it is just a small wound and the bleeding will stop and everything will be fine. The embarrassed girl hears that she needs to go to the medical center as soon as possible. He picks her up and carries her. She says with a smile that it turns out that Xian has such friends. The mansion stands under the blue sky. The guy looks at his phone and says that he did not expect it to take so long. He pokes his fingers at the screen, realizing that he will finally be able to play. The doors swing open and someone is standing behind the nervous hero. He sadly says that his older sister broke the door and the phone did not even have time to warm up. He puts his hand on his shoulder. Xian with a grin asks if he remembers about the zone he talked about in which there are creatures in the shape of internal organs. He smiles and asks if the protagonist wants to go with him. Some light is leaking through the curtain. The guy looks at the screen and asks if he wants to go take a look, and then adds that as far as he remembers, they can't enter this area before the training begins. The young man grins. Smiling widely, he asks if he has forgotten who Li Xian is. He can easily take him there. The young man glows with happiness. The young man pressed his finger on the screen. The blue-haired man came close to him and asked if he could at least react somehow, because brother Xian is great. Disdain appeared on his face when the protagonist said that he did not feel sincerity. He walked in the opposite direction and told him to go to bed, because he needs to get up early tomorrow. The protagonist looked at the screen. He looked at the pet icon, and then called Xian. He turned around. The brunette looked at him and asked what is needed to get a pet from a legendary level egg. The blue-eyed man opened his mouth and asked if he wanted to breed a skeleton general, and then advised him to think carefully before doing so. He imagined the egg hanging in the air and said that it should have more than 10 points of spiritual power. The man was bent back, and the guy continued that if there is not enough spiritual power, it will be replaced by blood and body, often leading to serious injuries and even disability. When opened his mouth and asked, often, so there are exceptions. The blue-haired man folded his arms across his chest and replied that he was an exception. Natural invulnerability and high regeneration allow him to quickly restore vitality, so he can breed several legendary level creatures without consequences. He opened his mouth and added that there is a big difference. He will not succeed either, and it is better to abandon this idea. But if he is not afraid of death, then go ahead. The main character lay on the bed and said that in the game he is not afraid of dying. Squeezing the egg in his hand, he thought that it was real. Sitting up on the bed he said, right, since this phone uses real objects to create dungeons then. He took a photo. The egg began to separate into layers. A status window appeared, the item was added to the inventory. The protagonist brought the screen to his face and exclaimed that even all the qualities were immediately determined. Prof. Gray, he thought what kind of fusion this was. His finger approached this button. A status window appeared, a mighty mutant ant was found in the inventory, compatibility 47%, and a choice whether to start fusion. The young man backed to the yes button. The spiral spun. One raised his hand to his face and said that perhaps his spiritual strength was not enough to breed a skeleton general, but he would first see what would happen to this ant when merging with a legendary level egg. It was difficult to predict the result. An insect appeared in the center of the vortex. The young man exclaimed that he had succeeded. He watched with interest. The status window of the mutant bone ant appeared. It had a mortal level. Blue-eyed looked at the screen and said that it remained mortal, even when merging with the legendary level, but the value of strength and physical data rose to 10 and a new skill appeared. Not everything is so bad. He raised his head looking at the ant and thought that this time he would definitely be able to defeat the winged ant. The arthropod headed down. The guy raised his hand and ordered the bone ant to hold it. Its eyes lit up. He tried to strike, but the second ant dodged. The blows were delivered one after another. Red-eyed flew to the side. The winged ant headed towards the protagonist. Something flew past him. The protagonist clenched his fist and said, "Got caught." The wing twitched. The guy stumbled. His body was cut into two parts. The screen went dark. Looking at the phone, he thought that just now, it was a spiritual power skill based on flight. The young man was stunned. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the house. One looked ahead in confusion. In front of him was a huge beast, and he asked his comrade if he should ride it. The guy smiled, calling it very beautiful. The beast looked at them when Xian explained that it was a legendary white tiger with jade eyes, and he had to try very hard to bring it out. The hero stroked the beast, saying that it would definitely attract a lot of attention, and also asked if it was going to put on a show in front of his older brother. Xian, sitting on the tiger, replied that he was not one to silently endure being beaten. And with a wink, he added that he would never give back what he deserved. One extended his hand to him, and together they went forward. The tiger quickly ran down the street. The hero felt uneasy thinking about going by car. Among the others, the tallest building was visible. The man brought the card to the reader. The guard said that he could go through. The facade of the house was brightly lit. The glass doors closed. A glass shaft went down, and the guy said that the capital united 30 ancient cities fell under the influence of a spatial storm, and this entire area sank heavily, finding itself connected to an unknown underground world. The light fell on the statue, and he added that this is why this place is also called the underground city of Buddha. A signal sounded, and the door opened. A lot of people gathered in the square. Someone wanted to exchange power crystals for speed crystals. People were sitting on the ground, and the man named his crystals with excellent characteristics, saying that they could not be cheaper. Another raised his hands to his face, offering to join a team. One looked around, asking if this was really an interdimensional zone, and noting that the students had set up kiosks here, Xian replied that the military had already cleared the perimeter, so it was quite safe near the exit, and as for things, there was nothing good sold here. Taking out his phone, he said that he had a map that the military used. The sound of stomping could be heard in the corridor. They stopped at the passage, and the comrade said that most likely this was the same underground pond where the lotus of the Buddha's heart grows. One looked down. There was a drawing under his foot. He pointed the phone camera at it. An image of a lotus appeared on the screen, and he thought about the fact that there was a dungeon in the game that duplicated this place. Xian turned to him, asked him to stop taking pictures for memory and catch up with him quickly. They both went further. A green glow was visible at the exit. Many flowers grew on the surface of the water. One of them blossomed, and the guy said that it was a lotus of the heart of Buddha, shaped like a heart. He put his hand behind his head, noting that they were not so easy to get, not understanding why they could not grow closer to the shore, and the hero asked if it was possible to just swim. He looked at his comrade, hearing that this was not possible. There were many bones at the bottom, and he said that this water dissolves flesh, so any living creature that falls into it will turn into a skeleton. Xian brought his hand to his face, thinking about what he could do. Someone rushed between them. The light fell on white feathers. There were large wings on the man's back. The boy looked down, thinking that the flowers could only be reached by flying. The bud was glowing brightly. Something flew out of it. The man moved his hand to the side, summoning his sword. The swing left a bright trace. He sent a wave in front of him, using the split moon. The blow caught the flower. The hero and his companion watched this, and the boy said that it was not surprising, because the man's family was famous for its swordsmanship. Luo continued to strike the flowers, and the boy added that there was nothing special about it. His wings were shining. Xian looked at them with annoyance, thinking that it looked very impressive, and he would have definitely tried to get a flying pet companion if he had known about them earlier. He glanced at his phone, suggesting that they look elsewhere, because there should be other spatial creatures here. Frowning, he added that this area is especially abnormal, and the military classifies it as an unknown danger zone. One was a little worried, asking what it meant. The comrade showed the screen, saying that many soldiers died during the exploration of this area. He also introduced the fallen soldiers, saying that they were not attacked, but simply died on the way due to organ failure. Xian looked at the phone screen again, saying that for their own safety, they should not rush and act rashly. There was some movement in the water. They noticed it. A white flower appeared from under the water. There were many faces on its bud. Xian looked at it intently. One also looked at it, not understanding what kind of monster it was. The flower splashed water everywhere. The stream flew near Luo. A moment later, a Pegasus appeared next to him, which he asked to hold on for a little while longer. The enemy noticed him. A red beam hit the pet. Only a skeleton remained of the Pegasus. Luo fell into the water. The hero opened his mouth wide, telling him to be careful, and his companion noted that he would be finished as soon as he fell. But Luo landed on a leaf. Then he jumped off it. Xian put his hands in his pocket, noting that the spiritual power skills made it easier to move, but he was already too far from the shore. He looked at the hero and asked what he was doing. One lowered his gloved hand, noticing that the water from the pond could not cause harm, it seemed to only affect flesh. He looked at the surface of the water, and it stopped, becoming brighter. Xian stood behind, wanting to know what he was planning. The hero, looking forward, decided that he would go save him. His foot pushed off the leaf. Luo jumped high into the air. Seeing only the water under his feet, he realized that there were no more leaves. A ray burst out of the flower. It rushed towards the boy. Waves rose on the water. The companion broke out from under the water. Luo frowned at him. The boy covered his head with his hands. He looked behind him in surprise. He blocked the red beam. Water flowed down the ant. Luo landed on his back. When opened his mouth wide, turning to his companion. His eyes were shining brightly. The ant moved forward. The boy held on to his back. Red beams burst out of the buds, but the companion reflected them. In this way, the ant carried Luo away. Soon he reached the shore. When looked at him silently, Luo was noticeably surprised, noting that he now knew what kind of companion he had. He descended to the ground, asking the hero's name. Looking at him, the hero said his name. Then the boy bowed, thanking him for saving him, but when said that he had done nothing special. Holding his hands in a gesture, Luo promised to repay his kindness one day. The hero looked at his comrade. Xian looked up. He saw an ant, asking what kind of pet it was. Looking at it, the hero replied that it was a bone ant. Xian brought his hand to his face, noting that it was cool. His dappa stood in the water. It did not corrode him, since he was already a skeleton. Also, seeing how the water flowed down his face, he noted that both it and the seed attack did not cause him any damage. Pointing to the enemies, his comrade suggested that they use it to defeat the flower. Looking at their faces, he added that he had a premonition that there was a real treasure inside. When looked at it, thinking that it did not look like an ordinary mutated Buddha's heart lotus, and perhaps a legendary level creature was hidden inside. Taking a closer look, he also thought that this was not a game, and if the bone ant died now, he would lose it. Still, when decided to remove it, Xian put his hand behind his head, not understanding what he was afraid of. It was just a pet companion, and if they managed to kill this monster, they would get much more. Frowning, the hero replied that he was not gambling. His comrade followed him, noting that he was not as cold-blooded as he wanted to seem. The rays of the sun illuminated the room. Xian looked at the screen of his phone, saying that 2 passes were wasted, and tomorrow rumors about the giant lotus would spread, and that he would not be surprised if someone bypassed them. Wen also held the phone in his hands, answering that he would go to his room, asking for a copy of the map of Buddha City, because it might come in handy someday. Looking after the hero as he left, his comrade noted that he seemed to be in a good mood. A bright trace was visible from under the door. A finger touched the screen. A picture of a lotus appeared on it. So he found himself in the underground city of Buddha, noticing that there were many more flowers here, and they were even near the shore. Looking further, he did not find a giant lotus. A bone ant appeared behind him. At the same time, the large lotus remained on the surface of the water. He opened his eyes, noticing something. There were several people standing on the shore, with a bird on their backs. One of those present asked if this was the lotus that Luo had spoken of, and the second was surprised by its size, hoping that something valuable would fall out of it. The guy in the hat smiled, noting that his comrade was very careful and immediately summoned his strongest pet of the legendary level. He adjusted his glasses. The golden-headed eagle flew over the lotus, and he said that he would destroy this flower. The bud was divided into 2 parts. When Swing left a bright mark, the ant pounced on the other. He also managed to divide the flower. A blue crystal appeared from it. The hero looked at the phone screen, thinking that he had cleared so much and finally got something. His character picked up the crystal in his hand, noticing that it was a skill crystal, although Luo hadn't said anything about what kind of spiritual power skill the Lotus of Freedom dropped. He remembered the red rays, thinking that from the way he attacked the flower, he could guess that there was some kind of hidden weapon. A bright glow surrounded the character. One was surrounded by the same. Closing his eyes, he felt a warmth that was different from the pain of a titan's fist. A drop of water touched his heart. The system notified that the skill Calm Heart level 7 had been learned. The hero covered his face with his hand, surprised by this. Surrounding himself with the glow again, he decided to see how it worked. The glow became brighter. Looking a little upset, he noted that it did nothing except feel warm, and it was no wonder that Xian forgot to even mention this skill. A notification appeared on the phone. The beam hit the ant in the game. His character covered his head with his hand. A bud emerged from under the water. It opened up, and the system notified that it was a Buddha heart lotus with a bloody pattern. One smiled and was glad that this monster was also in the game. The companion rushed into battle. Frowning, the guy said that they had nothing to fear in the game. The ant's eyes glowed brightly. He jumped forward. The boss's attacks were directed at him. So 3 powerful explosions sounded, but the ant continued to approach. The flower began to hide under the water. The hero looked at this, noticing that it wanted to escape. The companion almost caught up with him, and the guy said to finish with him. Then the flower opened up, showing its teeth. It managed to swallow the ant. One was shocked by this. His character looked at the water, noting that there was no bone ant now, and he himself could not enter. He raised his hand to his face, thinking that the ant would reappear anyway, so he might as well go to the forbidden area that Xian had spoken of. So the boy headed into the passage. Water was flowing down the ruins. There was a Buddha image on the walls. As he walked up the stairs, he noticed that this place was very strange and he hadn't encountered any monsters on the way here. Suddenly, something caught his attention. As he walked down the other side, the hero noticed that the forbidden area was right in front of him. A temple was visible ahead. He noticed the sign that said it was a small Buddha temple. The character took a step forward. A message about the game over appeared on the phone screen. When looked at the phone screen, not understanding how this happened, he swiped his finger across it again. Having climbed onto the bridge, the guy decided to try again. The character's stomach twisted. His foot touched the ground and a message about the game over immediately appeared on the screen. The hero put his hand on his chest, noting that when the character died, his insides twisted a little. He remembered the dead soldiers, thinking that everything was exactly as Xian said, and there was no external damage, but the internal organs were failing. The hero sat on the bed, saying that this was an abnormal zone, and it was no wonder that even the military was completely helpless. He put the phone aside. When lay down on the bed, deciding that it would be better to sleep. The sun was rising over the city, and its rays illuminated the room. Xian smiled, saying that as expected, the news of the Buddha's heart lotus had caused a lot of noise. The hero brushed his teeth, asking what happened. The comrade, looking at the phone, replied that last night, a senior tried to kill the flower with an air attack from his golden-headed eagle. Imagining this, he said that its feathers ended up burning, calling it funny. One looked at him with displeasure, thinking that if he had listened to him, everyone would have laughed at them today. Xian looked at the phone with a smile, saying that this news simply blew up the university. There were many comments, and the guy noted that it would soon be more fun, because many people would want to try it. Wiping his face, the hero asked if the military was going to take action. He put the towel on his shoulders, hearing that although the flower was quite strong, there would still be those among the military and students who could destroy it. Xian looked away, adding that since the military had not intervened yet, it would probably continue to be like this. Imagining a blocked road, he said that the Commonwealth has long had clear rules for such situations, and for the military to take action, the creature must pose a certain level of danger. A different algorithm is provided only under special circumstances. Someone's shadow fell on the door, when he also said that this was an opportunity for them to get resources. Someone knocked on it. Wen's phone rang when his friend told the guest to come in. He saw that it was his father calling. The guy brought the phone to his ear. The man was standing by the window, asking if his son was in Luoyang. He looked away and said that it was so, and asked what happened. The man smiled, about to say something. He introduced the girl with a mug, saying that his new mother wanted to meet and have lunch together. Putting his hand in his pocket, Wen said that he was fine now, so he did not want him to ruin everything. Words were heard from the high ceiling that they were looking for him. The hero headed to the entrance, telling his father that he was happy for him, but asked not to disturb him. But he replied that he should not embarrass his father, and Lan also offered to bring him. These words surprised the hero. He took the phone away from his ear, hearing that his father did not even have time to find out where his son was, and she left in the morning. A shine was visible in her hair. Wen lowered his eyebrows. Jing folded her arms across her chest. Xian's surprise was heard throughout the room that the man Lan was marrying was the hero's father. The comrade raised his hand to his face, noting that he should have guessed from the same last name. Wen, putting his hand behind his head, noted that this only concerned his father, and he had nothing to do with him. The girl looked at him with displeasure. Closing her eyes, she said that the car was outside the gate. The hero covered his face with his hand. He looked at Jing, thinking that when he arrived, he was going to avoid her family at all costs, but they themselves showed up uninvited. Xian gave him an approving gesture when the hero said that he needed to leave for a while. Together with the girl, they went outside. She walked ahead, saying that he did not practice shooting at the sun. Taking a small object in his hand, he said that his father did not send anything like that. An angry Jing turned around, indignant that he considered it fake. The girl walked forward, calling it great that he did not practice, saying that she wanted to harm him. He looked at her silently, wondering why she was so angry about this. Holding the item in his hand, he thought that whether this method was real or not no longer mattered. After all, he was using the Lost Immortality Sutra, and other methods of cultivating spiritual power were no longer available to him. Jing stood by the car, asking if he was going to get in. Someone was watching them through the lens. The stranger lowered the camera. There were several documents hanging on the wall, and someone told the captain that they had received the data. On the tablet was Wen's picture, and it was also noted that he was a brilliant disciple who had won second place in the martial skills test. The girl held the tablet, also saying that he was currently in Luoyang, and it was no wonder they could not find him in guide. The man stood with his back to her, noting that the guy had no connection with Daoxian. The other man smiled, saying that there was other interesting information. She imagined the hero next to his father, saying that he had recently married a widow from the Yin family. The captain pursed his lips when he heard this. Afterwards, he raised his hand to his face, wondering how such a man could have attracted Lan. His glasses reflected the light, and he asked if it was possible that he had gotten mixed up with a group that operated from abroad. The other party looked at the tablet screen, answering that although Feng had reached the legendary level several years ago, his age was different. She imagined several people like this, saying that in this group, everyone would laugh at him. Looking at the captain in surprise, she assumed that Lan simply liked him. The other party lowered his head, saying that this could not be true, and she was not like that at all. Imagining many hands reaching out, he told her that when the head of her family died, great changes began, and many wanted to grab a piece of influence for themselves while they could. But Zhou, who was only 13 years old at the time, was able to hold on to power. Introducing Lan in a hedge maze was visible in the courtyard, and the girl said that they had arrived. When got out of the car, seeing the palace in front of him, he called it impressive. Feng stood next to Lan. The woman smiled, telling the hero that she really wanted to meet him. Delicious dishes are on the table. The woman asks with a smile to try it, because she cooked it herself. Delicious food is on a plate. She explains that the shrimp are very fresh. They were delivered in the morning and Jing likes them the most. She sits at the table and agrees with a smile. She asks again in surprise when she hears that one is today's guest, but it is. She smiles and says that this is a pass to his personal room in the dorm. Because Feng once said that the guy likes to live alone, and so she decided to prepare such a gift for him. The amazed protagonist thinks that this is a really useful gift, and if he lives alone, no one will stop him from playing games. He looks down and wonders how his father knows what he needs. The guy takes the pass and thanks the aunt. She touches her hair, asking if she really looks like an aunt. She asks to call her Mrs. Lan with a mysterious smile. The surprised guy realizes that women really are very worried about their age. The protagonist's furniture is shown. He comes home and realizes that Xian has gone somewhere again. He exclaims in delight that this is great because he can play as much as he wants. A cartoon game character fights insects. He sees a bright crystal and realizes that the egg has fallen again. The system window says that this is a mighty mutant ant of the deadly level. The innate skill of the Titan's fist is level 2. The protagonist pokes at the screen saying that last time the stats were much better. The insect flies to attack. He deftly dodges. He looks in shock and screams that it is ugly to attack like that. The eyes of the flying monster are burning. He attacks again, but the protagonist jumps. He steps over the beams, realizing that now he needs to patiently dodge, otherwise he will be killed immediately. The enemy flies towards him. The protagonist realizes that this is his chance. He blocks the blow and screams in pain. With a cut on his face, he realizes that he needs to find a way to kill him with one blow. The enemy continues to fly. He suddenly disappeared. The protagonist with a burning fist thinks about armor and a trick. He closes his eyes and realizes that since he still can't follow the movements, the silhouette of the insect appears behind him. He clenches his fist, realizing that he can only guess where it will end up. He delivers a hard blow to the flying enemy's body. The insect flies to attack. The protagonist puts out his hand. The game character hits it with all his might. The monster is surprised. There is a strong explosion with a bright blue flash. The monster's claws are visible in the frame. The insect stands in front of him. The guy realizes that he can still move. He jumps from above, offering to try it. He hits the enemy with all his might. The protagonist stands tiredly in front of the defeated enemy. A red core appears. The surprised guy with a phone in his hand says that he got the egg on the first try. The game character stands in front of the system window with the choice to hatch a pet, or use it to merge with a bone ant with 20% compatibility. The protagonist is surprised to think that there must be some kind of error. He imagines the monsters and wonders that they are both ants and why the compatibility is lower than with the skeleton general earlier. He sees the withdraw button and thinks why not try to withdraw a legendary pet from it. He swallows excitedly and asks himself that even if nothing works, it will not affect reality in any way. He sits with the phone in his hands and thinks whether it is worth trying. He points his finger at the button. The game character points his hand to the window and shouts that he is ready to take a risk. Suddenly, he finds himself in the middle of space. Energy envelopes his body. He talks about his spiritual powers. Bright rays move along the spatial tunnel. The egg begins to glow brightly. The guy in real life is lying on the floor and screaming in pain. His body is burning red. He realizes that his back is being torn apart by sharp fangs. He clenches his teeth in pain. He begins to cough up blood. Blood splashes spread across the floor. His strength leaves him and he realizes that he is losing a lot of blood. He lies face down near the bed. Something is beeping in the phone. Bright yellow hieroglyphs fill the space. The protagonist is shocked to see this. He tries to get up. The guy with a bloody mouth realizes that it's good that this happened in the game because if he had done this in real life, he would already be dead. He runs blood across the screen, saying that he wonders what happens if the hatching is unsuccessful. He wipes his mouth and says that probably in the worst case, the egg just disappears. The protagonist looks forward in shock. The slot glows brightly. He wonders if it hatched after all. The game character appears near the flowers. He exclaims that this is wonderful and thanks to the ant, he will finally be able to fly, and so he will deal with the lotus. He forms an energy ball near himself, screaming about the call. The white ball is in the center of the raging red energy. A red flying pet appears near the game character. The character's body is petrified from shock. A scream is heard throughout the mansion. What nonsense. The system window says that the pet is in the initial stage and is the king of low-level flight with the skill of flashing wings. The guy is perplexed, trying to understand what this initial stage is. The protagonist looks at the screen and wonders if he is too weak for a legendary creature, and although he is pretty good when trying to kill him. The character holds him and says that he is cute. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a sound. The pet smiles. The system window says that he is very hungry and needs to be fed urgently. The protagonist with the phone is thinking about what to feed him. He pokes at the screen. The system asks to choose what to feed the pet, namely a bone ant or a mighty ant in an egg. One looks at the screen in shock and asks that this little one eats only this. The game character holds him angrily, wondering who created him like this and why he can't eat monsters. He just smiles sweetly. The protagonist pokes his finger discontentedly. He chooses to give him an egg. The pet begins to glow brightly. The guy understands that apparently this only solves the problem of hunger, and raising him is not so easy. The protagonist stands in front of the energy ball, saying that he cannot yet fully fight and needs to see what he can do in the form of wings. Bright objects form out of nothing. The surprised game character sees wings on his back and says that they are small. He takes off, realizing that the ant cave is spacious and he will try to fly. The enthusiastic hero flies forward. The guy with the phone smiles and shouts that it is fast. The character flies from side to side. The protagonist considers this good maneuverability. He looks down, realizing that he cannot fly higher. He thinks and says that the agility of the king of flight is manifested only at low altitudes. He sees monsters below and realizes that since he can already fly, there is no point in killing ants anymore. The protagonist flies further to continue exploring the cave. They crawl along the ceiling. The game character rushes forward, realizing that it is narrowing. The monsters raise their heads while the guy realizes that it is strange. The game character looks forward in shock. He looks at thousands of insects, realizing that there are too many of them. Smiling, the guy realizes that now he can fly, and even though there are a lot of them, they won't catch him. A giant hand of insects flies towards him. They hit him. The ants piled up from above. Light is visible between them, and the guy screams about the ashen palm. A strong explosion occurs. A stream of energy sweeps everything away. The protagonist flies further. He falls down onto a large stone platform with an egg. The egg begins to glow. The surprised protagonist thinks that it is an anthill. Monsters begin to fly out of it. They surround the protagonist, who screams. The game character dies as a result. The guy with the phone thinks that there are still many interesting things in the dungeon. He imagines the pet and realizes that he is sorry that his abilities do not yet allow him to get close to the anthill, and he needs to return the baby to his previous appearance. He is surprised to hear his stomach rumble. He opens the refrigerator. It is empty. The protagonist realizes that he will probably have to take a walk. The protagonist is walking down the street. A car passes by. It is said that the subject has left the house and is heading towards the main street, and whether he needs to be grabbed now. The girl puts on lipstick and says that no, there are too many people, and the old man asks not to reveal their identities, and she takes everything upon herself. The protagonist puts his hands in his pockets and goes on. The girl lifts her dress. She stands defiantly opposite, realizing that the boy will not be able to resist her. The guy calmly looks forward. Lisa, being around the corner, notices that he has almost come up. She suddenly appears in front of him. She falls and screams that she is in pain. With a sweet look, she asks the boy to help. The protagonist just passes by. She does not believe it. The girl clenches her teeth and asks how he dared to ignore her charm. She runs after him, realizing that she needs to use her trump card. The guy goes on thinking that now he can fly and will be able to get to the pond with lotuses easier, but to overcome it he still needs. The girl takes his hand and calls out to the boy. He turns and hears the question where he is going so quickly. He asks who she is. Lisa embarrassedly says that she got lost and just fell. She thinks that all this happened in front of his eyes, and he still asks. The guy looks at his phone and says that he will call the police for her. She shouts wait. She touches his phone with her palm. Adjusting her hair, the girl says that she wants him to just walk her home. The guy just leaves, saying that he still needs to have dinner, and she should find someone else. Lisa stands behind and wonders if food is really more attractive to him than her. She is on fire, screaming that if he does not want it the good way, then it will be the bad way. A bright red ball appears in her hand. She says that she will beat him unconscious and take him away by force. The girl puts out her hand and moves towards the guy's back. A strong explosion occurs. The protagonist lands. The girl looks up. The protagonist with wings stands above. He realizes in shock that it is her. Lisa looks displeased. The guy realizes that it was she who was tracking Daoxian then. She excitedly understands that he is clever, and she underestimated him in vain. A bright circle of fire forms around her. She decides to take the matter more seriously. The guy with the phone is standing on the stand and says on the phone that he was attacked. She clenches her teeth, realizing that if this continues, she will definitely be exposed, and there will be a lot of problems if the family suspects. Lisa silently turns around. She walks away, shouting that this time she is letting him go. The guy standing on the sign thinks if she left. He lowers the smartphone and exhales. He lands wondering why the people from the Commonwealth needed him, because he did nothing. Closing his eyes, the guy thinks. He understands something in shock. The night city is burning with bright colors. MC thinks that they took him for an ally of Dao Xian. The phone is on the table when calls it. Xian is standing in the bar and sees this. He picks up the phone with a smile and says that he never thought that he would ever decide to call him. He hears with a serious face that he asks to find a quiet place. The protagonist with the phone to his ear declares that he needs to tell him something important. The blue-haired guy stands near the wall and asks if it is true that he met Dao Xian. He looks up and declares that he envies him because he also wants to meet such a legendary character. The protagonist with the phone in his hands realizes that it is good that he did not tell him about the part of the Immortality Sutra that interested the Demon King the most, because then he would have gone crazy with delight. The guy sits on the couch and hears that, apparently, the enemies were hyenas. Xian, smiling, shows the girl a sign of love and declares that this is a special organization that was created to solve problems that the Commonwealth cannot deal with by legal means. Fierce predators eat meat. The guy explains that they act with particular cruelty without thinking about the methods and consequences, and they have a bad reputation, which is why they are called that. One thinks that from the name it is clear that they will bring a lot of trouble. Xian with a serious face hears the question if he knows any way to quickly enroll in the university. He smiles and says that this is smart, and although the special inspection has almost complete freedom of action, they cannot work too openly or disregard the university. The guy with a dissatisfied face hears that since this is the family's sphere of influence, he just needs to stay close to them and then the hyenas will not dare to do anything to him. MC asks not to suggest this. The blue-haired guy standing by the wall says that this is a trifle and in any case he will also apply for early enrollment. The guy with the phone to his ear thanks him, hearing that he will talk to the old man and maybe there is another way to deal with his problem. He presses the call rejection icon. He holds the phone in his hands and thinks why something always happens to him. The protagonist calmly realizes that everything would change if only he became stronger. A white building stands under a blue sky. The events take place in the Commonwealth Inspection Department. A man bangs on the table, shouting that he has told her many times to act secretly and unnoticed. A girl stands in front of him, guiltily, and hears that his superiors recently called him, and how he should explain this to them. Lisa in a dress says that it is the fault of her subordinates, who incorrectly determined the preferences and strength of the target. She puts her hand on her chest and asks for another chance. The man in glasses asks again, noting that it will be even more difficult to get to win now. He puts a folder on the table and asks to look at it. She looks down, worried. The long-haired man says that he asked the mentor to find secret information about Ouyang and the Lan family, and that she needs to read it. She reads what is written there in surprise. Sweat runs down her face, and she realizes that this cannot be. She leans on the table and asks if this seat was not intended for Jing, and why the family allowed an outsider to take the place. The boss, sitting on a chair, says that he agrees that it is inexplicable, but there is no mistake. The protagonist stands back to back with the girl. It is said that the Lan family used their right to make changes once and gave the place to him. He thoughtfully realizes that everything converges on him. His photo is in the folder. He declares that the protagonist is really interesting. The protagonist sneezes. Wiping his nose, he assumes that someone remembers him. The guy looks up, realizing that he has arrived. He stands in front of the futuristic entrance to the university. The protagonist walks through the garden, talking about the Garden of the Four Seasons. He sees the building and understands that it is most likely the right one. The protagonist climbs the steps. He touches the pass to the scanner. He enters a bright and spacious room. He sees a beautiful interior and realizes that Mrs. Lan has arranged everything unusually. He smiles and declares that a new life has begun. He opens his backpack and says that he was in such a hurry to come that he took too few things and needs to buy something else. MC looks at the smartphone screen and remembers that there should definitely be a store on campus and needs a navigator. The protagonist leaves the room. The girl goes down the steps. He looks up with a sad face. Jing comes up to him. He asks if it's true that she lives on the floor above. She looks at him in amazement and remains silent. With a displeased face, the heroine turns away and leaves. She goes downstairs. The guy doesn't understand why she's still angry. The protagonist follows and realizes that he'll just pretend that nothing happened. There's a building in the frame. The protagonist with the phone notices that according to the map, the store should be nearby. He looks around and assumes that he's gone the wrong way. The guy holds his head and realizes that it's somehow empty around him, and he doesn't know if there's anyone he can ask for directions. He's surprised to hear the sounds of a cat. The protagonist looks down. He looks into the alley and hears someone calling another obedient, and wishing him to behave well. The guy goes forward remembering that the voice is quite familiar. He looks out and asks for directions. He sees a happy Dudian, who is petting cats. The protagonist stands in shock. He sees a fighter and calls him by name. A white cat is eating food from a bowl. The fighter silently lets go of the other cat. He takes the guy by the shoulder. With a terrifying look, he says that if he tells anyone, he is dead. The guy excitedly says that he just wanted to clarify where the store is. He takes his hand away and says okay. The fighter points to the side and says that this is the old part of the campus, and he will find guards who will lead him to the store. He walks forward and says that he wanted to say something else. With red eyes, the fighter threatens him not to bother them. The hooded fighter walks on. The guy pets the cat. The warrior stands in front of a huge dragon. It is said that after the spatial storm, people were able to enter into contracts and subjugate creatures with power, and most now do not consider it necessary to pay attention to simple earthly animals. Dudian closes his eyes in embarrassment. No one could have guessed. The main character strokes the cats and says that he means that the tiger also enjoys the scent of roses. The guy sees on the screen the inscription that the game is over and exclaims that he died again. The main character grabs his head and says that he does not understand what is happening at all. He bites his nails. The game character stands on the steps and understands that he is sure of one thing: the path from there to the small temple is guarded by a mysterious force that will kill anyone. The guy with a serious look understands that it is very strange because he has just spent several lives trying to get to the temple, but each time he is killed without warning. The red beam flies forward. It is said that he even tried to fly and not touch the ground. The fierce skull bites it. He exclaims that as soon as you get into that zone, you die. MC sits on the couch and wonders why nothing works and is this really a dead end. He remembers the bosses and thinks that no matter how difficult the game is, there must be a way, and the skeleton rider and the flying ant are strong and can find a blind spot of attack, but he still killed them. The protagonist sitting on the couch thinks that this does not quite look like a boss fight. He sees a closed door. It is explained that a key is needed. The guy with the phone says that it means you need to find it to get to the small temple. The game character stands thoughtfully and says that there is nothing to explore in the city of Buddha except the pond. The cartoon protagonist remembers the skill of calming the heart. He begins to shine with blue energy. His hands glow. He says that this is a skill of the city of Buddha, but it does not increase defense, attack or speed, but only spends spiritual power. He stands on the ground. He descends blazing with fire, realizing that it has another use. He moves on. The hero sits down. The guy looks at the phone and joyfully exclaims that he did not die, which means he understood everything correctly. He moves on, realizing that he can now explore the temple. He is shocked to see that his spiritual power is decreasing. The screen suddenly goes black. The game character loudly screams that the energy consumption has suddenly become high. The guy bites his finger until it bleeds. The game character is reborn. He runs forward, shouting that in this case he needs to run in one go. He falls after depleting his spiritual power to zero. The protagonist drips blood on the screen. He licks his finger and thinks that the speed is still not enough and maybe it will work if he uses a flying ant. The fighter flies forward, realizing that it is very fast. The character falls dead. The guy holding the phone thinks that he is now much faster, but also the energy consumption is higher. The protagonist notices that he is shining with the same energy and understands that the 7th level is not enough to pass. He needs to be upgraded and he will have to clear the Lotus Pond again. The phone starts ringing. The guy with a displeased face says hello. Xian is standing on the street and asks why he is in a bad mood again, offering to quickly come to the pond because the show is starting. He asks again. The guy in the headphones laughs. Jing is standing opposite the fighter. They look at each other. Xian says that he will see for himself when he arrives. Yanlai, a third-year student, asks if everything about her is true, since he heard that she reached the legendary level before enrolling. It is not surprising that the guy wants to kill the Buddha Heart Lotus and give her a gift in honor of enrollment. The girl calmly looks away. She stands in front of him and asks him not to waste her time on such nonsense, since she does not need any welcome gift. She leaves, stating that he will not be able to kill the lotus with a bloody knot. Yanlai silently watches her go. Surprised, Xian notes that everyone calls this creature the Heart Lotus, and it seems that the family has long studied everything about this monster in detail. The blonde stands behind him and says that the guy really wants to suck up to her family since he put on such a show. The blue-haired man notes that Mientu is also here. Xian seriously states that although the Yang family has some influence, it is significantly inferior to the Luoyang family, and their business is highly dependent on the position, and Jing will never like him. He notes that this is true. The partner shuts up the blonde, shouting that he is not interested in the girl. He walks away, stating that after all, she is his friend's younger sister. The protagonist goes forward. They say that they do not want to offend him like that. The girl passes by. When asks if he really called him for this, the blue-haired fighter laughs and says that his sister has an admirer, and shouldn't he do something as an older brother? He clarifies what he was worried about. They look forward. Yanglai raises his hand and says that he did not expect that she thinks so badly of him. The red-haired guy with a smirk declares that he will kill this monster, and she will have to accept the gift. The girl leaving says that this is a meaningless promise, and he should not disgrace himself like that. He forms a bright beam of energy above himself, offering her to just watch. Wings appear. Large birds circle above. Mientu raises his head and shouts about the legendary Silverhawk. The red-haired fighter orders to finish this as soon as possible. They fly forward like a bullet. They collide with something. The red-haired fighter smiles and calls it a pathetic trick. The hawks fly forward. A bright blue beam attacks. Mientu puts his hand to his face and shouts that the bloody water cannot harm their plumage, and as expected from the legendary level, perhaps he will still be able to win. The protagonist standing behind declares that it is not that simple. When seriously states that the battle is not over yet. Claws scratch the enemy. The egg slightly opens, they notice it. A huge white monster opens up. The birds above it look at the enemy. Its eye glows red. Yanlai wonders in surprise why it is angry. The branches curl upward. A large lotus with eyes stands in the middle of green water. It is said that here is proof of the opposite. A fighter in red clothes shouts in rage that they will see if he can handle it. A fire bird flies to attack. It puts out its fiery claws. The bird flies forward. Red energy begins to form around the lotus. The boss blocks a powerful blow. The frightened fighter exclaims that this monster also has protective spiritual powers. He is shocked to realize that it seems that this bloody shield only works in 4 directions. The bird attacks the lotus. He realizes that he just needs to distract it. The fiery pet flies through the air. Its owner assumes that another hawk will strike from above. The protagonist watches carefully and understands what he wants. He is shocked to realize something. The protagonist loudly declares that this is a trap. Yanlai turns around in surprise. The hawk is already flying to the top of the lotus. He suddenly opens his huge mouth. He grabs the bird and closes his mouth. The boss grinds it. Xian turns to the crowd of spectators who are extremely surprised by this. The red-haired fighter looks forward in shock. The flame bird flies above. The owner orders it to return. He clenches his teeth in rage. The protagonist stands in front of him. The fighter comes close to him. He says with a serious face that he thought from the very beginning that he could not cope with the lotus of the heart. And how did he know this? The protagonist is silent, excited. Mientu points his finger at him and shouts that how could it be otherwise, because everything is obvious. He smiles and says that Brother Wen took second place in the test of martial skills. The interlocutor smiles and says that he is really strong in this case. The blonde with a dissatisfied face shouts that he seems to care little that his silver chicken died, and in its place he would have simply fallen into the ground. Yanlai is ablaze, asking what kind of great plan the second number has for killing the lotus. Mientu covers him with himself and asks the opponent what he wants to achieve by this. Because if the protagonist takes up the matter, he will cope with it easily. The guy silently listens to his friend's speech. Jing runs to them. She runs up to MC. The girl looks at him and asks if he is really sure that he can cope with the monster. She stands opposite him. He understands with a serious look that although he tried many times, he still could not defeat the lotus in the game. The boss swirls red energy around himself. He realizes that the real lotus with the bloody pattern used a skill that was not in the game. The sister silently looks at him. He clenches his fists tightly. The red-haired fighter holds his head and thinks about what happened. He stands opposite and says that he was just scared and can only talk. He is surprised to hear why don't they try together. Xian leans on the protagonist with a grin. The opponent frowns and thinks who could have predicted that the famous dandy would want to help. He realizes with a grin that even the Silver Hawk lost, and they are weaklings delirious. He spreads his arms out to the sides and says that he is ready to watch. 3 heroes stand in front of the audience. Xian holds on to Mientu and asks why he can never keep quiet. The protagonist says that there is no point in blaming him now because they accepted the challenge. A diagram with heroes is shown. The guy understands that he could not defeat the lotus in the game, but now there are 3 of them, and it will be easier than for one. The protagonist thinks about the fact that Xian also has 2 legendary level companion pets and maybe everything is not so hopeless. They look at the green water. Wen says that the main question is how to enter the pond. He turns his head and says that you can't count on just a bone ant, because it cannot withstand 3. The partner, crossing his arms, says that when they found out about the lotus, he began to look for an egg with a pet that can fly. But this is a rarity, and he could only find a mollusk. A blond man with a mask on his face offers them to leave it to him. His eyes are shining. A huge monster with a tail and claws appears from the portal. It lands in the water. A shell is visible from the green water. Xian goes forward and says that it is a turtle with a dragon scale shell, and he thought that one got an interesting specimen, but he hit a deadly level companion. The turtle swims forward. They stand on its shell. The blond man smiles and says that they should not worry and let them start the fight, and he will guide it to help. The blue-haired guy begins to transform, declaring that they are starting. The protagonist bursts into flames. He jumps forward. The imperturbable knight looks forward. The protagonist jumped on a flying ant. The partner with blackened hands says that now it is his turn. A red whirlwind is visible. The audience is shocked to see that this is a legendary companion again, and he is really a frivolous and dissolute third son of his family. The knight in armor puts out his weapon and shouts, "Let's begin." The red-haired rival clenches his teeth and realizes that if only his family were so rich. The girl stands nearby and watches silently. The protagonist sees that Xian, riding on a clam, is staggering. He looks at the blonde and shouts that the third one is hard to control and it is better to watch that he does not fall into the water. They fly to attack. The boss releases red shells at them. When, riding on an ant, calls on him to start acting. The pet closes its claws from the shells. The partner, riding on a clam, flies nearby. He strikes with a blade. The lotus releases a beam of energy. It cuts through his attack with a blade. He runs the weapon across the lotus's face. The ant begins to hiss, its mouth overflowing with green energy. It shoots forward. They attack the boss. The stone on its forehead begins to burn. It begins to spin, causing boulders to fly in different directions. The protagonist seriously says that he will use this trick again for sure in order to force an attack from above. The knight stands on the pet, and there is no need to shout. The swordsman declares that he will attack from the front. His sword is burning. He directs the attack towards the spinning lotus. The monster's eye watches closely. It opens its mouth. A light whirlwind lands right in its mouth. The protagonist covers his hand from the shockwave. Xian in armor holds a sword standing on a clam. He jumps off. His sword is burning, eyes are visible. He flies into the attack in rage, shouting about a tiger. He pierces the mouth of the lotus, causing a bright flash. Xian flies down near the burnt enemy. The lotus gradually burns. A large toad is visible in the smoke. They do not believe that it was sitting there all this time. The monster splashes out of its mouth purple energy that rushes forward. Streams of magic fly straight at the falling blue-haired guy. A purple clot flies towards Xian. He sees this and screams about the Titan's fist. A bright beam of light flies from the bottom up. The protagonist puts his hand above himself, releasing a strong stream. The mollusk in the air explodes from the enemy attack. When calmly orders Miento to quickly pick up Xian, and he will get rid of the toad in the meantime. The blonde standing on the turtle shouts that he understands him. The protagonist bravely runs along the ant. With fiery hands, he jumps to attack. The toad splashes a cloud of energy from its mouth. The guy dodges the attack with a smile. The toad looks at him in shock. A strong explosion occurs. The protagonist stands near the blood stain and declares that everything is ready. He looks away in fear. Xian almost touches the water. He flies down and shouts you. Miento with red eyes says that there is no need to blame him. Jing stands with a burning hand. She looks at what is happening in surprise. The guy takes his falling partner by the hand. The protagonist with ant wings holds Xian. He closes his eyes and says that he saved him again. They land on the turtle. Miento loudly screams that this can't be, asking why he hid the fact that he had a flying pet until now. The protagonist exhales and declares that first he was rude to the upperclassmen, then rushed to help them, but this is completely unlike him. He hits him in the face, shouting for him to pretend better. The blonde falls onto the shell. The indignant guy asks why he did this. The beaten hero lies and says that his brother has long bribed his entourage and he cannot cope with him. His hand is smoking. Falling down, he suggests that they all die together. The partners see how the shell begins to collapse. They look down in shock and understand that things are bad. A protective sphere forms around them. Jing is standing opposite. Behind her is a pet with wings. The events take place in the investigation room of Lanyang University. The investigator is sitting at the table and says that they have clarified the situation in general terms and he can go. The partners go out into the corridor. Xian raises his head and asks if he is such a bad person and why all his friends betray him and try to kill him. The main character wonders thoughtfully why there is such strong hatred between him and his second brother because he only thinks about how to get rid of him. The blue-haired guy looks forward, explaining that after his death he did not communicate with the other. The second brother constantly discussed important family issues with the old man, and he simply enjoyed his position as a young master. They walk along the corridor. When asked if he is going to fight him for power and why he wants to destroy him, he replies that it is not because of the power of the family, because his brother does not want to kill him because of such a trifle. Surprised MC looks at him and asks what is the reason then. The character stomps on the floor. Xian silently looks forward. He looks around and tells the protagonist that it is inconvenient to talk about this here. Blue cans are on the table. The protagonist sits next to him and clarifies why he came to drink in his room. Xian drinks the drink, clarifying whether he knows the difference between levels. Monsters are shown in the frame. It says about mortal, legendary, epic and mythical. A huge hand reaches for the dragon. It says that as the level increases, the gap becomes larger and eventually turns into an insurmountable abyss. The blue-haired guy makes a gesture and clarifies how the interlocutor thinks how the first mythical creature was killed. The protagonist, crossing his arms, asks why he is asking him about this, because isn't it written in the books? The dragon sees flying projectiles. It is explained that the 6 first epic heroes of the Commonwealth after 3 days and 3 nights. He put the can down and declares that this is complete nonsense. A friend sits by the bed and says that even 100 such heroes are not enough to defeat a higher level creature, and the real reason is. The shocked guy hears that in fact they had mythical level companions. When thinks about the pet scheme, saying that it is illogical, because how can you get a companion of such a level without first killing such a creature itself? He raises his finger and talks about divine blessing. The large creature spreads its hands in front of the black spheres. The guy explains that someone gave the 6 heroes the key to killing such a creature. The small pet shines. It is said that they were given the embryos of mythical creatures. The protagonist sits tiredly and asks if there is any evidence, because he thinks it's just a legend. Xian opens a drink and says that the Commonwealth created a special high-level department to figure out what happened to those heroes, but most people don't know anything. He introduces the warrior in front of the portal, saying that the department now allows certain people to receive the same gift. The guy closes his mouth and realizes that the divine blessing really does exist. He looks at his comrade who is drinking and wonders why he didn't tell him before. Wen opens his eyes in shock. He sits opposite him and clarifies if it is really him. The guy closes his eyes with a smile. Xian smirks and says that everything is correct and the old man chose him as the first heir to the blessing from the family, and Mobai will be able to get this place. The guy runs his finger across his throat, explaining that only if he kills him. The blue-haired guy lies on the bed and sleeps. The protagonist sits on the couch with a phone in his hands. He remembers his friend's words about being careful because he has already disrupted his second brother's plans several times. The guy pokes his fingers at the screen, thinking that he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. The game character is standing next to an ant. The system says that it is very hungry and needs to be fed. The guy sees this and asks again, because it does not even know how much eggs with companions cost. He exhales with a dissatisfied face, realizing that if he wants it to grow, he will have to feed it. The game's main character goes to the enemies, declaring that nothing can be done and that they need to clear the dungeon a few more times. A tall skyscraper stands in the city. An exclamation sounds that it will attack head-on. The guys crowd. They look at the video of the battle. They are shocked and talk about the fact that he has 3 legendary companions, and he heard that Xian is also mortal, and one has a good reaction. The battle scene is shown in the picture. The guy says that if it weren't for the betrayal of that team member, they would have definitely destroyed the Buddha's heart lotus core. The girls are standing together. One of them asks if they watched the video because Xian is such a handsome guy. The other agrees, saying that she wants to meet him in person. The girls see the other one and ask when she will show her younger brother. She pauses the video. Wei Young smiles. The events take place in the Special Investigation Group of the Commonwealth. On the monitor there is a picture with the main character. It is said that he quickly reacted and dodged the attack of the poisonous Moon Daba, and then killed her with one blow. Lisa stands next to the boss and says that relying only on the capabilities of your body is extremely difficult to achieve this, but in his movements you can't feel the use of the strength skill. The girl with a serious look says that he uses some very unusual cultivation method. They are standing in front of a monitor. She states that just last week they received intelligence that he was practicing meditation through suffering, but it was impossible to achieve such a result with it. The other notes that it is known that he used it before. The man in the memory stands behind him. He explains that he only caught a glimpse of him that evening, but there can be no mistake. His aura was glowing. He says that a calm jade glow emanated from his skin, and this is the hallmark of meditation. He seriously states that it is now gone. The girl turns around and asks if he thinks that the protagonist has abandoned the cultivation method he has practiced for years and then the one who taught him the highest level method. The boss says it is someone from the Yin family. The man is standing on the crane, talking about Daoxian. The old man looks at the burning hand, stating that the influence of the Lost Sutra on his body is getting weaker and weaker, wondering if that boy is really that guy. The boss walks away from Lisa, saying that MC only met his stepmother a few days ago, and even if she gave him an advanced method, he would not have time to master it. The man looks forward and states that the Yin family is out, which means only Daoxian remains. The girl behind hears that they need to find any way to accuse the protagonist of colluding with Daoxian, and then request a warrant for his arrest. The man walks forward, stating that they must beat some information out of him. She points her finger at the screen in the air, understanding the order. Lisa looks at his photo with a smirk, claiming that when she gets to him, she will personally take care of him. The red-haired girl sits in front of the monitors and says that the protagonist is now at the university, specifying whether the family will protect him. The boss walks down the corridor and advises not to worry about it, because when they receive an interregional warrant for his arrest, they will not cover for him if they do not want to break the law. Adjusting his glasses, he says that, moreover, Tianzu and Jing themselves created problems for him, which means that they do not agree with the changes in the inheritance of divine blessing, and he does not think that they will help him. Jing stands in front of the door. She looks silently. She remembers a conversation with her mother, where she was indignant that one would receive the blessing instead of her, and although he is talented, this is not enough. She stated with a serious face that after a small failure, he completely let himself go and immersed himself in games. The lady sat opposite and said that everything had already been decided and there was no point in discussing it. The girl frowns and declares that she will definitely prove that she is better than the protagonist. She raises her fist to the door. Suddenly, the protagonist comes out with a phone. He looks at her in surprise and sees her. The girl in the tie says that shooting at the sun is a real method and he can practice in peace. He excitedly wonders why she reminds him of this because now he cannot use it even if he wants to. He silently listens as she declares that if he does not believe, he can show the disc to Uncle Feng and he will check the authenticity. He sighs. The guy touches her hair and asks why she gave him shooting at the sun. She points her finger and declares that she wants to prove that she is better. The girl seriously says that he is angry with her because he lost at school. The guy smilingly claims that this is not true and he admires her. He scratches his head hearing that she defeated him in front of everyone and he should want revenge. Jing looks at him and says that she saw his abilities when he fought the Lotus, and with the help of shooting he will be able to reach the legendary level in a few months without any problems. She leaves, stating that she will wait for him, and when the time comes they will determine the winner. The protagonist raises his hand, asking if he can admit defeat right away. She furiously grabs his shirt and shouts that they must definitely fight. The heroine discontentedly thinks what her mother saw in this guy. She let go of his shirt. The girl stands on the steps and says that if he needs any crystals of spiritual power, he can ask. She goes upstairs, saying that she will not pity him like last time. The guy with the phone stands silently below. He thinks about her and realizes that she is a genius known throughout the Commonwealth, and reached the legendary level at the age of 13. The guy wonders why she wants to fight him. The protagonist takes the bags of trash that Xian left, and says that he does not understand her at all. He goes looking at the phone. The Lotus is divided by red energy. The game character is shocked to see this. The pet begins to emit a bright light. In its mouth is a blue object. The guy shouts about the egg with the lotus of the Buddha's heart. The hero raised his leg and said stomp. The blue-haired man looked at the notification and said great. Xian said that this is a very useful companion. He turned around and added but. The guy sighed heavily and said oh, first we need to deal with him, and pressed the phone. Everything around the animal caught fire. The young man looked up at what was happening. He stood silently and thought maybe this time he would become at least a little bigger. The boy turned his head and said, remained the same small? Looking at the phone, the gray-eyed man scratched the back of his head and said, this little guy ate 2 mortal-level eggs, but is still in the initial stage. The insect looked normal when he added, mortal-level materials are weak to improve legendary-level creatures. The young man thought about it and continued, but legendary-level materials are not that easy to obtain. With the help of the skeleton general, he can quickly clear dungeons, but he does not know how much spiritual power is needed. He was lying on the bed. Then he closed his eyes and thought, how much trouble this Jing is. Something magical arose before the young man. Then he opened his mouth and said, if he wants to fight, let him say so right away. The hero snapped his fingers, laughed and replied, what amazing composure, he was not mistaken in choosing him. There were magical phenomena floating around. The blonde held out his hand and said that he apologized for being rude and introduced himself. He wanted to invite him to join their team to kill the Buddha heart lotus with a bloody pattern. The young man looked at him and asked why him. Taking a step forward, the hero replied, he carefully studied the video of their fight. Xian, of course, showed himself magnificently. His finger was near the blue-eyed man's face when he added, but he was much more impressed by his ability to command and analyze. The long-haired man crossed his arms and said, the university is full of people who are many times stronger than Xian, but his observation and ability to see the full picture of what is happening is rare. He determined the place of Xian's fall in advance, and chose the perfect moment to kill the poisonous moon toad. Then he winked and added, if it weren't for the problem with that team member, he would have definitely been able to destroy the Lotus Core. Yellow Eyes walked up to the protagonist and said, he doesn't need to take risks like last time and enter the pond. His job is to tell them how to manage their pet companions. He agrees. The guy opened his mouth and replied, no, he doesn't want to do that, and he thought, managing a bunch of arrogant seniors, no way, he'd rather kill the boss in the game. He's now understood his abilities, so winning is just a matter of time. The brunette grabbed the guy by the shoulder and shouted, he really won't think about it. Hai is one of the top legendary level students, and the other team members are also legendary level. Nothing will happen to him if he's with them. After which he frowned and thought, if it weren't for Hai, he would never have paid attention to him. The protagonist started to leave, when suddenly the man shouted at him to wait. The yellow-eyed man smiled and said, don't give up so quickly, and name your condition. The blue-haired man turned around. The two opened their mouths when he answered, an egg with a legendary level companion pet. Guiyang went wild and shouted, what is he talking about? When smiled widely and replied, he said he wanted an egg with a legendary level companion pet for his help. The brunette grabbed his clothes and shouted, that's greed, he just needs to control companion pets, no risk, so why give him such an egg? The young man looked ahead and replied, he named his condition, it's up to them to decide whether to fulfill it or not, and he shouted brat. The blonde pressed on the hero's shoulder and said hey. After which he smiled slyly and asked if there were any special requirements. The young man adjusted his collar and answered, no, and thought to himself, it's just food. Suddenly, that same egg flew into his hand. The man stuck his hand in the bag and said, he fulfilled his condition, now he will join the team. The protagonist looked at the egg and thought, wow, he really just got it. The man extended his hand and asked, well, let's shake. He punched in response and said, "Let's shake." The brunette followed the blonde and asked, "Did he just take and give him the poisonous bee he trusts one so much?" The hero turned his head and answered, "He can't say for sure, but he felt something when he fought the lotus, as if he had long studied the skills of this monster and trained to fight him, and he asked if he was serious." Then he stretched and added, "Who cares, they will consider him an additional backup." A bright beam illuminated the team. The protagonist used his power and shouted, "Summon." Suddenly, an insect appeared and squeaked. The blue-eyed man picked up the egg and said, "Okay, little one, let's begin." The green-eyed man took the egg in his mouth. Everything around him blazed when the boy asked, "Evolution." A fiery portal hung in the air. A symbol appeared on the beast's forehead. Its sting grew. It increased in size and hissed. The young man looked at it and said, "I see." After merging, he also had some of the characteristics of a poisonous bee. He pressed something on his phone and added, "Maybe because they are both insects, a mutation occurred, not an evolution." Seeing the notification, Wen said, "Wow, the speed and spiritual power indicators almost exceeded the limit for legendary level creatures." He widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "A magic light needle?" After reading the message, he added, "A long-range skill." The young man stroked the pet and said, "Just great. With this ability he will definitely deal with the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern." A drop of blood dripped down. The blue-eyed one turned his head. Then he frowned and shouted, "Come on, flying ant," and it rushed forward. The eye of an incomprehensible creature appeared. The beast began to jump quickly. The opponents approached each other. The lotus went underwater. The green-eyed one looked sideways and said nothing. He flew above the water. A red dot lit up below. Suddenly, the opponent attacked the insect. The mutant removed it in response. Then he moved away from him. The pet released burning wings. A powerful explosion occurred. The lotus looked up questioningly. The bee began to cut the object with its wing. The ball split into two parts. A crack appeared on the lotus. Suddenly it opened up and released its power. The beam chased the insect. The ant dodged the attack. A bloody arrow flew. It pierced the hero. A red dot lit up in the distance. A glare fell down. It cut the stone. The green-eyed man looked at what was happening in surprise. There was an explosion and everything was covered in smoke. The arthropod hung in the air. There was smoke in the air. The protagonist watched this and said, "What a big explosion. A light needle can't be that powerful. So, does this lotus explode before dying?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead and added that now everything valuable can just end up in the water. The insect approached him. The stone fell to the floor. The protagonist picked it up and said, "A crystal." He caught it. Maybe the skill of the spiritual power of the Buddha's heart lotus with a bloody pattern is the key needed to enter the small temple. The young man closed his eyes and said, "Absorb." He bent over and said, "How hot?" Opening his eyes, he said, if he understood everything correctly, and then wiped his sweaty hand on his pants. The phone screen was loading. The status window appeared. The crystal with the Buddha heart lotus skill with a bloody pattern was stroked. The young man looked at his hand and said, "It went out." He wrung out his t-shirt and said that he thought he would get fried. His body was covered with a red haze. The young man raised his hand and said that when using blood zen, spiritual power is spent much more slowly. He will definitely last half an hour. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed, "Good, now we can explore the small Buddha temple." There was a bridge in the underground city of Buddha. The protagonist walked on the tiles. He smiled and said, as he thought, blood zen and calming the heart have the same effect and block the power of this area. He continued to run. He walked to the arch and looked at it. Frowning, he thought that he did not know if he would meet any strong spatial beings here. And then continued moving. Looking around, the protagonist said, "Strange, there are none here at all." He turned his head and was surprised. He saw a slab with symbols. The blue-haired man frowned and said, "Brief Prajnaparamita." So he had heard of the great Prajnaparamita. During the spatial storm, a famous Buddhist teacher created one of the original methods of cultivating spiritual power, and now it is one of the two most famous Buddhist methods of cultivating epic level. The hero hung in the air. There were two books in front of him. Wen scratched his chin and asked, "What then is brief Prajnaparamita?" He looked at the slab and said, "Distortion." The letters began to twist into a spiral. The youth bent over in pain. He gritted his teeth and thought, "My head is splitting. What the hell is this?" The young man stood bent over. Something lit up in his chest. He raised his head and thought that the oppressive pressure had disappeared. The blue-haired man frowned and thought, just now the circulation of the Lost Immortality Sutra slowed down, and there was no more pressure. Now he did not feel anything, looking at this tablet. The protagonist ran his hand over the slab and asked, "What is the secret of the Immortality Sutra anyway?" He raised his head and looked at the spiritual power, and then exclaimed that he had not yet entered the temple, and half of the spiritual power had already been spent. The protagonist ran and said that there was no time to waste here. Wen froze in front of the entrance to the small Buddha temple. Light was shining through the crack in the door. The guy was standing on the threshold. There was a statue in front of him. He crossed the threshold and said, "Three-faced Buddha, is there such a thing in Buddhism?" A whirlwind began to swirl near his body. The phone screen went dark, and the young man exclaimed that this was some kind of inexplicable death again. He held the phone in his hands and thought that it seemed that in order to get inside, you need to follow some rules. The heroes were surrounded by monsters. The young man concentrated and said that he now admired those people from the past who paved their way, risking the only one, even using the bloody dying. He could not enter the temple, and he did not see any spatial creatures there. Remembering the stone tablet, he came to the conclusion that it could help him enter. Biting his finger, the blue-haired man said, obviously, this wall contains a method for cultivating spiritual power, but because of the lost Sutra of Immortality, he cannot use it. He ran to the gate again and said, okay, it will still be useful to memorize this text. The protagonist froze in front of the tablet. The letters began to light up. The protagonist, lying on the bed, thought, great, this scripture is quite long, but it is not as difficult to learn as the Lost Sutra. His spiritual power was greatly reduced, and he flew away saying that it was taking a long time, but he just needed to leave the temple before his spiritual power ran out due to the bloody Zen, after which he could restore his strength and return to the text as many times as needed. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Wen yawned and said that he had finally memorized it completely. He raised his head looking at the text. It was all glowing. Power appeared around the guy. He looked at his hands in surprise. Something was glowing in his chest, and he said that it was the circulation of spiritual power. Looking at the wall, he thought that this was definitely a short prajnaparamita. He raised his hand and said how strange. He was sure that he had not practiced this method, but it was activated simply from memory. The young man, lying on the bed, looked at his hand. He turned on his side and said that this could wait. First he should get some sleep. He fell asleep. Symbols appeared on his back and arms. There was a towel hanging on the hanger. The young man looked at his body and shouted that it was shedding. He stepped over his skin. Approaching the mirror, he asked if this was the brief prajnaparamita. After which the young man left the bathroom. Information about him appeared in the status window. Looking at the screen, he said that he did not understand anything. The cultivation method remained the same, but the indicator of physical data exceeded the limit and reached 11 units. He closed his eyes and said that there could be no mistake. He definitely felt the circulation of the brief prajnaparamita in his body. His eyes widened and he said, really? There was a blue haze around the blue-haired man. It partially turned yellow. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he could switch from the minor prajnaparamita to the Lost Sutra of Immortality. It turns out that he had mastered two methods of cultivating spiritual power. Most of them have huge differences, and by their very nature, so one person cannot master two methods. The two heroes were fighting. The protagonist rubbed his chin and added, the more soulful and complex the methods, the less compatible they were with each other. The phone on the table vibrated. The guy picked it up and said, hello? The hero put the phone to his ear and said that they were at the Lotus Pond and asked where he had disappeared to. The young man froze in place and thought that he had completely forgotten about it. The stems rose from the water. Someone shouted that it was an aquatic entangling vine. The stems wrapped around the pole. A sphere appeared. The young man opened his mouth and shouted for Dong and the bloody one to act right now and not let the poisonous toad hatch. Two birds hung in the air. Something was moving in the sphere. One of the birds flew quickly. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and said, great, now everyone should retreat at least 20 meters. The stems emerged from the liquid. The birds hung in the air. The brunette opened his mouth and asked, retreat, isn't this the best time to strike the decisive blow? He pushed the guy back and said that he would kill him, then used a shower of bloody blades. Blades flew out of the bird. They all pierced the wall. One of the bird's eyes lit up brighter. Then there was an explosion. The brunette froze in bewilderment. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and said that it was not his fault, and he was not going to compensate for anything. He raised his hands and said that there was no need for that, he was fine, and was impatient. A girl ran up to them and said, a junior, what a guy. The debris floated in the liquid. The man folded his arms and behind his back and said that this Jo-1 was assigned to her class. She got a promising student. The girl smiled and said that he seemed to know in advance that the Buddha Heart Lotus was self-destructing. The lotus from the Western District Army headquarters dragged 5 legendary-level creatures with it. The blonde walked next to her and asked if she hadn't said that he was somehow connected with the Yin family. He learned everything from them. The brunette replied that he had some kind of conflict with the Yin family's children. She doubted that they would share information with him. She adjusted her glasses and said to find out more about this guy. He would do Shaolin a great favor by doing so. Shells were flying in the underground lotus pond. An insect joined them. Something crashed into the ground. The arthropod took out a sting. Then there was an explosion. The protagonist leaned his back against the bed and said that he had figured out the attack mode of the blood lotus and the abilities of the flying ant. Now killing the boss is very easy. A notification came to his phone. An egg appeared on the screen. The protagonist looked at the phone and said that it was legendary level, and the characteristics were pretty good. A window appeared showing the status of the companion pet egg. Wen rubbed his chin and said that the blood lotus had many useful skills, but this one only had one, and it was very weak. He closed one eye and added that if he tried to breed it, he would be at death's door, and it would almost certainly be in the initial stage. He moved his finger closer to the screen and thought about trying to fuse. A status window appeared in front of him. The match rate was 1.6%, and the guy thought that they could just write that it would fail. He turned his head. A new status window appeared asking if he wanted to use this item as food for the flying ant. Urena raised the phone higher and asked if it could be fed even when it was not hungry. Could the ant really grow? He pressed the feed button and thought that he would just try. The arthropod hovered in the air. The young man opened his mouth and thought, no change at all, what should he feed it to make it grow? The blue-haired man ran through the territory of the small Buddha temple. He raised his head sharply. Opening the door with his foot, he apologized for disturbing. He dropped to one knee. The protagonist grinned and said, great, with the help of a short prajnaparamita he will enter this hall. Approaching the statue, he thought that up close it looks even scarier. What kind of Buddha is this anyway? Sand fell on the statue's oki, and he shouted that he understood. A glowing circle appeared under the protagonist. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, wait a minute, is this instant death again? The guy began to look around. He was surprised that it was an egg with a pet. A question appeared on the screen, whether a devout Buddhist wandering the world, guided by the main dress, would accept his gift. The young man opened his mouth and asked, he wants to just give him an egg with a companion. It doesn't happen, and some of his characteristics. A status window appeared on the screen, that the ability to view properties has not yet been received. Taking the egg in his hands, the young man thought that it seemed like there was only one way to find out. The blue-haired man looked at the screen. The mythical creature Tintin had been successfully bred. Throwing the phone away, he shouted, what the hell? When did he agree? He thought, wow, the spiritual power of this creature is simply amazing, but there is a problem. He almost died because of a legendary level companion. What will happen to him after the mythical one is bred? A spirit appeared in the air. The protagonist gritted his teeth. His lip cracked and he said, damn it. Putting out his hand, he said that it seemed like he would be the first person in the world to die because of a video game. The protagonist lay on the floor and breathed heavily. He looked at the ceiling and thought, he was alive. But did he manage to breathe the pet? It seemed like some of his blood and all his spiritual energy were just sucked out of him. Suddenly, the pet jumped on him and growled. The guy looked at it and thought, this is Ting. He picked up the animal and asked, a mythical creature that brings destruction. Then the hero picked up the phone from the floor. The pet's characteristics appeared on the screen. Looking at it, the young man thought, for spiritual power skills, all characteristics exceed the maximum value, but it is a mortal level. The animal smiled sweetly when he added, how is this even possible? The protagonist remembered how the notification about the successful breeding of a mythical creature came, and said, he clearly remembers that the notification on the phone said that it was a mythical level. Blue-eyed scratched his beard and wondered what was meant by the initial stage. Could it really be raised like a flying ant? Then he began to reason, Ting, the white dog of the Bodhisattva Ksiddhagarbha, hears everything in the world. In the novel Journey to the West, Ting was able to recognize the deception of the six-eared macaque, who pretended to be the king of monkeys. Other deities did not even suspect anything. Looking at the pet, the gray-haired said, yeah, he did not imagine it like that. Everything around the animal lit up when he thought, transformation. There was an earring hanging on the man's ear. The hero stood in the middle of the room. He walked down the street and said, how cool. His hearing improved several times. When the lady said, okay, I'll see you there. The girl was crying when one heard this and asked, is this Jing's voice? The guy closed his eyes and said, he feels like a pervert who eavesdrops on girls, and thought he heard nothing at all. The young man stood and looked up when someone whined and screamed how painful it was. The man started knocking. He kept knocking and shouting, is she okay? And thought, this ability can't be used too often, otherwise he'll just go crazy. There was silence behind the door. Suddenly the hero asked, what happened? The protagonist stepped aside. Then he abruptly flew into the door with his shoulder. These were special burglar-proof doors. The blue-haired girl looked ahead and wondered how he could hear her. Then she clenched her teeth and added, she didn't want one to see her in such a miserable state. Looking at the door, she said it stopped. The girl knelt down and wondered if he had really left. When suddenly the guy broke the window. The heroine got scared. The blue-haired guy looked at her and asked, is everything okay? The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed, why did he appear from here? The protagonist scratched his head and answered, she didn't open it, and he thought that something had happened to her. Then he offered to call her a doctor, to which she loudly answered, no need. The lady frowned and said, she just needs some rest, it's just a slight exacerbation of an old illness. Blue-eyed looked at her and thought, she needs some rest, an old illness. Then the girl threw an object at him. When he started talking, maybe this place, when suddenly she interrupted him and shouted, what is he thinking about? At that moment the guy found himself in the corridor, and the door slammed behind him. He put his finger to his face and thought, it seems he did something wrong. The heroine stood silently at the door. Then she slowly sat down. She began to cry and said, this fool. A pack of fruit is poured into a pot of water. It is on the stove. The protagonist, looking tired, does not know if this drink will help him recover at least a little. The phone on the table starts ringing. The guy standing in the kitchen hears that today is the first day of classes and the clubs are recruiting newcomers. He looks at the drink in the ladle and declares that he is not going to join any club. The interlocutor argues that he needs to unite with him because he wants to start his own and Xian will take good care of him. He still refuses, realizing that with the help of the game he develops much faster. The blue-haired guy in the cap says that he should not act so coldly because he heard that to complete most university assignments, teams of several people are needed, and if they have their own club, then they do not need to ask others for help. The guy standing in the kitchen hears that his partner does not want the same thing to happen again as at school. The protagonist silently looks down. His friend hears that he agrees, but it is unlikely that a club of 2 people can be formed. Xian says on the phone that this is why they need to wander around the campus. Dozens of people want to go to the central square of the university. They talk to each other. The protagonist looks around, noticing that there are a lot of people around. MC sees his friend who shouts for him to come over. He approaches the guy with the girl and he asks why he needs this bag. The protagonist takes a bottle out of the bag and explains that it is a special tea made from red dates and goji berries. Asking if he wants it, he says that the protagonist is not afraid of side effects. Wei Yun waves her hand and greets him. He responds in kind. She looks at him and asks if he wants to join her club. She points to her friends and says that they have a lot of beautiful senior students. She uncovers him with her hand and says that one will be with him. He shouts enraged that it is mean to use beauties. The guy strokes her neck and apologizes, saying that he already promised her brother that they would have their own club. She embarrassedly says that she understood him. Turning around, the girl says that she hopes that they will help each other complete tasks together when there is such an opportunity. The blue-haired fighter hugs him and says we have a deal. The girlfriends leave the square. Xian, squatting, says that he missed the chance to be surrounded by beauties. The protagonist looks at him and asks him to stop with his jokes because they are going to start a club, clarifying why they are not doing anything about it. They look at dozens of students. He says that if they continue to hesitate, all the newcomers will be taken apart. The interlocutor raises his finger and says that nothing can be done about it because first-year students need to study for at least a month and gather 5 or more participants to create a club, and now they cannot register. The protagonist looks at his partner and clarifies why they came then. He replies that it was to look at beauties. One takes hold of his clothes and shouts you. The girl opposite calls the protagonist by name. He turns around. Dong is standing next to Ruashi and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. They stand opposite each other, and he asks if he expected to see them. The protagonist calmly replies that they also entered the university, and it's a coincidence. Xian hugs his friend and asks who this beauty is. He says her name, and says that they studied together. They exchange glances and he asks why he doesn't know her then. His friend notes that he only came for a couple of lessons. He approaches Roshi and says that he and the protagonist want to start their own club, asking if she wants to join them. She agrees. He shyly says that they can only apply in a month. She smiles and notes that it's okay and they'll wait. The girl goes to the protagonist. She bows, loudly apologizing for not accepting him into the team to test his fighting skills. She looks down and says that if he hadn't been able to pass the exam for her then. Xian is silent with a serious expression and thinks that she entered the university only for his sake. The guy looks at her and says that it's okay, and she can't be blamed for that situation. A joyful Dong shouts that this is true because they were simply forced to do so, but he guarantees that this will not happen again. Xian stands next to them and says that since everyone has known each other for a long time, then there is no need to waste time exchanging pleasantries. He raises his hand and says that it is late and they should go home and rest before classes. The guy looks at his friend and says that everything begins with a test of combat skills, clarifying whether it is true that it will take place in the city of Buddha. The blue-haired man turns around and says no, because this is an area that was recently discovered and there are too many hidden threats and no one will risk freshmen. Ruoshi thoughtfully says that judging by previous years, the university will choose one of 4 relatively safe spatial zones on campus. The warrior cuts through the enemy. It is explained that the essence of the test is to kill creatures, and the more the better. Amazed when asked how they know all this. Looking up, the girl clarifies that he does not read the university forum at all. A guy in shorts and a t-shirt walks along the sidewalk. He thinks about this forum with a serious face. Various windows are visible against the backdrop of the city. It is said that it was created by the Commonwealth to encourage residents of different zones to exchange information, and no identity verification is required for registration, so both military and ordinary civilians can freely write there. The protagonist goes to the entrance, realizing that when he was in school, he rarely encountered complex zones and therefore did not pay much attention and did not expect that everyone communicates there. Thinking about it, he realizes that perhaps he should still learn how to use it. The guy puts his hand to his mouth and hears a question that he was accepted also for no particular reason. He looks around and wonders who is speaking. A small girl looks at him and declares that she is next to him. The protagonist, seeing her, says that his name is Wen and he lives on the 2nd floor. She happily puts her hand to her chest and screams that she just moved in today, and her name is Lu and she lives on the 1st floor. She is shocked to see emptiness and asks where he is. The girl looks at the stairs and hears the door slam. She is surprised and calls him a strange neighbor. An empty bag lies on the bed. There are many open windows visible on the monitor. The guy moves the mouse and scrolls. He looks at the monitor and understands that the forum is a platform that provides open access to data, and students and all sorts of people distribute information. He is shocked to notice that such a huge platform does not require identity verification, and the community should be more concerned about security because it is unknown who will want to use the forum for their own purposes. A man in a raincoat looks at the screen of a smartphone while sitting on the street. In the frame there are various crystals. It is said that you can exchange the points received there for various resources. Crossing his arms, he realizes that the only way to get points is to publish materials. The lock icon is depicted against the background of Windows. It is said that there are posts that can be read by any user, but the author gets little from them. Only about 10,000 views, and if you want more points, you need to post paid content. He looks ahead without looking up and understands that the content of paid materials and the price depend, and since the forum is anonymous, you need to earn some fame on your account so that people want to pay. The coin is shown on the screen. It is explained that in addition to the Commonwealth, and universities also publish information, and the price is quite low. The guy is sitting at the computer and thinking about what to post. He moves his hand over his other hand. He understands with a grin what he needs. The girl is lying on a large bed. She is scrolling through the dialogue and thinking about freshmen. The girl with a cup of drink thinks that it would be great to beat up these idiots. She notices something in shock. An inscription about the strategy for the small Buddha temple appears. The price is 20,000 points. She looks at the screen and does not understand that someone could know about this place. The girl in glasses looks ahead and thinks that the area around the temple has been declared a restricted area, and they have classified all the data, and most of the teachers have not even heard of it. She is lying on her stomach and thinks that a completely new user, but already demands 20,000 points for a post, and is it really just a scammer? She thinks that he knows the secret name, and if this is true, then the losses of the military during reconnaissance will be significantly reduced. She clicks the buy button. The system window says that you can use the skill to calm the heart to resist the strange power protecting the temple, and the skill constantly absorbs spiritual power, and the higher the level, the longer the effect. She seriously wonders who needs this useless skill and how she could believe in this nonsense. An insect flies through the dungeon in the ancient imperial city. A skeleton meets it. He pokes with a spear. He looks around in surprise. The insect strikes from above. It pierces the skeleton. The pet deals strong blows to the enemy. He falls, and in his place appears a bright crystal. The game character takes it and says that finally the egg with the companion fell. He throws it into the pet's mouth saying catch. He stands in the middle of the square and thinks how much longer he will just eat because he could at least grow a little. The guy stands next to the pet and thinks that as far as he understands, the skeleton general and the flying ant are poorly compatible, and therefore he does not develop and they need to move deeper into the map. They fly through the city. The shocked character turns and says that he goes further and further, but the skeletons are nowhere to be seen. He looks down. In front of him is a huge building of an astronomical observatory. The guy looks at the phone screen and wonders how the tower got there. A fire warrior appeared above the observatory. It is said that Ibo is the son of one of the 5 legendary emperors and is the incarnation of the god of fire, and according to legend, he used the tower to observe celestial bodies. The protagonist sits in a chair and thinks that in the textbooks it is written that the building is in the southwest part, and why then in the game he is in the inner part of the ancient city. He looks at the screen in shock. A fire bird flies out from there and he notices it. It flies past the game character who falls from the ant. The fire phoenix returns. It flies past again. The protagonist standing below sees it. He looks up and calls on it to attack. He takes out his energy on it. It flies on. The excited guy realizes that he missed, and it feels like he just hit the air. A strong explosion occurs. The guy drinks a drink from a glass. He puts it on the table and screams again. The character with wings flies forward, realizing that the king of low-altitude flight is very agile, but due to the limitations of the ability, he cannot fly high enough on it. The enemy flies towards him. The protagonist thinks that this thing does not lag behind him, and he needs to come up with something. He is shocked to realize that when the flying ant dodged the attack, the fire bird switched to him, and it looks like it is attacking the one who is closer to the tower, and then he himself will be bait. The guy jumps off the ant shouting hide. He flies down and a bird is visible near him. He smiles and feels that the predator is taking damage from behind him. The ant with a sting flies above. The protagonist understands that the magic light needle turned out to be more useful against the bird. He seriously thinks why there is no notification that he killed it. He runs up the steps realizing that he needs to quickly get up and look around. He sees a fire bird in front of him. MC looks at the pet and asks to distract them. The ant flies towards 2 phoenixes. They almost collide. The pet rises sharply upwards taking them away. The guy calls it a great job. A bright flame rages from above. Several birds fly out again. The guy understands that there will be no end to them. He clenches his teeth and runs forward, realizing that he has almost made it. He jumps high, screaming that he wants to see what is there. He releases a stream of energy using an ashen palm. A strong fire rages in front of him. He sees inscriptions on the stones. The fireball begins to fly. The guy sees the inscription game over on the phone screen. He seriously remembers the hieroglyphs that mean emperor. The main character, along with the game character, stands in front of the entrance, thinking that this dungeon should be based on a real city, but in the game it is called the Imperial City. A guy sitting at the table realizes that after killing birds there are no notifications, and maybe this is some special summoning with the help of the spiritual power skill, and they are a real headache. He looks at the screen and realizes that the Tower of the Fire God hides many more secrets, but he cannot explore it yet. The guy sees the inscription that he received 40,000 points. He happily declares that 2 people have already bought, and this is easy money. He notices something with a serious face. In a private chat, he was asked if they could talk about the small Buddha temple. It is almost midnight. The girl in glasses is sitting by the phone. She sees her message and thinks why there is still no answer. She is standing near the nightstand and hears on the phone that he has already conducted an investigation, and calming the heart really neutralized the power of the temple. He declares that they still have not figured out who he is and how he knows everything. The man in uniform hears that the issue with the temple is still not resolved. He stands in the square and states that a stone steal near the entrance to the temple causes a lot of problems. The lady in glasses says that stone steals with cultivation methods, and if she remembers correctly they appear in other areas too. She imagines this and says that although there are rumors that by studying such a method you can gain incredible power. The man with a serious look says that it is not so simple, and a short prajnaparamita is written on this steel. The fighter stands in front of the steel and there are corpses around him. It is explained that the volunteers who decided to learn the inscriptions on the monument are dead. She is shocked to hear this. The man in uniform says that they do not know what conditions must be met to study the short prajnaparamita, and Faye should find out something about that person. In the messages, the protagonist specifies what exactly. Frowning, the girl notices that he finally answered. She asks in the chat if he knows about the short entry. He answers that he does. She smiles and understands that this man knows the temple like the back of his hand. One looks at the monitor with a serious face. He sees a message asking what is needed to study it, because it is ready to generously reward for the information. He sits in a chair and wonders if there is something special in the study method. He looks up and thinks that when he tried it for the first time, he almost passed out from a headache. A red spot appears in his body. The protagonist realizes that what helped him then. The guy gets up from the chair. He understands with a serious face that he cannot tell this. He clicks on the cross icon. The building stands under the blue sky. A bunch of students walk around the hall. Xian waves with a smile and says hello. The protagonist with strong bags under his eyes turns to him. He is horrified. A blue-haired guy stands opposite and says that he needs to learn self-control because he indulges his desires too much. The protagonist drinks a drink with a serious face, realizing that yesterday he spent a lot of blood trying to explore the ant cave. The character closed himself off from enemies. It is said that the flying ant has become much stronger and therefore he can easily kill black ants. But he and the bone ant are still mortal level, so they were torn to shreds. Light comes in from the street through the window. The teacher walks past the confused students, talking about silence. The girl introduces herself as Faye, saying that she is their supervisor. She states the second hieroglyph from the word ruler, and the second from the word concubine. She remembers with a tired look that she waited all night for an answer from a mysterious person. Xian sits smiling next to Wen, asking her which ruler she wants to be a concubine of. The girl answers with an important look that first he needs to graduate from university. She says with a serious look that first she will tell you more about the exam. The main character with a displeased look hears that they have 10 days to form teams of a maximum of 4 people, and the task is to kill the demonic general at the pass. The teacher frowns and says that they will have 1.5 minutes, and those who do not pass will be expelled. The whole class is asked what. The indignant students stand in front of her and ask if this is too much. She adjusts her glasses and says that if they try hard, there will be enough time to prepare. Standing in front of the class, she declares that from now on, the pass is open for 10 days for study. She smiles and says that she hopes that they will gather in the same composition after the exam. Xian thought about the general. A friend asks how difficult it will be to defeat him. He turns around and explains that this is an ancient battlefield and therefore the creatures here have become incredibly powerful, and the general is considered stronger than average legendary creatures. A monster with claws is shown in the picture. It is said that some generals have even reached the peak of the legendary level. A blue-haired guy stands next to his friend and says that almost all first years are still mortal and this is a difficult task. Wen, looking tired, says that they can only put up with the conditions, and they can explore that area a little. In the frame is the teacher's room. The long-haired blonde tells teacher Faye that she used this test for talented students, and it is hardly suitable for ordinary students. The girl, lounging in a chair, says that everything is fine and she posted the details on the forum, and if they prepare, then killing him will not be difficult. She looks away and says that she only threatened them with expulsion so that they would not be too self-confident. A huge dragon walks in the middle of the flames. It is explained that in the future they may encounter much stronger opponents. A blue portal is visible ahead. The protagonist stands next to his partner, hearing that they can pass. They go forward. Friends cross it. They are in the middle of the desert on the pass. Scary monsters in armor and with weapons are standing nearby. Their eyes are burning. Xian looks down and says that there are only demonic soldiers there. He turns around with a smile and claims that they can go further to find the general. He advises not to play with life because he does not know this area at all and therefore cannot promise that he will save him. He looks down and says that his comrade is too cautious. MC leaves, declaring that he will walk around the area. He walks along the site. He looks around and understands that since there are dungeons copying the city of Buddha and the ancient city, then the guy sees a statue in front of him. There is a sign on it. He takes the phone and smilingly realizes that there is such a sign there too. The heroes fight the demon. Xian watches and understands that two mortals can easily cope with the soldier, and they look quite weak and is too cautious because even if something happens they can just run away. The protagonist stands behind and says that they need to go back. He stands opposite and smiles broadly. The friends go to the portal. Xian asks why he looks so happy. He answers that it seems to him, and he understands that finally a new dungeon. The protagonist looks at the monitor. He thinks about the fact that there really is a detailed instruction on the forum, and Teacher Fei does not demand anything impossible. He sees a message that this is only for ordinary demonic generals, and you need to avoid special creatures with a hieroglyph. He puts his hand to his face and thinks about special creatures because his friend already mentioned them. The guy bites his finger, declaring that it does not matter because he read the tips and will now check everything in the game. Blood flows down to the icon. The game character stands in the middle of the pass. He jumps down from the fortress. He lands near the demons. He starts giggling. He defeats several with one blow. He holds a fighting stance, realizing that although it was written that soldiers are stronger than mortal creatures, they are quite easy to defeat. The character looks around, hearing sounds. The guy sees enemies with daggers flying at him from above. One of them gets a cut on the head. He cuts the enemies in half. A flying ant watches what is happening. The main character runs forward, shouting to his pet that they need to move forward. On the way, he deftly defeats the demons. He sees an enemy flying at him and realizes that he does not know if he will meet special generals. He forms an orange vortex of energy in front of himself. Some kind of monster is standing near the defeated enemy. The game character sees him. In front of him is a red demon in armor and with a sword. He grins with his sharp teeth. The protagonist with the phone says that he has a hieroglyph engraved on his helmet, and this is the special demonic general that the teacher wrote about. The pet flies forward after the order. He raises his sword. His companion appears from under the ground. He stands on a huge dragon. The flying ant sees the attack. The demonic general with a long axe looks back. He receives a powerful beam right in the back. He erupts in rage. Blue light oozes from his body. The wound heals in moments. His weapon is visible in the flame. He strikes the flying ant. The game character is amazed to realize that it is not so easy to hit him. The general jumps from the red creature. The flying ant sees the enemy. The guy understands that he is so far away but is going to jump to attack. An energy ball appears near the boss. The ant finds himself in its epicenter. The general begins to attack. At the same time, he hits the pet with a weapon. The protagonist looks at the phone in shock, not understanding what kind of spiritual power skill it was, because it destroyed the ant in an instant. The red general flies to attack. He throws his weapon forward. It pierces the game character through and through. The protagonist's hands are shaking. He realizes with a grin that the enemy is strong and has a very powerful aura and needs to be captured. The pets are fighting. The protagonist thinks that the ant's characteristics are at a high level, but the general simply crushed it. The guy remembers the villain and realizes that the special general has already reached the legendary peak. The game character appears at the fortress. He jumps down, wanting to try again. He flies down. The protagonist flies over the demons. He heads down. The game character lands, realizing that the general he fought in the last round has disappeared. An energy beam flies towards him. The character deftly jumps to the side. He looks up in surprise. A demonic soldier stands in front of him. Wen, looking at the smartphone screen, says that apparently a special creature rarely appears, and unfortunately this time he only came across ordinary ones without hieroglyphs on the helmet. A flying ant is next to him. The protagonist sits on a chair and pokes his fingers at the screen. He makes a hole in the enemy's body. A purple crystal appeared in its place. The guy says that both an ordinary general and a special legendary level, the difference between them is huge. He sees a level 15 spiritual power crystal. The guy seriously thinks that his characteristics have already reached the limit, and even if he uses this crystal, nothing will change. An ant flies next to him. He understands that this time there is no general with a tattoo who blocks the way and you can move on. He runs up to a giant gate. The game character moves forward and wonders if this is a pass. A bright red glow appears. An arrow pierces the protagonist's chest. MC with the phone furiously asks who shot him. The character appears again. He flies forward, realizing that he did not see where the arrow came from, and only by the sound it was possible to determine that it was fired from the gate, and then he will break through at maximum speed. He moves very quickly in that direction. The character with wings flies forward. Suddenly he is shot at again. He is surprised to realize that even the flash of silver wings was useless. He pokes the computer mouse, declaring that he will see what else is on the forum about the pass. He moves it along the table. The guy with a sad face thinks that there is almost no useful information. An image of a fortress is visible. It is explained that once a team, all members of which reached the epic level, tried to break through the gate, but they were defeated, and therefore the territory 2.5 kilometers from the pass is declared a restricted area and entry is usually prohibited. There are many windows on the monitor. The protagonist leans back in his chair and realizes that there is nothing about special demonic generals with an engraved hieroglyph, and it is only said that sometimes strong creatures appear in the location, and it seems that he can only rely on himself. The ring on his ear glows. The pet appears in front of him. The protagonist looks at it, and remembers that he must feed it and the ant. He pokes it in the nose and says that before clearing a new dungeon, he needs to get food for them in the ancient imperial city. Suddenly, the pet bites his hand. Lou stands on the steps and hears screams, noticing that she really has a strange neighbor. Clouds spread over the rocks of the pass. The girl jumps up with a cry of water bomb, and the guy talks about freezing. They attack the demon with a spear. He calmly growls. The teacher stands on the fortress and realizes that several days have passed and the other students are training continuously. Faye watches, realizing that one left on the first day and never came back. The guy is lying on the bed with the phone. There is a powerful explosion. A green crystal of spiritual power appears in place of the enemy. The guy with the smartphone realizes that he did not expect the drop rate to be so low, and all this time he only dropped eggs with companions. He presses the absorb button. Red energy forms around him. Red veins are visible on his body. He seriously thinks that the absorption lacked too much discomfort, and this is probably because now the physical data characteristic has reached 11 points. The notification says that the Buddha Lotus Flesh skill of level 9 has been learned. The guy sits on the bed and wonders if this is a defensive skill. He takes the phone, deciding to check it. A barrier forms around him. He frowns, realizing that spiritual power is being spent too quickly. He sits down. The protagonist looks at his hand and says that this skill burns a lot of energy and cannot be used for a long time. He goes to the bed, realizing that he will find out in the game how strong his defense is. Fierce demons rush to attack. A barrier appears around the protagonist. He realizes that the flesh of the lotus repels all attacks. The enemy deals a strong blow. An explosion occurs near the barrier. The barrier crumbles and he realizes that the general's spiritual power skill can destroy this shield. The guy with the smartphone says that the last thing to do is try to catch the arrow. The arrow pierces the sphere. He looks at it and realizes that he is killed right away anyway. He seriously thinks that the lotus flesh is a legendary skill, but for the arrow it is a shield like a piece of paper. Clouds are visible from above the fortress. The guy realizes that the shooter is already above the legendary level, and with his strength it is better not to approach the gate. The character is reborn in the game world. He sees a red demon in armor in front of him. A special demonic general turns around. He holds a weapon with a grin. The guy notices that he is different from the previous one. The building says that she is at the university. The boss sits on a chair and hears that an interregional arrest warrant has also been received and the operation can begin. The mustachioed man says that the family should not suspect anything and therefore it is necessary to grab MC as quickly as possible. Lisa enters the room and says that she understood the order. The man sits with folded arms. The girl goes to the man who asks what the student could have done, that people from the special inspection came for him. She seriously states that the rector has no reason to worry because they just want to ask a few questions. The gray-haired man sits opposite and says that he knows what kind of reputation their organization has, and if he lets them take one, he will definitely not return in one piece. She looks at him and understands that he is not going to cooperate. The girl turns to the employee and demands the document. He puts it on the table. Lisa looks at the rector and states that he probably knows what it is. The girl calmly asks if their university really wants to break the law. He looks at the piece of paper and reads about the arrest warrant. He frowns, thinking that he would use a document of such a level for an ordinary student. A white building stands in the frame. The protagonist sits and looks at his phone. Large dust clouds rise in the desert. The protagonist with wings flies near the pillar of flame. He flies forward. At high speed, the protagonist approaches the general. He calmly squeezes the handle of the weapon. He delivers a powerful blow. The protagonist sees him from above. He swings his hand, shouting about the Ash One. The general generates a cloud of energy in his hand. The villain raises a barrier above himself. He delivers a powerful blow. The screen fades. The guy thinks about the fact that his hand has turned into a blade, which means that the general has a completely different ability. The protagonist thinks about him and understands that there is a knife with a hieroglyph, and there is paper, and next time he should probably expect a stone to appear. The character sees red energy in front of him, realizing that for now he can do nothing with the paper general, but he can try to dodge the cutting attack of the other with a flash of silver wings. The guy lies on the bed and realizes that after thinking about the course of the battle, he came to the conclusion that it is better to split up with the pet, and when the enemy fights 1 against 2, there is a greater chance that he will be open for a blow. Energy is visible on the sting of the ant. The guy thinks that another disadvantage of their unification is that the ant cannot use its power. Someone knocks at the door. The astonished guy thinks who could need him at such a time. He takes the handle and opens it. The protagonist sees an inspector in front of him. A man in uniform says that he should go to the rector's office. The protagonist asks again with a displeased look. They leave the house. A man's silhouette is visible in the window. Jing looks down and notices that he is being taken away. Skyscrapers are visible in the distance from the green trees. The inspector walks with the protagonist. The guy seriously reflects that people meet less and less often. He stopped. The guy stands opposite and says that they are not going to the rector's office because there is only an exit from the campus ahead. The girl in a skirt notices that he is very observant. The guy is shocked to see her in front of him. Lisa hits him in the stomach. Blood splashes out of his mouth. The protagonist holds his hand on the asphalt and sighs in pain. She stands opposite the lying guy and says that they met again. The villain says with a grin that she will beat everything he knows about Dao Xian out of him. The guy looks up and thinks that he knew that she is connected with the old man. The protagonist stands in front of his rivals and states that he knows nothing, and when they arrest a person, shouldn't they provide some evidence? The wary girl wonders how he was able to get up because all mortal level people will not be able to move after such a blow. She shouts that they will get evidence when they arrest him. The inspector puts on his gloves after the order to grab him. The guy with a grin wonders what will happen if he resists. Lisa runs her finger and warns that in this case she will cut off both his arms and legs, so it is better to just give up. The villain grabs him by the neck. Suddenly, a huge shining monster appears in front of him. The inspector swings. He notices in shock that there is no one in front of him. The girl frowns and shouts that he flew away with the help of the spiritual power skill and they need to find him quickly because he couldn't have run far. She turns around warily. Green trees stretch out in the area. She shouts that the guy is hiding somewhere there. Wen jumps on the branches, realizing that the woman is firmly convinced that he is the old man's accomplice, and she refuses to listen to his explanation. He confidently understands that he really got the Lost Sutra from him, but having caught him, they will easily come up with accusations. A purple beam pierces the bushes. MC deftly dodges it. He flies down and realizes that they quickly caught up with him. He moves down. The guy bounces off a large green hand. With a torn t-shirt, he decides that this can't go on any longer. Lisa and her accomplice run to him. The protagonist understands that they are both legendary level and his capture is only a matter of time. He frantically looks at his phone. He sees the map and realizes that if this is the right place, he will be able to get rid of them. The action took place in the underground city of Buddha. The three ran forward. The red-eyed girl gritted her teeth and thought, damn, that soldier definitely had to check the documents. The hero ran up to her and said that they can't waste another minute if the Yin family finds out about this. The lady raised her hands up and shouted she knows. Magic arrows flew towards the guy. Jumping, he dodged them. Arrows were also flying behind him. The blue-eyed man opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, he made a dash. The protagonist hung in the air, using his wings. The girl looked at him and thought, the same wings again, this is definitely a legendary level ability. One landed when she continued her thought, but he won't last long in this state. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and sighed heavily. In front of him stood a shield with a prohibition sign, when he thought, right in front of him. The young man started to run fast. Then he jumped over the barrier and thought, bloody Zen. The red-eyed woman swung and shouted, he won't run away. Arrows were flying at the hero's back. He ran, gritting his teeth. Suddenly he jumped up and screamed. The guy fell to the ground. The man looked at the sign and said, this is a forbidden territory. The lady frowned and answered, some schoolboy went there, so what should they be afraid of? The two went forward. Standing on the stairs, the heroine looked at the young man and asked why he stopped. The protagonist closed his eyes and answered, what, and they are sure that they will not die if they go further. The lady put out her hand and said not to be a coward. The hero put out his finger. The man began to fall after the shot. His body fell to the floor. The red-haired woman silently looked at him. Then she put her hand on him and thought, he is dead. She looked at the protagonist and asked what he did to him. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and replied, he had warned him, he also wanted to try to get it, and he thought, strange, she had entered this territory, but nothing had happened to her. A symbol appeared on the girl's forehead. Suddenly, a golden silhouette appeared behind her, and she said, that's the thing, this place is really strange, no wonder he ran here. Wen stood and looked at her. The silhouette reminded him of something. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought, a headless angel. He looked at it, and said, legend has it that this nun lost her mind when she became a deity. This creature is from another dimension, it came from the western sector, but became famous throughout the Federation for its combat merits. The red-eyed one concentrated her power in her hand when he added, this creature's attacks are weak, but it has one special technique. The heroine had swords in her hands when she called one and told him to give up and follow her. Then she made a dash, and the guy thought, how did the headless angel become her guardian beast? Could it really be her? The young man clenched his fist and thought, damn. Thorns appeared from under the ground. They crossed themselves and covered the lady. A pet appeared next to the young man, when he thought he could only go further to the Buddha's hall. If even the three-faced Buddha couldn't handle her, he would have to give up. Looking ahead, he heard a scream, still wants to escape. The red glare approached the young man. Everything around began to collapse. The girl came out of the fortress and said, pathetic mortal. The pet approached her. The red-eyed crossed her arms and asked, is he so brave that he is ready to fight the highest legendary rank? She put out her sword. The protagonist was injured and fell to the floor. The lady looked at him and said that he has nowhere to run. The bloody hero narrowed his eyes and told her to say goodbye to her leg. Now she can't escape either. The heroine took a step forward. Suddenly, she heard a crack. The eyes of the statue lit up. There was an explosion. The red-eyed fell to the floor and screamed. The blue-haired man raised his hand up and told Buddha that he was cool. Then he got up and thought, she was badly injured. The red bee hung in the air as he continued his thought, kill her while she was weak. The protagonist released a blue arrow. The heroine gritted her teeth and looked away. She released her magical beast. It rushed forward. The young man hid and thought, damn, she finally escaped. It was clear outside. The man leaned against the wall. The girl stood and thought, what a bastard. She gritted her teeth and told one to wait. She would file a case against him for killing a federal officer, then even if the family came. Suddenly, the lady turned around and heard a click. The gray-haired man pointed a gun at her and asked what would happen if they came. The blonde man looked at the heroine as she thought about why he was here. She raised her head and said, Wardenin. The blue-eyed man turned and asked, chasing a student from Shiyang Academy, where did she get so much courage? The lady opened her mouth wide and told him to wait. It was an order from the Senate, even if they. The man closed his eyes and said, Mrs. Li Si, the warden asked her a question, so let her answer it, no need to say too much. The red-eyed woman was surprised when he added, this time it was about Dao Xian, she. Suddenly, the hero shot her in the leg. The girl fell to her knees and screamed, he shot her. He fired 2 more shots when she screamed, but she was lying covered in blood and screaming. The brunette clenched his fist and asked, does she not understand human language? He took a step. Then he grabbed the heroine by the neck and shouted, if she said any crap again, he would blow her brains out. The man approached the two and said not to waste time, let him just kill her, and let her superiors take the body, and he replied, obey. The red-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and shouted no, let them wait. It was Si Yuan who ordered her to come here. The blonde stood behind and called Ah Sheng, and he immediately answered yes. The sun was shining on the building. Suddenly the phone rang. The brunette picked up the phone and asked yes. He was surprised when he was told that he had 5 minutes. Let him come and watch the death of the one who spat on the law in the academy itself. The building stood under the blue sky. The hero looked at his watch and said, time is up, let him begin. The barrel of the gun was near the lady's forehead, when someone shouted, no. Someone appeared in the sky and shouted to stop. The man landed and thought, Li Si is a fool, how did she get caught? He approached the people and asked the warden to wait. They had a conversation when he added, he apologizes if this matter caused them inconvenience. Si is the daughter of an influential senator, he values her very much. Yellow Eyes looked forward and asked if they could do them a favor by letting her go. Blue Eyes looked at him and asked who the customer was. Why didn't he know about their case? Standing in front of him, the young man thought, of course they were the top federal officials, and told the warden that the Federation was currently monitoring Dao, and one was the only witness in this case, so they wanted to ask him to help them with the investigation. He smiled and added, they also criticized when he was in trouble now. The hero got angry and shouted, of course he understood everything perfectly well, but there was no need for such worthless people like him to know about this, and the warden replied, they had gone too far. The man turned away and added, he saw that he was remorseful, he could take this woman with him, and the warden replied, fine, thank you. The guy swung his arm when the warden said, but only after they stripped her cultivation. There was a click. The young man spread his arms and shouted, Li Si is a member of the Cape clan, and he replied, he knows why he is nicknamed an Heavenly Lefty. He did not turn around when the hero asked why. The blue-eyed man turned around and replied, because he is the left hand of God. There was a bell hanging under the stairs. The man picked up the locked phone. The protagonist was afraid that Li Si would bring people to catch him, so he waited for half an hour in the small Buddha hall, and said, so much time has passed, and this bitch still hasn't returned, did she really run away? He looked at Trudu and added, no, this won't do, we need to go upstairs to scout out the situation. The blue-haired man stood and spoke, although the bone ant was badly injured, they managed to restore it in time, now he needs to think about how to solve this problem. He heard a sound and thought it opened. A man appeared in the room, who told the young master that he was waiting for him. The protagonist pointed at himself and asked, is it him? to which he bowed and replied, "Of course, Mrs. Lan sent a warden for him." The blue-eyed man thought, the warden in Tianzhua. The car was racing along the highway. There were 2 people in it. Without turning around, the brunette asked the guy, "Does he hate him?" "Yes." Wen rested his head on his hand and replied, "Everything is fine." And he thought about what he wants from him. He wants him to say thank you for almost ruining his entrance exams. Then he got angry when the interlocutor said, he doesn't care what he thinks of him. Let him remember one thing, he believes that he doesn't have the proper skills to replace Jing. To which he replied, maybe he'll say more specifically, replace, what does that mean? The blonde man looked at him silently. Then he turned away and closed his eyes. When the young man thought, idiot, when he gets back to his kindergarten, let them teach him how to talk to people there. The car stopped near the fence. The hero entered the room, where the lady greeted him and said, long time no see, and he thought, Sister Lan. There was a wound on the hero's body. The man looked at him and asked what he did to get such injuries. The yellow-eyed woman glanced to the side and said Tianzhua, to which the long-haired man replied that he had already taught those people a lesson. Then she turned her head, called Ling Feng and Wen, and told them to come here. The two were sitting on the bed. The hero treated the wounds and said, everything, it's done. Then he lowered his head and said, it feels like he returned to childhood. When the young man replied, Dad, he got it all wrong. He was the one who was beaten because he tried to flirt with a pretty neighbor. The father became embarrassed and asked, really? The blue-haired man looked at him and said, Tianzhao just told him that he lacks skills. What does that mean? He knows. Yellow-eyed smiled and replied, that. The girls were standing at the door when the brunette said that he lacked the skills to receive the blessing, and he replied, Sister Lan. The assistant gave the protagonist the things and said, here are his clothes, and he replied, thank you. Blue-eyed looked to the side and asked, blessing, why him? The purple-haired smirked and said, it seems he was not surprised to hear about it. Apparently the young master of the Li family had already told him about it. After which the guy thought, she was deprived of such a valuable opportunity, no wonder in Jing. Looking at her brother, the lady said, she has been sick since childhood because of the cold. She knows she has enough strength to participate in the test, but she does not want her to risk her life again. Let her understand, this is a mother's excitement. Sitting on the bed, when asked why they didn't choose Tianzhao, to which she replied, he is very strong, he doesn't need it. Even her father said that he is better suited than Jing, and he thought, Sister Lan's father. The man handed over a piece of paper and said, he knows him, they met in high school. The young man looked at her in surprise. The photo depicted the principal. The main character was hitting a punching bag and narrating that his father abandoned them when he was in high school. At that time he trained hard even on weekends, so he often ran into the principal in the gym. Someone threw a can of cola and told the guy to catch it. The young man caught it and asked the principal, is he here again? He smiled and suggested going to eat, take a little rest. They say that the principal retired early due to health problems. Since then he has not seen him. I would never have thought that Sister Lan would be his daughter. Yellow-eyed smiled and told him not to worry, maybe he should think about this offer. If he doesn't want to take risks, then it's okay. Suddenly a voice was heard. Someone called young Master Wen and told him to get out of the car. These people won't bother him anymore. The protagonist went outside. The phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and asked, Li Xian. The lady answered, there was a little commotion at the academy just now, but the Yin family settled everything, and the guy said, she quickly found out about everything. Continuing the conversation, the heroine added, of course, as the president of the organization, she should take care of its members, and thought, but this organization does not exist yet. The blue-haired man was walking down the hallway when the girl said that a lot had happened today, so he should rest, to which he replied, sure, go ahead. A loud scream was heard in the receiver. The young man frowned and asked where she was now. The guy smiled and replied, he was in Hilagwen, let him come. The protagonist closed his eye and said, okay, he'll be there soon. The man crossed his fingers. There was a powerful explosion when he said that he would take out his anger on the sub today. The hero clenched his fist. The blue-haired man came up from behind the young man and said, sometimes he scares him. They were standing in the desert when one said, they've come so far, why isn't there a single leader here? And the second replied, there was no one on the way here either. The young man turned his head and added, strange, it's suspiciously quiet here. Suddenly a running crowd appeared, shouting, faster, faster. The brunette opened his mouth wide and shouted, let them save themselves, the famous demon leader is coming here. The two looked at him and thought, what? The blue-haired one turned around and asked, let's go take a look. Someone appeared next to them and shouted, Li Xian. The girl ran and shouted, Wei Yan hasn't returned yet, she's helping the students. The blue-eyed one opened his eyes wide and thought, big sister. He jumped up when his partner shouted, hey, Li Xian. The protagonist frowned and thought, I wonder what this demon commander is famous for. The lady stood behind him and asked if he would help his friend. Judging by his appearance, he would be only too happy to do so. The young man turned around and replied, by the way, Sister Lan sent Tianzhao to help him. Jing, it's her. The long-haired one jumped up and said that she didn't understand what he was talking about, and he thought, it looks like it's her. The heroine quickly moved her legs. The spears fell to the ground. The brunette opened her mouth wide and thought, damn, she can't tear herself away from him. Something fell from the sky into the sand. The red-eyed woman was scared. A monster appeared in front of her. The lady covered herself with her hand. The guy stood in front of her and asked his sister if she was okay, to which she replied, Xian. The blue-eyed man shook the spear near his forehead and thought, fuck, he almost destroyed his internal organs. He looked at the monster and continued to think, this monster, he can't defeat it, but he must stop it. The young man swung in thought, and then find an opportunity to hit. The hero looked at the silhouette of the animal. The couple ran away from the explosion and thought, and then find an opportunity to escape. A red magical glare appeared. The man raised his hand when someone thought, killed with one blow, oh shit, these were two legendary creatures. The young man cried and thought, his white tiger. The two landed. They stood on the mountain and said, this is the demon general's sword, and the guy thought if he and Jing work together, they can defeat him. The protagonist looked at the lady and said, she can take the monster's drops, they will do it. Suddenly, a monster appeared from above, who swung at the student, and the heroine screamed for him to be careful because it was behind him. He caught up with him. The blue-haired man stopped, pushed the assistant away and shouted at her to run faster. There was an explosion. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted, Li Xian. There was a red glare ahead, when she thought, it was shining. The two were flying on a wing pet. The young man scratched his head and said, he doesn't even know how many times he saved him, and when replied, just let him not appropriate the drops for himself. Xian gritted his teeth and asked, does he think the two of them can kill this demon general? And he replied, no. The monster surroundings were on fire as they flew and said that there were 3 of them. The heroine stood on the mountain and used magic rings. Blue Eyes opened his mouth wide and shouted, what the hell, although it was expected of a cultivator who was focusing on refining the art of Sunstrike, as he had forced Jing to help, to which the protagonist replied, it would be an all-out attack. Longhair crouched and thought, Mom, Grandpa, they saw, guys, even if she was born with an ice body, he can still use the full power of the art of Sunstrike. Everything around was on fire. Patterns appeared on the man's chest. The guys jumped when one of them shouted, do not give him a chance to recover, let them attack him with all their might. Bright glare merged together. The monster coughed up blood. The heroes flew apart when the enemy created a whirlwind. They noticed how the power disappeared. The boys looked ahead when one asked, is it trying to escape? The protagonist shook his head and answered, no, this monster is moving at high speed, his target. The girl was sitting on the mountain. The protagonist used his wings and flew up. He flew past, leaving a blue glare behind him. The purple-eyed girl opened her mouth wide in surprise. Suddenly, one picked her up on his shoulder when the monster was chasing him. The heroine closed her eyes and said, even if he hadn't come, she would have dodged it herself. After which the guy let her go and answered, okay. The blue-eyed man looked sideways. Then he struck his opponent. The monster's eyes and mouth lit up. A powerful explosion occurred. The girl ran towards the explosion. She looked in surprise. Looking at the protagonist, she thought, this is it. In his hands was a crystal of the essence energy skill. The protagonist handed it to her. She asked how he could give it away, maybe he doesn't know its value. The blue-haired man held the stone in his hand and said that he would not help her for free and that the stones would be given to her. The heroine remembered how he threw her over his shoulder and chuckled. She turned away and said, no need, he saved her, and she did not want to be indebted to him. She walked away saying that he should not even think that he could just become her older brother. The camera was aimed at the two of them. The blue-haired man laughed and said that he was used to it. The second added that their generation was definitely full of monsters. The setting sun shone through the windows. The young man sat on the floor. He absorbed the crystal of essence energy. He swung. The opponent dodged. Looking at them, the guy thought, so fierce, accumulating essence energy from the chi of the sword, you can immediately kill the demonic general. He looked at the information of the star sword chi oblique strike and said that it does not have a fixed use of essence energy. This is his first time encountering this type of essence energy skill. The young man rubbed his chin and said, I see, it is no wonder that the engraved word of the demonic general can instantly kill the legendary Jade White Tiger Shio. This skill is simply amazing. But he feels that it needs to be used more wisely, although the power is enormous when all the essence energy is inserted. But during the period when all the essence energy is used, if something was approaching him, the opponent struck next to him. When swung and shouted that the star sword she was cutting, Red-Eyed repelled the strike with one jerk. The protagonist looked at his essence energy. It was almost empty, and the sword she did not even cut the skin. A weapon approached him, and he thought, oh shit. The screen flashed, game over. The protagonist scratched his chin and said, the demon general's sword word skill is useless against the word fist. It seems that the word specially engraved on his head is really like rock paper scissors. He imagined a diagram in his head and began to reason that the 3 demon generals have unique abilities. If it is like rock paper scissors, then the sword essence energy he countered should be paper. But the generation rate of specific mnemonic generals is low. Blue-Eyed looked away and decided to walk through other dungeons. The guys walked around the courtyard and discussed the video from the Wei Yang Club. Someone asked if that guy was really a freshman. He was the only one talked about on the forum. The girl stopped when she heard that Zhou was just a mortal. What rights did he have to fight alongside General Goddess and Jing, and both of them killed that special legendary demon general at the peak without being defeated? The blonde turned her head and thought, so the neighbor upstairs is so strong. They passed by the faculty room. The heroine paused the video. The blonde looked at her and said that her student not only passed the test, but also killed the carved word of the demonic general, so why is she not happy? Turning around, he sighed and asked, should she? Wen is really talented, but he has never attended a single self-study class at school, and these days he practically plays games without letting go of his phone. She closed her eyes and said that she will not allow her student to indulge, degrade and waste his talents. She prepared a training plan for Lao Jinshan. The man asked, they mean? But she interrupted and said yes, she was going to use the power of the mysterious and glorious Lao Jinshan, and then one will get rid of his gaming addiction and focus on learning and training. The bird was sitting on the column. The protagonist ran his hand over his back and found scratches there. The room was dark. The phone was on the nightstand. The protagonist was sleeping peacefully. A spiral appeared near his chest. The flash caused the symbols to diverge. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying on the rocks. He looked around and said that this was the place. The young man headed towards the cliff. He saw a burning city and thought it was destroyed. People were shooting at the monsters. A mutant grabbed a man, who was screaming and begging for help. A silhouette appeared behind the young man. He turned around abruptly and asked who was there. The hero grinned. The blue-haired man abruptly got up from the bed. Sweat was running down his face, and he asked if it was a dream. Remembering fragments of it, he said that this dream seemed too realistic. He could smell blood and burning. Remembering the strange figure, he asked who this mysterious man was in his dream. The protagonist scratched his head and thought that this was some kind of curse. Was this really the effect of the Immortality Sutra? The previous dream was just an illusion, but this time it seemed as real as in reality. What was happening? Looking at his hand, he thought that the Immortality Sutra was out of control, since it was something from the Demon King, or his dream wanted to tell him something. His eyes widened in surprise. A small animal jumped on his shoulder and asked why he got out on his own. Was he hungry again? The guy logged into the game and said, forget it, he won't have any clues even if he thinks further, even if this is a sign of disaster, that what he can do is become stronger before it happens, and now he needs to find a method to become a legendary rank owner. The water on the dimensional defense line was calm. A creature rose from the water column. A status window appeared. A dimensional creature that passed the defense line was detected. It looked out onto the surface. The image was captured. It was a sea king snake. The lights were on in the buildings of the dimensional defense line. A huge mutant stood on the edge of the cliff. The sun was shining in the city. The boys stood with their hands behind their backs. The brunette opened her mouth and congratulated everyone on passing the entrance exam. Now they can officially start classes, she thought to herself. They won't be learning combat today. But she will bring everyone to Mount Jean Flag to do cultivation meditation and said that there is a divine mysterious power there. The fearless steel is the goal. She believes that everyone will benefit from it. The heroes looked at her. The protagonist was sleeping while standing. The blue-haired man approached him and asked what he had been doing for the past few days. It seemed like he had overdone it. Didn't he tell him to restrain himself? The protagonist asked. Couldn't his brain be filled with other things? He yawned and thought that these few days he had been trying to learn the progressive method. Now he can't break through the mortals. Even if he absorbs the attribute essence crystal, he can't increase it. Now he only has the wisdom sutra of the minor cultivation level, which helped him break through the attribute to 11 and still have eaten on the fire god tower. Perhaps this is some mysterious art of essence energy that can help increase attributes. After he sacrificed hours of sleep, he has not moved from the dead point. The firebirds flew towards the explosion. One looked straight ahead and thought that relying only on the flying ant is not enough. He needs to have some kind of essence energy art like light body or flight. The girl looked at him in amazement and thought that this boy can sleep standing up. She adjusted her glasses and thought that very soon his day will disappear. There was a fire on the chest mountain. The man flew away from the explosion. Red lines were extending from the mutant. The brunette ran towards them. Red lines cut through the rocks. The hero dodged them. Then he took them in his hand and shouted, "Smash!" The monster's eye lit up. The guy pulled the tendrils and shouted for him to get his ass here. The mutant bent over. The beam pierced his head, after which he fell. The man closed his eyes and his body began to dissolve. The debris was burning. The young man lay on the ground gasping for breath. A voice sounded, which reported to the supervisor that the last person from the third team of the chess mountain had died. No one had retreated. There were corpses on the ground. The brunette bent over the body and called Muyi, but the second said that he was no more. The hero looked at the body and said that they were too late. The blue-eyed man lowered his head and said that it was the pride of humanity. Covering his eyes with his hand, he told him to rest in peace. Then he turned his head and said that there was no time to be sad. They could not waste their sacrifices in vain in order to quickly send the engineering department team to restore the defense line. Now the mutation of the dimensions of the chess mountain was becoming serious. They must find the source. There was a red moon in the sky. The blonde looked at it and said that he hoped that the situation in the Eastern Sea would be resolved safely. It was foggy on Lao Jun Mountain. The guys were climbing the stairs. The blue-haired man folded his arms and said that he never thought that they would get here so quickly. Last year, only the students of the special squad had such lessons. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if there was really no danger here. The teacher brought a whole group of first years here for a lesson. The second one told him not to worry. This place is known as the no-kill world from the Federation. The creatures here will not take the initiative to attack. Humans are also not allowed to harm anyone. In a way, this is the safest area of dimensions, but you can't break the rule of killing. Otherwise. The protagonist turned his head and saw an animal. He opened his mouth and asked again, otherwise. The interlocutor raised his hands and said that karma will catch up with him. The blue-haired one asked if he still believed in it. He was told that the Federation usually does not write this in the rules, so they should be obedient. The animal was sitting on a stone. It was chewing grass. The guys glided on the stairs, and when asked if there were any leads on the silent steel, the second one answered that he was not sure, but he heard that this thing is very evil. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the blue-eyed man said that although he would not kill him, he would make him unable to resist, but it seemed that he had unlimited energy. The girl adjusted her glasses and asked Zhou Wen and Li Xian what they were chatting about, and said that they should go to the front row. She came closer and thought that he should just accept the baptism of this steel. The heroine looked at everything and said that the task this time was to last 30 minutes under the power of this steel, not a second more or less. She started to press the stopwatch button and shouted that they were starting. The blue-haired man closed his eyes. He was sitting in front of the stone. Squinting his eyes tighter, he thought that he felt a warm, mysterious energy pouring into his body. The energy continued to fly towards him, and he said that it was getting hotter and hotter. The boy grabbed his pants and thought, no, not the temperature, the body feels unstoppable, becomes restless. He continued to sit with his eyes closed. A small whirlwind formed on his chest. He opened his mouth and said that the feeling was gone, the Immortal Sutra. He thought it was the same as in the small Buddha temple. Many guys were sitting in front of the stone. The young man put his hand on his knee. He gritted his teeth, and some of the guys started shouting. The heroine adjusted her glasses and told them not to forget about the restless steel. It can really help calm down. But if used for a long time, they will become too excited. She hopes that the guys can change and become hardworking students, especially Zhou. She looked at him and saw that he was sleeping. The girl looked at the stopwatch and said that the time will soon be over. If he continues in this state, the power of the steel can harm other students. She shouted that the time is up, the end of meditation. Steam rose up. The guys started tearing off their clothes. Someone shouted that he was ready to die from enduring it. He just couldn't wait to rub his fists against someone. The brunette watched them. She frowned a little and thought that this was the first time she saw how the restless steel had no effect on a student, was when really too lazy and hopeless. The protagonist stood with his hands behind his head, and Xian did 1,000 push-ups. The protagonist scratched his head and told the teacher that he was full of energy and felt simply tireless. Could he take a walk or just run a marathon, for example? The teacher adjusted her glasses and thought that if he was lying, he would do better to improve his acting skills. At least he believed in his own words, and said out loud that he could go and return within 3 hours for the general meeting. Birds were sitting on a branch. The guy was walking on the grass. He logged into the game and opened his character information. Looking at the screen, he said that it was to be expected. Just now when he was meditating, his essence energy increased to 11. Like the little Buddha, he broke through another limit. The youth looked at his hand and thought that in addition, the aura of his body was the third type of essence energy art. Walking through the forest, he thought, what if the restless one became a hidden source of essence art? If so, would this place be? Before he could finish speaking, he bumped into something soft. He looked straight ahead and thought it was a multidimensional creature. He lifted his head up and thought it was an unusual size. The animal continued to eat the grass, and the young man thought it didn't seem like it was going to attack him. It forgot to take out the acetone, and it started chewing it. The blue-haired man looked at it and thought he liked it. Maybe it was some rare herb. He saw another flower nearby, and then he came closer. The protagonist grabbed it with both hands and tried to pull it out. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn, so hard, maybe it really is a special herb. The creature looked at him in anger, and then grabbed him by the collar. The guy managed to pull the plant out, and he fell to the ground. Looking at the bud, he said that he borrowed the power that could tighten it and was able to take it. He abruptly removed his hand when the mouth approached him. He was thrown to the ground and he screamed that he found it first, and whoever got there first would get the slippers. The guy tried to move the muzzle away from himself, and thought that this idiot would pester him until he gave in. Then he covered his mouth with his hand, and he handed the flower to the animal, saying that he could take it if he wanted. But it just turned away in disgust. The young man thought that he could not defeat it, but this did not mean that he did not have ways to deal with it. The gate was all in fog. The young man looked at them and said, "Mount Lao Jun, has he really been here before?" Approaching the gate, he said how thick the fog was. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. He raised his head sharply. He saw a print and thought that he had found it. It was a dungeon mark. He took out his phone and entered the game. Hiding the phone, he said, "Great, now there is something new to play." But then he received a kick in the back. And Kubrick rolled into the fog. He walked through it and did not understand anything. The animal exhaled and said, "Close." The protagonist rubbed his bruised side and said that this cunning bastard had meanly attacked him. His waist almost broke. Bowing his head, he said that he knew he could not fight him on Mount Lao Jun, so he decided to push him into this place. And now he would have to deal with this shit. A blade of grass appeared on his hand. It began to grow larger, and he screamed what was happening. The protagonist looked at himself and said that he would soon become a vegetable if this continued. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Lowering his hands, he said that the plants were disappearing. He thought to himself that this was right in the Buddha temple. A special art of essence energy was needed to remove the effect of the mysterious energy. The eye suddenly opened. It was the third eye of the animal. The young man scratched his head and said, "By the way, this place is all in fog, so which way should he go?" A creature came up to him. The guy looked at it and thought, this time. He kicked his hoof. The fog began to clear, when thought that now he could see the road. The horned one butted him in the back, and the guy shouted that he understood and was going there and asked not to push. Passing by the door, he thought, such a quiet town, and even in the territory of dimensions. He turned his head and said that for some reason the building at the end had the same aura as the small Buddha temple. There was a sign above the entrance. The blue-haired man raised his head and read, "The Great Pure Temple." Looking at the statue, he said only does not tell him that this is one of the 3 pure Taishan Lao Jun. I wonder if this temple also has a similar curse. He felt that everything here is not just like that. He was kicked again with a hoof. Turning around, the protagonist thought, "Damn, what a bastard." Standing up, he heard a voice saying that the avenue is formless. It gives birth to heaven and earth. The avenue is ruthless. It moves the sun and the moon. He does not know its name, but its name is Tao, and since he is a disciple of the Taoist sect, he can choose one of 3 talismans. 3 sparks descended from the sky. The 3 talismans stood next to each other, and the protagonist thought that first Buddhism, now Taoism. Maybe someone will tell me what's going on. Standing next to them, he thought that he had a choice again, this time a jade wooden and a gold one. Taking one of them in his hands, the guy thought that the wooden talisman is associated with nature, so most likely it represents the powers of Taishan Lao Jun, then he will choose it. He clenched his fist. Grabbing his hand, he shouted, "Fuck, forced hatching again." A sign appeared. The young man opened his eyes and thought that his body seemed to be exhausted. He stood up and asked what kind of light ball it was. A creature appeared in front of him, and he shouted that it was a companion door. Information about a mortal rank banana fairy appeared. The young man looked at the screen and said that she only had one skill, Taiyin Wing. I wonder what kind of skill it was. Putting away his phone, he said that he would probably deal with it after he returned. If he was gone for too long, his teacher might suspect him. The setting sun illuminated the stone. The girl put her hands on her waist and shouted why one had only just returned. She had searched all over the area to find him. Where had he gone? He replied that he was just taking a walk and accidentally got sick somewhere too far away. The blue-haired man looked down and said that he had gone quite far and made friends with some sheep. The protagonist asked in surprise, "With which sheep?" He turned his head and saw a sheep, and the field thought, "Really? And when did she have time?" The animal looked at him, and he thought, "Wait, the trace of the eye on the front hand, it's that stupid sheep." The blanket was lying on the bed. The blue-haired man smiled and told the master ram that he had washed this thing several times already. It was already cleaner than ever, and asked if he could return to Lao Jun. The animal bleated in response. Reading the book, it replied that he was free, and thought to himself that this guy would not go all the way with him. The young man sighed with relief and said that there must probably be a way to get rid of this master ram in the game. When he returned, he tried to enter Lao Jun on the phone. Looking at the gate, he thought that it would be as safe as in the real world. He thought that he did not expect that as soon as he entered, he would immediately be attacked by a monster, a stack of kills in a matter of seconds. The young man turned his head and said that the only difference between reality and the game was that in reality, this ram was following him into the dungeon. Apparently, despite its SOSO character, it was not an ordinary high-level creature. Looking at the phone, he thought that although he had not yet figured out why it was following him, he could not take it away anyway, so he would have to look after it. A bird was flying down from the Ibo tower. The blue-haired man stretched out his hand and shouted for him to come here and order the fairy to use her powers. She began to strike. Her attacks flew towards the birds. An explosion occurred. The protagonist clenched his fists and said that the fairy's cold could work against the fire bird of the fire element tower. He lowered his head and saw her lying on the fox and asked if her current life force could only be used once. The protagonist looked at the screen and said that this technique is incredibly powerful, and the spread range is very wide. If used well, even though there are many fire birds on the top, if you figure out how to gather them all together, you can kill them all at once. He remembered the recent explosion. The young man ran thinking, great, let everyone come here, he called out loud to the flying ant. The young man dodged the firebirds. Spheres appeared around him and the flying ant, he said, damn. There were explosions near the tower. The young man closed his eyes and said, well, of course, it's not as easy as he thought. He and the flying ant will be surrounded by these birds before they can gather them together. To avoid being surrounded, he needs to become more agile and fast. He looked away and said that it seemed like it was time to find a suitable life force skill to speed up his movement. Sitting on the floor, he decided to open the forum. There he saw a huge number of comments. Wen started putting on his sweater and said that it would be better to go to the library himself and look for the necessary information. A bleating sound was heard behind him. The animal was holding a brochure with food in the troughs. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked if he wanted to eat, and he liked to enjoy life. The shelves were filled with books. Digging through them, the main character said that this was not it. He opened the book and began to leaf through it. Leaning back in his chair, he said that Yulongbian and Inishan allow you to enter super acceleration in an instant, but it takes a lot of effort. Crossing out another entry, he said that this is not suitable and should be crossed out. He thought to himself that it seemed that only the art of flying the dragon gate suits him. He introduced the girl and said that the art of flying goes back to the goddess Huazhong. Although using it you cannot be motionless for a long time, but the movements are very graceful and fast. Besides, it can be maintained for a long time. As the protagonist exited the building, he thought that the Longming caves were in Luoyang and he would go there tomorrow. The asphalt broke under his foot, and a huge reptile soared into the air in front of him. Wen gritted his teeth and thought, how could a spatial creature appear in the city? The huge snake moved its tail and then attacked, forcing the boy to jump back. Landing among the rubble, he thought that the consequences could be devastating. This must be an epic-level creature. A glow appeared in the mouth of the huge monster. The hero thought that it was using life force techniques. The man with a black beard ordered to attack. Bright beams crashed into the monster's body. The combat helicopters fired. The man standing behind raised his hand and said that after such a long chase, he saw that it still wanted to escape there. Bright lightning pierced the monster's neck. Green blood poured out onto Wen, who was dissatisfied. The man in the cloak approached him and asked if he was okay. Glancing sideways at the beast, the hero said that yes, in the end it was. The man turned his head and said that it was just a pet that had gone crazy and escaped from its owner due to its too much passion for cultivation. Standing nearby, he said that the military would deal with this. They should go so as not to cause unnecessary panic. He asked for silence. The hero said that he understood. He remembered the spark in the monster's mouth and thought that it did not look like the pet with which the contract was made. A bright room. One had clothes hanging on his arm. He thought that everything behind the door smelled of blood. A light shell fell and bounced on the floor. The guy looked at it and thought, when did he have such a thing? Bright ribbons appeared from the shell. They pounced on the guy, trying to strangle him. A long-haired creature appeared in the room and said that she finally escaped from his sight, but it was a pity for her pet. Wen gritted his teeth, thinking that she had a strong suppression, even stronger than a snake. The blonde siren smiled, thanking her brother for accidentally helping her. Sharp fangs appeared in her mouth. She said that the reward would be that she would eat him. A bright beam pushed the monster away. The ram stood with a shining paw extended, and then showed the boy the advertising leaflets. He said that he understood and would buy him all of them. Wen stood next to the girl. The injured siren said discontentedly that he was an insignificant person. She was the queen of the siren clan. How could a ram crush her? Pointing his finger, the boy asked the ram if he could kill her, maybe blow her up or something. Having calmed down, the blonde said that she had offended him, but if the master spared her, she would give him the secret of her father, the god of chaos. She imagined a figure sitting on top of the stairs and said that the father god of their race was considered the primordial deity in human mythology. There was a ball hovering above the siren's palm. She said that he was the first god born in the cosmic chaos. He is the beginning of everything, order, time and space, and is also the beginning of the whole world. In order to get the divine secret that was in the demons, if he spares her, she will give it to him. The ram sat on the shoulder of the guy, who asked if the divine secret is a secret technique of life forces, and heard that yes, he only needs to observe the space in the pearl, and he will be able to experience the power of the deity. The light reflected in the guy's eye. The monster smiled, thinking that he was caught. The hero recoiled, thinking that something was wrong. Red ribbons were spinning around the pearl. They were gathering in a circle around the sphere. Looking down tensely, the guy thought that it was a trap. He seemed to be floating in the air near a black hole and asked what kind of place this was. A ram was hovering nearby, and the hero thought that the divine sheep was bewitched. From the red vortex came the order for the countryman to go. Wen was surprised to hear it, thinking since when did he become a countryman? A bright spark flashed. The hero fell down, thinking that he would be sucked in now. A yellow sphere was hovering next to him. He thought that in the morning immortality self-circulated again. Maybe he became a believer in another ancient god. The thorn that pierced the siren became transparent. The wound healed, and she said that he was a fool. Only those with the blood of chaos can comprehend it. He will be locked in this space forever. Suddenly a crack appeared on the small red sphere. Bright rays of energy made the siren recoil. She exclaimed in shock that it was impossible. When stood surrounded by red vortices, the girl said that chaos did not affect him. Moreover, he has a divine technique. Who is he? A bump appeared on the ram's forehead from the fall, and he screamed indignantly. A bright beam hit the monster's body. The ram looked ahead with displeasure. When held the sphere in his hand and thought that it had lost the divine technique of chaos and turned into empty marble. He exhaled when it tried to pull the ram in. Holding the yellow sphere in his fingers, one said that it seemed like there was still room inside, a pretty good bag. The beast hit him on the head with displeasure, and the guy thought that it seemed like it could store living beings. A light multi-story building. There were a lot of vegetables in the boxes. The ram happily held them, hearing the words to the guy that he needed to leave on business, and he should be careful and stay at home. He kicked the guy out of the room with his hoof. The hero touched his finger to the phone. Looking at the screen, he said that great, there is a lot of information about the Dragon Gate grottos on the forum. There were huge figures carved into the rock. The length of the Dragon Gate grottos reaches 1 kilometer and contains more than 100,000 Buddha statues. After a dimensional storm appeared in the cave, many dimensional creatures appeared in each hole, and there are also different types of monsters from each crack. Shining caves were visible in the rocks. Although the Dragon Gate grottos are one of the most deeply explored areas, there are still many mysterious places waiting for their seekers. Looking at the glowing screen, the guy said that there are a lot of caves here. I wonder if he can find a dungeon marked there. Which dungeon has this technique? There was a girl standing at the door below. The blonde smiled and said good morning. Looking at her, one recognized Lou and asked where he was going so early in the morning, and the guy replied that he was going to the Dragon Gate grottos. The girl was happy and said that she had recently cultivated there. Does he want to go together? She looked at the guy so sweetly that he agreed. Her happy voice was heard from the high-rise buildings, saying that she had just won a new means of transportation in the previous TV lottery. It was very comfortable. The hero thought, was it a bicycle? He looked ahead, discouraged. A helicopter was flying in the sky. When asked if she was really the princess of the country, and Lou asked, isn't it strange to win a helicopter? People were standing by the Buddha statue in the Dragon Gate grottos. The heroes walked among the people who were discussing the exchange of things and asking who would go to which cave. One looked around the grottos, thinking that they were huge. I wonder if he could find the dungeon marked there? Lou looked at him and asked, did he also come to the Dragon Gate grotto to complete a task? He replied that no, he came for the heavenly soaring dragon technique. The girl was delighted and said that this was the dimensional essence crystal that fell from the soaring sky beast Lotus Cave. What a coincidence. Her target was also him. Running closer, the girl said that she lacked an assistant. Why don't they make a deal? Pointing her finger, the blonde said that she needed to kill the soaring sky beast. Let him help her. If the soaring sky technique essence crystal fell, he could take it. Looking at her, one agreed and thought that the skill essence crystal was a rare thing. Why was she so sure that it would fall? Her luck couldn't be that good. In the lotus flower cave, there was a large stone flower. A huge monster was attacking with its wings spread. Lou winked and asked for help to take a photo of her beautiful fighting pose. Wings appeared on the girl's back. Wen flew lower with the phone and thought that she lacked someone to film her. The monster moved its paw rapidly. However, the girl managed to dodge the blow. The blow of her weapon cut off the paw. Wen was filming it with his phone. Behind the girl, he noticed the mark he needed. In front of the guy was the girl's pink phone. He was examining the needed element, thinking that the dungeon mark was also here. The defeated monster was disintegrating into pixels. A purple crystal was hovering above the girl's palm. She said that it was the essence crystal of the soaring sky technique. How long did she do this? The hero replied that 1 minute and 5 seconds. He held the pink crystal in his hand, thinking that her luck was crazy. She could get a rare skill crystal on the first try. At this time, the heroine thought that it was too long. Lou turned around when she heard someone say that she came to beat his record again. The dark-haired guy with a backpack is G, a graduate of the Sunset Academy. The girl said that she did, but she did not succeed. The brunette pointed his finger at his comrade and said that his record has already been beaten by this guy. Yen opened one eye. This is a special recruitment student of the Sunset Academy. Indignant, Lou asked, did he come to Sunset Academy too? Then they continue? The girl pouted unhappily, imagining the silhouette of a creature with a sword, and asked why they should continue. He has a legendary creature, the heavenly king of swift sabers, specializing in fencing, who would dare to match his speed. In the gray room, the heroine's words were heard that she wanted to walk through other caves. Wen replied that he was going to walk here. Why? Dong asked her to wait about the investments he told her about last time. Yen looked ahead while his comrade asked the girl to wait. He stopped in front of the hero and said that he must be Wen. He saw a video of him fighting a demonic general. It was amazing. The guy had a weapon on his back. He said that the teacher said that he does not focus on becoming stronger. Then he decided that the teacher was lying. But he would never have thought that he had free time to work as a photographer. Ji smiled awkwardly and asked not to pay attention. He is a good person, he just has a character. Wen closed one eye and thought that Yen was rude. He stood in the room with gray tiles and thought that it was good that they all left. He picked up his phone and said that it was time to go, a new dungeon. The logo had palms together. He thought that, of course, the grottos with the dragon gates were also one of the copies of the dungeons in the phone. When walked past people holding the phone, Ji was sitting on the floor and shouting for them not to pass by and to look at his good goods. He noticed the hero and exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy came closer and asked what he was selling in the middle of the street, to which he heard that he was selling the eggs of the legendary chimera. The brunette introduced the gray creature and said that the chimera has good characteristics, and also owns the technique of petrified skin, which makes it very strong in defense. Unfortunately, in attack it is not so strong and useful. He introduced the shining silhouette of the beast and said that some rare specimens hatch with magical abilities, such as the ability of Overlord. Such an attack can transform its defense into an attack, making it one of the best in the legendary class. He pointed his hand at the colorful eggs and said that one egg has a special price of 1,000 points. He wants to try his luck and try, to which the guy replied, "I wonder where he can get so much money." Ji was upset, lowered his head, and said that he thought that since he was Xian's friend, he had a lot of money. The gray egg showed information that this chimera, legendary class, stone beast, its characteristics and innate skill petrified skin. When pointed the camera of the phone at it, and thought that he scanned almost all the chimera eggs, and all of them only have the ability of petrified skin. Apparently the ability of Overlord is really rare. A question was heard: how did he manage to defeat the chimera and take so many eggs for himself? Lu, who was standing behind him, replied that it was not that surprising, although this guy did not look very strong. Ji scratched his head awkwardly, hearing that he was indeed the best graduate of the academy. The brunette held eggs in his hands and said that she came back. Did she want one for herself? Lu replied that she did not want one, she liked cuter animals. One was thinking at this time, is this guy the best graduate? He touched his neck, asked why he even needed to set up a small kiosk to sell companion eggs. Ji smiled and said that it was to play a game. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The character on the screen was beating a monster. When pointed his finger at the phone and said that this game was too tough for him, plus it was weird, then he was indignant, saying that this is why he needs money to improve the game. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin, hearing that the game was based on reality, and the map and monsters there were the same as those he fought in the real world once. The guy folded his fingers and thought that it was the same as his mysterious phone. If so, it would not be so dangerous for him to play on his phone in the future. He said out loud that it was a pretty good idea. The game would be useful for all beginners. Unfortunately, he had no money now, but when he had some, he would gladly invest. Crying Ji covered his eyes with his hand and said that someone finally approved his intention to create a game. The guys shook hands, saying that from now on they were partners. The brunette held a bag of chimera eggs in his hands and said that as a sign of the beginning of their cooperation, he could take one egg for free. The hero said that he was carried away and gave eggs to everyone. Lu showed off her muscles with a sweet smile and offered to help him choose. The screen showed the characteristics. Among the skills was the necessary skill. The girl held a gray egg in her hand, and the guy asked, "Is she a goddess?" Entering the bright room, he said that he was back. There was a ram lying next to the empty box. When asked in surprise, did he eat it all at once? Looking at the egg in his hand, he said that it looked like this would not be an easy task. Ji would have to work hard to get the money. Suddenly, the egg quickly disappeared from his hand. Just as the guy was saying that, while in the grottos with the dragon gate, he received the technique of the heavenly soaring dragon and the chimera. On the floor sat a light beast, which the guy called Diting. The beast was sitting on the hero's lap. On the screen was a pond with flowers. This is an underground pond with lotuses. A strange flower appeared from the water. A red beast appeared next to the character. The hero thought that the blood lotus was here, and just in time, he would just try what he learned. The character, surrounded by radiance, jumped. A purple beam flew out of the monster's mouth. The game character managed to jump back while the hero was thinking how flexible it was. The character jumped back from the attack, when thought that all he had to do was apply a little pressure. He wouldn't be able to do all sorts of tricks. He crossed his arms, saying that it was very good. Now that they had tested the skill, they were almost there, and summoned flying ants. An ant appeared behind the frightened monster. There was a bright flash. A red egg appeared above the water. The system reported that it was a legendary level Bloody Buddha's Heart Lotus, and listed its characteristics. The hero touched his chin thoughtfully, saying that it was a Buddha's Heart Lotus with 4 skills, but all attributes were slightly inferior except for the physical ones. There was a red symbol on his palm. The system asked if he wanted to use this item as a material to fuse with the mutated skeletal ant. The match rate was 36%. The character extended his hand to the information window and used the fusion. In the red glow was the silhouette of a beast. He thought that it was only a 1 in 3 chance, but it would be worth it if the ant's evolution was successful. Rays were spreading around the red silhouette. Surrounded by the glow, one shouted at the ant that he must cope for him. In front of him was a red-white insect, a mutated lotus ant, and its characteristics. Wen's eyes widened when he read them, and exclaimed that this was an excellent set of attributes for a legend. It even inherited all the skills of the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. The guy turned his head. It was a pity that he couldn't summon it right now to take a look, but if it was as big as the mutated dead ant, this room would not be enough. The character jumped up, talking about the new dungeon that was opened. He would go there to test the strength of his new ant. In the Dragon Gate grottos, a grey creature was hovering in the lotus cave. The character pointed his finger and sent a mutated lotus ant to attack. It attacked with its paws outstretched. The ant's eyes were glowing. It sent a powerful purple beam forward. The monster fell to the ground. The ant rushed towards him. Sharp thorns rose up. One, amazed and with round eyes, said that it was too fast. An egg with a wing image appeared in space, and the guy said that this was a companion egg. Looking at the characteristics of the heavenly beast, he thought that other than speed, they were not very good. His eyes lit up with greed when he said that he would try to fuse the companion. If he came across a flying ant, the lotus would have a real feast. In front of him was a system window asking if he wanted to use this item as a fusion. The match rate was 0.6%. The boy touched the feed button, deciding that he would feed it to D-Ting. The creature glowed golden. A bright beam rose up. The boy exclaimed that this was an evolution. D-Ting spread its paws, and a window with its characteristics appeared next to it. Looking at the phone in surprise, one said that mythical creatures are amazing. They are not like ordinary legendary creatures even at the legendary stage. What is the role of ears and eyes in Fate now? There was a system window on the screen, which said that Fate ears and eyes use ears instead of eyes to see the sky and earth. He said that the skill description is the same as before. A yellow circle appeared under the boy's feet. He said that he should try it first. Yellow beams were spreading across the grey room. He said that it was all about using his ears instead of his eyes. He could see everything that was happening outside with his eyes closed. Skill waves were spreading outside the building. The hero said that he could even see what was happening outside his house without looking at the walls. One smiled, saying that it was wonderful. With this power of perception combined with the flying technique, he could pass the volcano dungeon. The character stood next to a large tower. Lightning was flying around the tower. One pointed his finger at the ant and called it to attack. A bright beam flew past the firebirds. The ant flew forward rapidly. The hero thought that while he was dealing with a flock of firebirds, he would take care of the rest. The character jumped. A bright beam flew from below. The hero quickly climbed in the air, and then touched the ground with one foot and abruptly jumped over several steps at once. Thinking that it worked, he could easily cope with the speed of the firebirds. The character climbed the stairs. One held the phone, calling them to fly after him. The firebirds were catching up with the hero. The character turned to the fire ant and called it to him. They flew towards each other. As they approached, the game one shouted, calling the silver-winged ant in the form of a companion. A bright spark appeared in the sky. Silver wings appeared behind the character. A small creature appeared nearby, which the guy called a banana fairy. Rays were spreading from a bright crystal. The character jumped sharply, saying that the flight to the top was successful. The guy stood in front of a stone object in the middle of flames. Firebirds were flying out of it. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, the character said that it turned out that the firebirds were created from the flames of this cauldron, and decided to end this with the help of a banana fairy in the form of a companion. A blue beam flew forward, sweeping away the flames. On the wall was the inscription Sutra of the Ancient Emperor. The guy's heart gave a beat. One clutched his chest, saying that his heart hurt. Is there some kind of curse on this ancient scripture? The heart seemed to darken. One bent over in pain, saying that it was about to break into small pieces. The beam zigzagged forward. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that he was about to lose consciousness. The yellow sphere circled. He thought that the power of the lost immortal scripture had not changed. A drop of blood burst out of his mouth. A symbol seemed to appear on his heart. The hero said that it hurt. He stood with his forehead pressed to the ground. He put his palm on his chest, saying that it felt better. The character sat, engulfed in flames, and said that although the Sutra of Misty Immortality did not help this time, it seemed that the Sutra of the Ancient Emperor was successfully studied. A grey sword hovered above the cauldron. The hero asked. Inside the cauldron lay a stone sword. He scratched his head in surprise and thought, the reward is a sword, but what about pets? But his hand passed through the weapon. One looked at it in surprise, realizing that he was untouchable. The hero tried hard to grab the sword, but always passed through. It was as if the weapon was divided into two parts, and the guy asked why he couldn't touch the sword. One held the phone, saying that he spent so much effort to get to the top of the tower. He thought that at least they would give him a companion, but they gave him a sword that he couldn't even touch. From behind the door, words were heard that he had received a letter. One held an envelope with Oh Yang written on it, which was the name of his old director. The guy took out the letter from the envelope, thinking that since the director was not currently exploring new dimensions, did he have time for such a thing? He took out a light business card of the Shiyuan crystal store and numbers. The guy put the phone to his ear, thinking it was someone's number, but the operator said that such a number is not in service. One thought that it seemed like this string of numbers was not a phone number. He should go to this store someday. Xian walked in and waved his hand and asked why he was standing at the door. Did he want to meet him? With a beautiful smile, the guy pointed to himself and said that he had good news. He broke through to the legendary class. One looked at the business card, saying that he was deceived again, and the guy exclaimed that he was not joking. Let him pretend to be happy for him. The heroes walked along the corridor. Xian asked, "Doesn't he know how to get the title of legend? Although the legendary class is slightly higher than mortal, this is an important turning point." He raised a finger, saying that breaking through to the legendary class, one can awaken the legendary fate that will always be with him. Many practitioners base their training on their fate. Touching his face, one thought that in the previous encounter, he broke the record with the flying monkey with the Sword King's fate. I wonder what his fate will be when he moves to a new class. Turning around, he asked his comrade what his fate was. He happily said that he was waiting for this question. A silhouette of a warrior appeared above him. Raising his hands, Xian said that his fate was he. He must have heard of a name like NB. It gives him a bonus to vitality and defense. Green crosses appeared around the cut. Minor wounds will recover on their own. The only way to kill him is with one fatal blow. Xian tried to climb onto the bed, accidentally pushed the ram and said that his life is almost equal to immortality, and when told him to save himself, a powerful kick from a hoof threw the guy aside. Xian was lying face down on the ground, when asked if he was alive, and the guy said he thought he could still be saved, but what was he doing here? Did he break his spine? The ram was sleeping, cutely curled up, and when asked, so he wasn't immortal after all? The comrade rolled over and said discontentedly that if he wasn't dead, it didn't mean he wasn't in pain. He was carried out on a stretcher. The guy said he was leaving, and with his strength, breaking through to a new class wouldn't be that difficult. It would be, just don't sit at home. There is no concept of turning into a legendary class after being confined within four walls in the world. One looked down, thinking that people who played games all day long would raise a lot of questions from others if they suddenly became stronger. Sometimes it seemed to him that he was training so as not to arouse suspicion. Blue elements glowed on the door to the training room. When through the bat over his shoulder, the normal difficulty training mode was activated. The guy put his weapon forward, hearing the request to interact with the launched objects for a specified time. The training was about to begin. He said that he needed to quickly finish the training and then calmly play the game. The earring in his ear lit up when he strained his ears. He imagined balls and gears, thinking that this was it. The slightest rotation inside the cache can be seen in his mind, like through a lens. A ball flew forward from the device. He decided that he just needed to imagine the trajectory of movement inside the machine and hit it if he swung the bat correctly. When hit the ball, many hit notifications appeared. Yen touched the door, thinking that someone was practicing in the training room so early. He saw when hitting the ball. The guy also picked up the bat, saying that the speed of the balls is very ordinary, but he pretends to close his eyes. The ball flew forward. Yen swung the bat, thinking that he would make him understand the importance of training and show the difference in their strength. However, the ball had already been hit. The guy looked at it in shock, realizing that he had beaten him. When extended his hand with the bat to the side, the hero thought that this couldn't be true. Maybe he was just standing nearby, so he hit the ball first. Another ball flew out of the device. Yen pulled his hand back, thinking that he would not let him take the ball again. However, the opponent hit the ball with a slight movement, then waved his hand to the side, hitting the next one, and Yen couldn't reach the new one either. Sweat was running down the guy's face. He asked why he couldn't even touch the ball with its speed. The muzzle of the device was pointed down. The guy sitting on the floor asked where he was going. There were more balls there. Without turning around, Wen hit the next one. The opponent, looking at him, thought that he seemed to know where the ball would go. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that he was training with his eyes closed, so as not to rely on vision, but to feel the change around him. This is the legendary Eye of the Heart. He learned such a valuable lesson from just one short meeting. He is so ashamed that he underestimated a person because of his appearance. It seems that he still has a lot to learn. Wen imagined the gears and thought that the machine has stopped. Now he can return to the game. Yen fell to his knees in front of him, calling him a teacher. He knitted his brows, while the hero thought about what happened. Words were heard on the bright balcony that he did not have time to be a teacher. The guy was kneeling, saying that he was able to notice his shortcomings just from a short meeting with him. He helped him a lot. If he is under his guidance, he will definitely achieve more in life. Wen held the phone in his hand, for which a transfer of funds was made, while the green-haired man begged him to take him as a disciple. There was a message on the screen about receiving 50,000 yuan. The hero thought that he promised Ji to invest money in his game, so he thought it would be nice to spend time training him. Wen scratched his head, that he could become his teacher, but it does not guarantee that it will help him much. Yen knitted his eyebrows, decisively saying that he understood. The teacher says that for improving one's skills, only what a person comprehends himself is valuable. A bare foot took a step. Wen sat with a towel around his neck, saying that unexpectedly and for reasons unknown to him, he became someone's teacher. Fortunately, he paid quite a lot. A silhouette appeared in front of the character, hidden by dust. The red-skinned blonde looked away. A question was heard. The general is already here. The hero raised his fist, saying that great. He had long wanted to get to know him better, and called on the ants to attack. The electronic clock showed 10:01. Wen clutched the phone, thinking that according to his calculations and the tactics he had planned, The banana fairy representing the scissors should cause quite a lot of damage to the cloth general. He looked down tensely, thinking that if he used the fairy, he would use up his energy if he lost. He decided that it didn't matter, they were just having fun. The red ribbons pushed the hero back. He said that this demon had been watching his position for a long time. The lotus ant sent purple swirls forward when he heard the request to help divert his attention. When, with round eyes, exclaimed in shock that the black ball had been absorbed by the poisonous fog, does the cloth general not have the ability to grab things from the air? A purple sphere was floating in the air. A bright beam flew down from it. The general's eyes widened in surprise. He turned around in shock. The bright beam cut through the body. The character sat, covered by a yellow dome, and said that he finally got there. When imagined two spheres, thinking that it turned out that the general's ability is not just to comprehend things in space, but to absorb skills with these balls and then return them. Fortunately, the body of the lotus Buddha can at least protect against the poisonous fog of the same type of lotus, otherwise everything would be over. An egg appeared from the body of the creature. The hero's eyes looked shocked when he realized that this was a companion egg. There was a purple crystal on the white egg. The system reported that the egg was acquired General Tissue Mutant, legendary level, General of the Heavenly Furies, and its characteristics. The system asked whether to hatch it. Red flashes surrounded Wen's body, who exclaimed that this egg must be hatched. Red whirlwinds flew out from his back, and he screamed in pain. They seemed to be piercing his chest. When thought that he had to endure it, his body and all indicators had reached the limit of the mortal class. With the help of the Lost Immortality Sutra, he could hatch this legendary companion egg. A bright spark shone red. A red-skinned general of the tissue mutant appeared in front of the guy. The system reported a successful hatching. Wiping the blood from his face, Wen said that he could. The general of the purple ball ant defeated the monsters with a flick of his hand. He cut off the head of one of the opponents. Wen stood behind, his mouth open in surprise, and thought that this was a legendary class, and he was essentially a monster. He could easily destroy the previous difficult opponents. Wen smiled slightly, thinking that he needed to improve it right away. Later, he abruptly opened the door and apologized for being late. He stood at the entrance of the classroom, thinking that he almost forgot that there was a lesson from Teacher Fei in the afternoon. Xian crossed his arms with a smile and told them not to worry, even a beautiful homeroom teacher could be late for class. The teacher with glasses called for silence, and said that the main purpose of the lesson was to inform them of the annual exams that would be held soon. Whirlwinds of fire swirled around the coin. The ribbon went down. She said that the exam consisted of several categories: the defense level exam and hot oil. There were patterns on the gray building. Blue whirlwinds rose up. She said the speed and agility exam, paper bridge, vitality test, absorbing mountain. The boys were discouraged when they heard about the strength level test and lifting the stone tripod. Faye imagined the silhouette of the building and said that these were definitely not the same acrobatic numbers as before. They would be distributed according to the number of absences and the time spent on passing the first two courses. The people nearby opened their mouths when they heard that. However, if they won first place, the top 10 in the general examination would be allowed to enter the Purple Palace. And they discussed in surprise that the palace that had so many rumors and secret treasures, did that mean they could go in and take away some treasure? Bright sparks flew towards the slightly open door, and words were heard that, according to legend, the Purple Palace, which contained great opportunities, was under the jurisdiction of Sunset University. Xian walked with his hands behind his head and said that it would be great to enter the Purple Palace, at least to see how everything was arranged there. Wen put his hand in his pocket and asked, "Why can't the third son of a famous family get into the top 10? The blue-haired man raised his finger and said that it was too difficult. The university now has a lot of strong players. There are only 10 places and seniors like Ji or Yen, and students like So or his sister, or Lu. Wen glanced sideways and asked Lu, "Is that little girl also in the top 10? The comrade introduced a girl with bright wings like an egg, and told him not to underestimate her. She practices a special technique to return to youth. She is not a child, but rather like a phoenix. After the first promotion to the legendary class, she will again drop to mortal because of her technique, the same with the epic. The girl had wings on her back. He said that every time she returns to the first form, her indicators are greatly enhanced, and she makes her progress much faster. Despite the fact that Lu is so small, she has already reached the legendary class for the second time." Thoughtful Wen remembered the cute girl and thought, "Is she really that strong?" The comrade waved his hand, saying that if she needs anything, just call him. Wen looked down, thinking that if it was just for ranking, there would be no need for this. But this Purple Palace is really tempting. He doesn't know if there is some kind of life force there that can raise his final attributes to level 1. He turned around when someone behind him called out, thinking that he doesn't know if there is a duplicate seal in the Purple Palace. But if there is, it will allow him to choose another treasure. A guy in a suit stood behind him, saying that he was looking for him, and said that he was glad that he remembered him. He is Lieutenant Sheng. Introducing the red building, he asked what the governor wants from him, and heard that there is no need to worry. The governor is not as bad as he thinks, and it is not he who invited him. A black car drove along the road. The woman was wearing a black dress, and the words "that Mrs. Lan called him were heard. The woman approached the guy and thanked him for coming. He asked if she wanted something from him. Wen was surprised when he heard a request to talk inside. The sign said that this was the Shiyuan Crystal Store. The old director had sent him a business card of this store. Round lamps were shining on the ceiling. He heard a question. Why did she call him? Lan, who was walking in front, said that Jing's birthday was coming soon. She wanted to give her a companion egg, but she didn't know which one she wanted. Smiling sweetly, the woman said that she wanted to hear his opinion. After all, she had been taking care of him a lot lately. Wen thought that she didn't really want this kind of fame. The heroes were standing in an expensive store. Wen looked ahead and said that such a big store, but there were no customers at all. Walking along the display cases, Lan explained that this was a crystal shop owned by her father's best friend, Uncle Shiyuan, who used to bring her here when she was little. Whenever he had a good collection, he would close the shop and let her and her father look at it first. The hero thought that it was no wonder there were no customers. This shop was closed especially for their arrival. There were colored stones on the display case. She said that although this shop was not the largest in the city, it had the most valuable goods. Wen looked at the crystals, hearing that the shop was divided into an upper and lower floor. On the upper floor, as he saw, were the most expensive rare crystals and skill stones. The hero realized that this was the very place from the business card. Approaching the elevator, the woman said that the companion eggs they needed were on the lower floor. The stairs led to many shelves. On the shelves were glowing eggs. Wen was surprised to see them, saying that these are all companion eggs. There is so much space on the lower floor. Lan stood by the shelves. She introduced a fairy in a pink dress next to the beast and said that to the graceful or elegant moon fox. She thought Jing would like it, but the flower fairy seemed to suit her personality very well. Turning around, the stepmother asked, what did he think? Wen pointed at the glowing egg and said that the companion egg is the evil caterpillar. It seems quite suitable to him. The woman asked, does he have such terrible taste? She imagined the red silhouette of the beast and heard that in terms of strength, the evil caterpillar is the best of the legendary class, and when transformed into a butterfly, it becomes priceless. The woman smiled sweetly, said that his observation is amazing, and if he says that this is the companion of the black jade butterfly when it hatches. Jing looked at the egg happily, saying what a good birthday present. She covered her eyes with her hands when she saw the monster. Wen crossed his arms and said with a smirk that the birthday present is since he was little, his stupid father always forgot his birthday. With a smile and looking forward, he thought that if he had a mother like Lan, he would not worry about such trivial things. Above the elevator was an indication of the -1st floor. The woman looked at the hero and said that she ordered Sheng to pack the gift. There is still time, can we go and see what is below? The hero clarified, is there another floor here? The stepmother had a key in her hand. She said that there are very special companion pets there, and to get to this floor, you need to be with Uncle Shiyuan. But he left her the key. Wen was surprised to hear that she does not know if that guy is alive. On the second lower floor there were metal bars. There was a beast lying on the floor. Wen passed by the cage with the monster, hearing that these are all famous and powerful companions. Lan touched her finger to the device, saying that almost all the creatures here are former warriors who fought together with the veterans during the retirement storm. The owners could not come to terms with the thought that they would pass away with them, so they were sent here to wait for someone else. The huge bunker door opened. The creature was chained to the safe. Wen was shocked to see this, asking, is this also a companion? Standing in front of him, the woman said that she didn't know, but her father came to see him every time he came here. After so many years, she didn't think he would still be here. She remembered holding her father's hand, asking who it was, and said that she always asked her father about him when she was a child. She remembered the silhouette of the man and said that her father was always silent. Even Uncle Shiyuan knew that his father sent him here. The large bunker door was closed. Turning away, Lan said that it was late. She would ask Xing to take him back. The hero froze, feeling the energy, and thought that he felt his gaze behind his back. The blond man's eyes were shining. The guy thought that he was watching him. With his back turned, Wen thought that it couldn't be. Maybe he sent him a business card of this place back then. He remembered the card, wondering what the numbers on that sheet meant then. The guy noticed the combination lock. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that there was a code table on the metal grate where the guy was locked. The number on the card was the code to open it. Looking up, the hero thought, is it possible? If Miss Lan hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't have met this companion. He doesn't understand anything. What is the director trying to tell him? The speakers suddenly started working and the words that the lesson was over were heard. The hero at that moment was calmly playing the console while his friend was lying face down on the desk, after which he asked him why he was sighing so heavily, because the lesson was over. Then the blue-haired man, without raising his head, said that tomorrow he was applying to create a club, but he was still one person short of the minimum number necessary for this. After that, he stood up with displeasure and said that the new students were very harmful, and as soon as they heard that they were a new club, they immediately rejected them. Although there were only 4 of them now, in the future they would have many opportunities to develop the club. Then the protagonist looked at how he was banging his head on the table and complaining, and thought that his method of attracting students had been used so many times that not a single new student would fall for it. Then he scratched his cheek and thoughtfully said that if anyone was needed, he had someone in mind. Then the recruiter looked at him with horror on his face and asked how Du Dian could be offered and asked why him. Wen turned his attention to the kitten and said that with his reputation as a bad guy, he was sure that no club would invite him. Then the blue-haired one scratched the back of his head and asked if he was an opponent of him and his sister, and then said that he had caused them a lot of trouble and he still had not taken revenge, and then asked if it was definitely worth inviting him, to which he immediately answered in the affirmative. The hero put his hand to his chin and imagining many battles, said that back then it was a voluntary bet in the arena and that the guy had good characteristics, and he thought that he would be an excellent choice. Then he introduced the bald man with the kitten and said that since their last meeting, he had become very gentle and kind. The blue-haired man asked in horror if he was talking about that guy, to which the shaggy man said with a stern look that even if he was not happy, there was no choice. The anxious guy put his hand to his chin and said that he thought he was saying sensible things, and if that was the case, then it was time to look for him. The action moved to the grottos of the dragon gates in the cave. Many stone warriors were standing near the statue. These were the servants of the Buddha of the legendary level. The blue-eyed man became alarmed again and said that these were legendary creatures, and wondered what Du Dian was doing here. The hero stood behind him and told him to relax, because these warriors are slow and often do not attack first, so it should be safe here. An hour later they approached the statue, and could not find the bald man. Then the blue-haired man leaned on the statue and folded his arms across his chest wondering where that man was, because they had been looking for him for so long and still could not find him. At that moment, all the soldiers turned in his direction. At that moment, one of them decided to attack the poor guy from behind. The big guy dealt a powerful blow to the ground, and the anxious guy jumped back with difficulty and asked why they began to attack sharply. Then the hero put his hand to the statue and calmly suggested that apparently touching the soldiers enraged them, but his comrade did not appreciate this and furiously demanded not to touch anything else. The stone ones began to move towards them. The guys stood in their stances, releasing energy, and the blue-haired man said that they seemed to have no other way out and would have to break through. He immediately rushed forward and clashed fists with the warrior. The protagonist calmly dodged the attack. Then he attacked, throwing the enemy back. The guy looked at the approaching enemies and thought that they were in trouble, because there were more and more enemies every second. Then he looked in the direction where his friend was being beaten and thought that he wanted to be beaten to death and seemed to be in no fighting spirit. Xian was sent flying at high speed with one blow, after which he loudly asked for help. The hero managed to catch him in flight, and he calmly told him to just stay near him. The Buddha warriors were filled with energy and were about to strike, calling them violators. And then the protagonist was able to break away from the ground and rise high into the sky. The blue-haired man looked in horror at how they were jumping on the statue and asked not to do this. And then they climbed onto the very head and stopped. Then he looked down and said that it seemed that they had stopped. Afterwards he tried to get off and said to put it down, because he knows that he is quite beautiful, but there are limits. Suddenly the eyes of all the warriors turned red again. At the same moment, they began to rise up. Xian climbed into the hero's arms again and screamed in horror that they were flying up and asked why when he touched. Everything was fine, but as soon as he did it, everyone immediately attacked. At that moment, the hero looked down with a slight smile and thought that this was a statue of the sacred Buddha, and he was partly her son. But then they were loudly called from somewhere below. The bald man stood below and tried to draw their attention. When jumped with his comrade in his arms, Du Dian pointed his finger and ordered them to go behind the Buddha statue. They would not be able to get there. The guys ran to the indicated place. The gray statues followed them. The monster stopped at a narrow passage. Xian smiled and pointed his finger down, saying that now they would not be able to reach them. The stone monsters crowded around the narrow place. There was a cloth thrown over the beam in the cave. One looked up, heard that they would have to wait for an hour and then they could leave, and thought that it turned out that there was a small cave behind the Buddha statue. Xian waved his hand and said that they actually came to him. They wanted to create a club and they were missing one member. They would like to invite him. Du Dian closed his eyes and said that he was not interested. The blue-haired man raised his finger with a smile and said that he should not rush to refuse. Their club was quite good. They would get a good membership bonus every month. How did he like that? He thought that he heard that Du Dian liked to take money for his work, so he would not refuse such an offer. He screamed in shock when he heard that if they gave him 100,000 a month, he would join. One blocked his comrade with his body and said that they just needed one person to register the club. Let him just join it. It was necessary for the number of people. They would not force him to attend any events. How much would such conditions cost? Du Dian raised his finger and named the price of 10,000. The guys bumped their fists, confirming the deal. An hour later, the stone thugs walked away. Standing in front of the hero, Du Dian told him to go ahead. He would quickly clean up here. When glanced sideways at the crouching guy, he put something in his bag. The hero was looking in that direction. He imagined a gold pocket watch. Thoughtfully closing his eyes, the guy thought that it was strange. The pattern on the watch looked familiar. His eyes widened in realization when he remembered that, although a different size. In the crystal store near one camera there was the same one. He imagined the golden logo, thinking that the woman and the anchor motif used to be rumored to cause great misfortunes because of women on ships, which is why women were forbidden to go to sea, and totems and other things related to women and ships are almost never found. Dudian stood in a confident pose, while the guy was thinking, is this a coincidence or does this pattern have its own secret meaning? He looked forward silently. There was a photo frame on the table. Wen was sitting with a phone in his hand. Opposite the character was a red-skinned martial arts general. The guy said that he had encountered another kind of general again. A blue flash raised waves of dust. In front of the character was a red cloth general. He thought that the martial arts general's skills would be reliable against the cloth one. Wen looked at the screen, saying that when you know the rules of fighting against different species, the game becomes much easier. A companion egg was hovering above the character's palm when he killed the martial arts general. The system information said that this was a lone general of the Celestial Fury. The guy said that the only difference with the cloth general was that the skill of the palm curtain was replaced with the star strike. But Wen thoughtfully touched his chin, saying that they were the same type of creatures with similar characteristics. The character's mouth dropped open in shock when he saw the question, does he want to use the egg to fuse with the cloth general, and the compatibility is 90%? The companion's figure glowed red when the process was started. The general threw his weapon over his shoulder. The guy thought that he really had the skills of both at the same time. One of the general's palms was glowing, and a ball was floating above the other. Wen smiled, saying that it was amazing. According to this logic, if you get all the generals, you can make a high-class companion. The guy turned to the side. In front of them was a bright building. The general's hand moved forward, causing bright flashes to fly, and the boy thought that the mutant general's palm veil and whistle strike couldn't keep up with this arrow. The red arrow approached the little man who used the starchy sword. He fell from the arrow's impact on his chest. Wen was sitting on the bed with his phone, saying that as it turned out, even the current mutant general couldn't help him unlock this sword. All three skills couldn't destroy these arrows. Then it turns out that it was impossible to pass this stage with one special skill. The guy looked at his palm, saying that it was over. Even the veil, which he spent the least amount of his energy on, couldn't stop the arrow, and the ash palm and titan fist clearly couldn't handle it. His eye widened in realization. The guy remembered how he did a palm strike while training, and thought that the ash palm couldn't be obtained from a skill crystal, and it could be obtained from the fusion of the dried bone palm and the inch fist. Some skills are not acquired directly, but are transformed into higher skills through pumping up low ones. 3 bright beams connected. He thought that these 3 generals had a very high compatibility rate, despite the fact that they were mutually exclusive. He imagined the symbol of the game rock paper scissors and said that it meant that there was a connection between their skills. The hero happily hit his knee, saying that this was great. This was the only thing left for him. Now he would use this week before the exams to collect all kinds of skill crystals from the 3 generals. There was a saucepan on the stove. The hero said that the generals would appear randomly, and they could only be reset by constantly refreshing the game with blood. He opened the can. The red character jumped up and shouted that there was no time to waste. The little ram yawned. Wen looked at the phone. He held the phone with a dissatisfied look even in the bathroom. At the school building on the day of the exams, Xian asked where he went. Wen brought the phone to his ear and said that he would be there soon. A purple ball was hovering in his palm. The boy clenched his fist and said that he had been trying to get skill crystals for a week, but in the end, nothing worked. There was a white phone on the bed. He imagined the red general and his characteristics, and thought that the fusion of the 3 types of generals was successful. The crowd gathered outside the school on the day of the exam. Wen walked while rubbing his neck and apologized for being late. Xian noticed that he seemed to not care about the exam at all. The student council chairman Wei looked down and asked, "Is this Wen?" The girl confirmed that it was him. The boy stood with his hand in his pocket. The man said that he participated in the murder of the Blood Lotus and the battle against the general, saying that he was still at the mortal level, and except for the connection with the Lan family, he could not find out what his real origin was. Wei adjusted his glasses, saying that only the mortal level. It's a pity that the exams are based on merit. No matter how good his mortal level skills are, he will be on the same level as hundreds of other students. Let them put him on the student council's waiting list. Suddenly his gaze became shocked. Jing walked up to the guys. Then Lu passed by, calling out to the guy. Yen bowed to the hero, calling him teacher. Xian was surprised that he was familiar with all of them, just like Wei. The brunette looked away cutely. The student council chairman hid, tensely thinking that Ji was also familiar with this guy. The girl said that it was the one who didn't get along with him. Wei furiously asked her, "Didn't she say that this guy was mortal level? How did he know these people?" She said that everything was written exactly like that on the application form. The guy's glasses flashed. He said that this one had a good connection, and if he got into the student councils, they would not be able to establish their connection with such noble families. There was a black sensor on the ceiling. Words were heard that the Secretary General should study Wen's biography in more detail. He remembered that she was in charge of organizing the exam venue. Let her do what he told her. The guy was screaming and trying to lift the gray object during the exam. Another guy was trying hard to push him away. The screen showed a request from candidate number 74 when to get ready. The hero lifted the cauldron above his head with one hand, getting the highest results at a high difficulty level. Looking to the side, he thought that this cauldron was very light. A girl with wings runs along the threads. A guy holds a ring over a boiling barrel. Jing raises his hand and forms a vortex of energy. Sunset comes to the city. Information about the exam results is on the monitor. Someone says that they have finally arrived. Xian stands next to the protagonist and says that the first places are occupied by monsters, and if they want to get on the list, they need to gather all their will into a fist. The guy looks ahead in surprise. In the line with one's name it is written about 100 points. His friend exclaims that he is on the list. The girl looks ahead thoughtfully while next to her they discuss the guy standing nearby. The swordsman looks at the screen and exclaims that his coach is the coolest. Surprised, Faye does not believe in such a result from the protagonist. He frowns and wonders that a mortal really got into the list of the top 10 on the exam, and is he really a genius? Friends are sitting on the steps. The protagonist is playing on the phone and hears that this is unfair because his result is several times higher than his. Although he is definitely stronger than him in many ways, he replies that he does not believe it either. He seriously thinks that the matter is not only that he is strong, because other competitions seem to have become less difficult, and something is clearly wrong with the results. The character stands opposite them and asks the protagonist's name. The man adjusts his glasses and says that he is pleased to meet him. He introduces himself as the student council chairman Wei, and he would like to talk to him alone. Xian leans over to his friend and asks when he managed to meet the student council chairman. He says that he himself does not know. A cup of hot drink is on the table. They sit opposite each other. The chairman congratulates him and says that he entered the top 10 and got the opportunity to get into the Purple Palace. The protagonist calmly hears that in the end, in the mortal class, the chances of getting there are practically zero. He looks closely at his interlocutor and asks if it is true that they lowered the difficulty of the exam, and he does not even know him, not understanding why he would need such a thing. Wei sits opposite and explains that he sees a great hidden talent in him and the Purple Palace is a great opportunity for a new student, and he thinks that it would be a pity to miss it. He folds his arms and says that there is currently an open position for vice president on the council and that he is very impressed by him and would like to offer him the title. The guy stands up, declaring that he will refuse because he has no desire to join the council. The worried chairman realizes that the student council is almost the most important part of life and many dream of being a tiny part of it, but he refuses. The protagonist, looking at his interlocutor, explains that his friend is waiting for him outside, asking if this is all he can do. The man in glasses sits opposite him and says that he understands him, noting that the doors are always open for him, and if he changes his mind, he can come at any time. The door slams shut. The girl stands next to him and says that the president did him a great favor, and he refused her. The man demands that he stop. Adjusting his glasses, the chairman declares that there is a time for everything and this person is not simple, and he does not see any particular problems in this. He turns to look at the assistant, and hears that she has brought a document that the university asked to distribute among the students. He asks to show it. He looks closely at the sheets. An airplane flies in the sky. A question sounds that an exchange student is arriving at their university. A white building is in the frame. A scream is heard for him to get out of here because he will kill them personally. She, in turn, is advised to get treatment. Dishes are smashed on the floor. Shards fly in all directions. A girl is sitting next to another. The character opposite says that he cannot believe that a mere mortal student dragged her into such trouble. Lisa asks with a displeased look if he really came to mock her. He takes the chair and says that he applied to the university for the status of an exchange student, and went there to look at the man who made him work so hard and humiliate himself. Capet sits on the chair with a grin, clarifying whether his name is one and noting that he came to avenge his stupid sister. Security guards are standing near the beautiful entrance to the portal. There is a glow inside it. A group of people are at the giant gate of Ziwei Palace. The protagonist and a group of people are examining the arrows. It is said that the school found them in the Purple Palace, and this is the only way to open the treasures that are there. The chairman adjusts his glasses and says that the treasures of the Purple Palace are a mixture of immortals and mortals. These can be secret techniques or companion eggs, jewels. The golden bell rings loudly. He looks up and says that the time has come. The gates swing open. A bright light is visible from them. The man says that they should choose one of the balls of light and break it with an arrow, and what is inside will be a treasure. Surprised Yin notices that there are many of them, and he does not know which one to choose. The arrow touches the golden sphere and it bursts. The gray-haired guy sees flaming hands and says that you can only rely on luck because you can't tell which one is more expensive by looking at it. He has a bright chest in his hands. Surprised Lu says that this is a real treasure chest, and you need to open it quickly. He clarifies why he should show it. The protagonist silently looks away. He imagines himself rich with a grin and understands that he has only one try, and if there is a copy of the seal in the palace then all kinds of treasures will be within reach. A gray wall is visible. The guy looks at the hovering spheres and thinks that he has already climbed everything, but still hasn't found the drawing of hands. The protagonist sees the gate and thinks maybe they are there. Jing passes behind him and advises him not to go there, because once the door devoured everyone who went inside. He silently watches her. He sees flying lights and understands that in this case he will choose the treasure. Lu stands next to him and offers his help. He clarifies whether she has already chosen everything. She holds a huge chest. He is very surprised by this. He holds out an arrow and says that he would have chosen whatever he saw anyway and therefore he will trust her. She assures him that she will not let him down. The girl throws it above herself. He realizes that she did not even look around and just threw the arrow. The sphere bursts. The blonde holds a box in her hands, declaring that she has no idea what is inside but is sure that's something good. Inside the box is a golden teapot. The main character frowns at this and wonders what kind of genie booth this is. He opens the lid, thinking that he needs to rub it a little once and repeat. A fire appears on its tip. It is reflected in the guy's astonished look. An orange lady appears in front of him. Gritting his teeth, MC realizes that something is controlling his body and that it is very strong. He sees a bright light on the lamp in shock, not understanding what is happening. The guy appears surrounded by pink roses. He looks ahead confused. He jumps around the room, not understanding what kind of tricks this is. A pink spot forms near his hand. The guy with his eyes closed realizes that these dances have opened a new source of energy in his body. The lamp falls down. He sees a flaming hand and understands that this is the formula of life force. A bright yellow sphere shines. It is said about the immortal uprising and the word of God. Hundreds of people worship a silhouette in the distance. The girl in the hood declares that she does not speak the language of God or the immortals. The silhouette of the protagonist is distorted. He does not understand what he just saw. He falls into the abyss. It is said about the day when the immortals will fall. The protagonist swims in the depths of the ocean, screaming for help. He slightly opens his eyes hearing the word master. In front of him are pets, shouting hey to him. The protagonist is lying on the ground and sees them. They say that he went out again. The guy yawns and says that he slept so well. Hieroglyphs glow near the sphere. It is said that the endless muttering that used to be part of his dream has finally disappeared. He holds his palm on the ground. He breaks the wall to pieces. The pets look away. Pieces of stones fall to the floor. The protagonist is lying next to them and says that he just put his hand on the bed and for some reason fell down, and why his hand suddenly grew so much. Jing in a towel looks at him and is silent. She is embarrassed and angry. A cry is heard throughout the house that the protagonist is a pervert. The builders look at the hole in bewilderment, saying that it is impossible to imagine how this happened. The shower is in the bathroom. The system window says that one is at the legendary level with the fate of the King's Sai and has the technique of the Sutra of Lost Immortality. The protagonist looks at the phone and shouts that he has become legendary, and Lu's luck is as always on top. He wonders in surprise what the King's Sai is. He points his finger at the name, not understanding what kind of mysterious person could write such a note. A guy with a naked torso is near a beam of energy. It is said that reality is not so intuitive, but the abilities of each person's personality can be more or less felt. A bright light is visible in the frame. It is explained that he can feel the presence of the King's Sai in his body, but cannot feel anything else. He sits in the bathroom and understands that although he does not know the effect of this fate now, his characteristics can continue to improve, and to hatch creatures now you do not need to risk your life. He looks at the phone in surprise and says that this happens to all the other destinies. MC closes his eyes. A creature with several arms looks up. The window says that his fate is the Prasna Octave and the small Prasna Paramitha technique. It is explained that this is a powerful boost in strength that significantly increases attack and recovery ability. The pop-up window tells the protagonist that he has a destiny called the Tao of the Body and a Taoist scripture technique, explaining that it is an extremely fast enhancement of essence energy recovery. The Burning Man looks at the observatory. The window talks about the destiny of the ancient emperor. It is written that it improves all stats and creates strange changes in strength. The notification talks about the destiny of the great demon god and the demon sutra technique. It is a small improvement in all stats and access to new abilities. The player character looks down. His skill is called Air Step, in which wherever he steps, he remains in the air. A dark abyss spins in space. It says that the first order of chaos, all because it is not one of the 4 leveling stats, and it seems that nothing has changed. The guy looks at his hand and says that unlike the King's Sai which his body cannot accept, with the exception of the first order of chaos, all other techniques copied from the scriptures have formed their own names and destinies. He realizes that it is time to explore that place again. A giant egg stands in the middle of a deep end cave. Dozens of flying insects are receiving discharges. The player character runs forward and calls his companions to follow him. He sees flying monsters in front of him. A red demon stands behind him, shouting about a multi-general mutant. A blue explosion occurs. The purple eggs of the companions are visible. The protagonist jumps and runs along the stone. He sees a crack. A yellow insect flies out of the liquid. It hisses at him furiously. The player character moves towards the crack. He looks forward and declares that it must be the entrance to the anthill. A bright beam appears right in front of him. The yellow insect roars in rage. The guy deftly does a somersault and dodges. He slides along the ground and says that this is a good move and that there is probably a rare class creature in front of him. He forms a green sphere, realizing that his main target is still him, while calling a banana fairy. The pet is presented in the frame with a smile. The window says that he is of the legendary level. The guy is shocked by how much he has improved. In the frame is the back of the main character. The fairy releases a beam of green energy. The guy shouts that in any case, this is great, and she should use the tie-in wind. A blue structure is formed around the enemy. He is imprisoned. The yellow villain crushes the restraining barrier. He flies around the cave. The main character jumps from above, realizing that the tie-in wind will not kill the enemy in one swing, but it can delay him for a couple of seconds. The guy flies into the yellow liquid. He falls right into it. Floating up, he screams that he is alive. The yellow window says about eating the nectar of the golden ant, and plus 1 point to health. The guy nervously screams that this honey can really improve the characteristics. The enemy flies out in his direction. He plops down in the same place. The screen goes out. The protagonist says that this happens. He looks down with a smile and thinks that although the legendary class removed the limitation on characteristics, it was very difficult to increase them with crystals due to the weak effect, and then his health was instantly improved. The protagonist says with a smile that it has been decided, namely, he needs to take a few more sips of honey. The game character flies down. The guy remembers what that white spot was above the nest. A brick building stands in the city. The girls turn around to look at someone. A blonde with long braids walks forward. The chairman sees him and hears from him that thanks to him, the Sunset Academy has become a real discovery, and he has a feeling that his stay will be beneficial. He replies that he is a talented person with a reputation as a saint, and his presence is a great honor. Wei adjusts his glasses and says that in accordance with his request, they organized a sparring session for the best students. The guy sits at the monitor. He understands that with the exception of one person. The blonde smiles, declaring that he is looking forward to meeting the best students of the academy. The fighters are fighting in the battle hall. They are fighting with swords. Lu looks closely and says that it is a draw again, and Capet has fought with everyone, and it is a draw everywhere. The gray-haired fighter next to her suggests that he doubts them because during this time he has never used his family's special skills. The swords collide, saying that the competition is over. Yen looks at his opponent, and they thank each other for the fight. The president goes to Katep and says that this is to be expected from such a talented person. He says that he is right, and the academy really has strong students. He thinks and says the word but. The interlocutor adjusts his glasses and wants him to continue talking. He spreads his hands and says that he heard that recently the academy held an exam and he is sure that everyone who fought with him is the best in their class. He replies that this is true. The protagonist with a towel looks forward. Katep says that he heard that one of the students who entered the top 10 was a mere mortal and this interested him very much, and he would like to meet him. He calmly states that he wants to know his strength. The nightstand is in the bathroom. The protagonist with a tired look says that he played all night and still did not find a way to get into the nest. The yellow insect dodges the attack. The protagonist states that after the enemy received damage from Tyene, he was not caught again. He scratches his head and says that that creature is much smarter than the black ones who just attack like crazy. He sees the phone ringing. Teacher Wei is calling him. The guy opens the door and asks if he was looking for him. Xing with a grin says that he came. He asks again. He stands in front of the protagonist and hears the question of what he is doing there. He replies that it is better for the teacher to tell him everything herself. The guy looks at the girl and hears that they want to suspend him from classes for a while and let him consider it a vacation. He asks again why. Wei with a serious look states that not long ago, an exchange student challenged their academy as soon as he found out about him, and he is Liz's younger brother. She with a nervous look hears the question of who she is. Xing explains that she is the red-haired girl who used to stalk him. The teacher adjusts his glasses and says that the Jog and Liz family is one of the 6 heroic legacies, the Capet family. The blonde stands in front of a cross. It is explained that unlike his sister, he not only inherited a heroic physique, but also received an incredible destiny, and in the West he was already given the title of saint. Sitting on a chair, the teacher says that she does not know how the main character managed to get into the top 10 best, but that is exactly why he chose him for a duel. The surprised guy hears that he probably wants to avenge his sister and kill her. She gets up from her chair, stating that the academy doubted his rating, but since he has connections with the Yin family, they did not pay any attention to this, and it would be a shame for them if he ends up below his rating. She stands next to Xing and declares that it is better to stay home, because now this is the best decision for him. Capet stands near the ladies in love. One of them says that she actually thought that something was wrong with him, offering him to have lunch together. Another shouts that it would be an honor. The girl runs forward. She almost touches the guy's head with her foot. He looks at her in surprise and asks Jing what it means. She calmly states that he knows himself. He says with a grin that he understood her, stating that she misunderstood, because since Wen is one of the best students in the academy, he wants to spar with him. The girl discontentedly clarifies that he does not mind fighting with her. The blonde with a grin asks if she wants to protect the reputation of the academy, or not. He raises his finger up and says that the protagonist used a swindler's tactics to get to expensive treasures, and she is trying to protect him. The onlookers cannot believe it. Jing, standing opposite, hears an exclamation that one's entry into that is really strange, and is he really doing it? Capet looks at her with a smirk, saying that if the protagonist didn't deceive anyone, then why doesn't he hide behind his sister's back, and he will look forward to meeting him in 3 days. Someone approaches the girl, claiming that 3 days is a long time, and it's better now. The blonde smiles. The protagonist stands in front of his sister. The opponent doesn't believe that he came. Wei sees this, while Jing asks why Shin came. The lady with glasses thinks that since this is his personal decision, she wants to watch from the sidelines. Drones fly over the square. Spectators are looking at the screen. Capet stands in front of the protagonist, saying that since this is a duel to prove the reputation of the academy, everyone can watch everything live and one will not mind. He agrees. Xian and his friend stand and watch, calling him an asshole. Yen replies that he is sure that the coach will win. The blue-haired guy looks at his friend who is wearing a t-shirt with MC's image, and asks what he is doing. He replies that he was told that this is the best way to support. Capet stands next to a huge knight, and says that he is not as cruel as the protagonist thinks, and if he can defeat one of his pets within 10 minutes, he will give the victory to him. The guy raises his finger, and says 1 minute. The giant knight raises his sword, shouting that they are starting. The viewer understands that he can turn him into a cripple in 1 minute. The protagonist raises his hand and says what he means. A red demon appears behind him, noting that he is talking about 1 minute to win. Wei stands and watches, realizing that this is a member of the royal court, namely a spear knight. A warrior in armor with red eyes looks forward. It is explained that this is a historical knight of the Round Table, whose strength is so great that it makes him one of the strongest companions in the legendary class. He strikes. The protagonist calmly watches this. A red hand emerges from the portal. The demon grabs his blade with a grin. He deftly dodges the counterattack. Xian nervously shouts that this is a multi-mutant general, not understanding when one managed to subdue such a big guy. Jing looks down and understands that this is impossible. The guy stands next to a huge companion, while she thinks that this is not an ordinary mutant. Katep stands behind the knight, and says that his companion blocked his attack. They break away. They strike at the same time. The companions fight fiercely. Xian admiringly wishes to continue in the same spirit because his friend can do anything. The enemy with a dissatisfied face realizes that his knight cannot even touch him. The warrior holds a spear in front of him. Its owner says that if the protagonist thinks that victory is in his hands, then he is very wrong. It is explained that fate is the oath of the knight, and the stronger the owner, the stronger the companion. He flies into the attack after the order to destroy the opponent. He falls into a purple sphere. The blonde looks at it in shock and does not understand what is happening. The red demon casts a spell over the enemy. He takes the knight by the throat. His fist flies towards him. A bright flash fills the knight in armor after the blow. The blonde looks at it silently. The protagonist calmly looks back. Xian hugs Yen and shouts that their friend is so cool and he made him with one hand and they need to come up with a funny nickname for him. He notes that his trainer is really cool. Jing is shocked to realize that the mutant general has already used 2 special skills. A bright beam pierces Capet after he shouted about the Holy Emperor. A sign appears behind him. It says that it recognizes his strength and offers to have a real duel. The guy stands while his friends shout words of support. The protagonist declares that he has already lost, and there is no need to continue a meaningless fight. He calmly holds a gold object and says that he is betting the glory of his family and the egg of the rebel knight's companion. MC stands in the square and says that they can begin. His friend notices that one is in trouble. A huge monster appears in front of him. The enemy shouts that now it will be fun and he will experience a special skill of his family, namely divine judgment. A powerful explosion occurs. Xian screams his friend's name in fear. The blonde smiles and declares that the end has come. Blue energy bursts out from under the yellow. A huge whirlwind rises above the arena and the enemy does not understand what is happening. Capet freezes into an ice crystal. The guy holding the green object says that he's still lost. He breaks the ice with his fist. It falls to the floor. He takes the glowing egg. He throws it up and says that he is taking his reward. The teacher points forward and demands to check Mr. Capet. She clenches her fists. The friend hugs the protagonist, while the teacher wonders what this guy was hiding his true strength all this time. She adjusts her glasses and sighs. Clothes hang on the chair. He takes the egg in his hand. The system window says about a legendary knight with the purpose of a knight of divine power, with the skills of the cross sword, shield of the end, summoning a holy horseman. The guy looks at the phone in shock and screams that this pet has all attributes at 19 and 4 more skills and is almost like his mutant general. He covers his mouth with his hand and says that this is strange because this knight is probably stronger than the companion that the enemy used, so why didn't he bring him out as the main one? The phone screen is loading. A knight with a sword is shown in the picture. It is explained that Lancelot is a legendary figure of the Knights of the Round Table led by King Arthur, and he was also the brother of the adoptive father. He is riding a horse with a child. It is explained that he is one of the greatest knights, brave, strong and ready to help everyone. People love him deeply. He kneels before a lady. It is said that he began an affair with the king's wife. The shield breaks into pieces. It is said that this ultimately led to the collapse of the Round Table. He clicks on the information about the destiny of the Knight of Divine Destiny, the Eye of God and the Absolute Hero. He wonders if he has a destiny of the main hero. The guy imagines it, and thinks that being a servant of the king, Lancelot fell in love with his wife, and it is not surprising that Capet did not bring out this companion because he knew that the destiny of the rebel knight would have some consequences for the owner. He sees an egg on the bed and says that this problem was pushed on him. It's dark outside. Wei is talking on the phone about how Wen is really a very capable student, and always produces results that are shocking. The lady with glasses says that if he really is a miraculous piece of jade, she thinks that the interlocutor is the only person who could carve it. The mysterious stranger stands near the chain and says that it sounds like another headache for the students, asking if she can do it. The girl near the monitor asks again, saying that it is true that Wen's victory over Capet was largely due to his strong companion, and she will take action. The stranger presses the screen and ends the call. He is lowered down into the cave on a chain. It is light in the window. The guy is lying on the bed and talking on the phone. Xian, with a displeased face, shouts at him not to sleep because the teacher has just posted the homework. The guy looks at the phone and thinks that now she will look at it. The system window says that you need to kill 10 bronze ravens that are in the Forbidden City. The blue-haired guy looks at the monitor and hears a question that the Forbidden City sounds like it is dangerous for them to go there, and is it really possible? He replies that he was looking for information about this place, and it is safe there. The diagram says about the Forbidden City. It explains that this is one of the lowest dungeons, filled with all kinds of bronze creatures, and you can even meet legendary beasts there, and one of the reasons why this place is called that is that high columns hold up the ceiling. It is explained that the Forbidden City has some kind of mysterious power that isolates the contract with the companions, and no creature can be summoned there. The action takes place in the Forbidden City. The heroes hit the legendary bronze beast. The guy jumps up and hits him. Xian hits his legs. He swings his fist and screams that they have been hitting him for so long, but he does not care. He punches hard, shouting about the blow of the god of war. He continues to beat, not understanding what is wrong with his defense. The bronze beast notices something. The protagonist strikes with a red beam. It cuts his torso. The blue-haired guy shouts loudly that this should work and they need to finish him off. He turns around to see him running away and declares that he just spent all his strength on this blow and is now leaving. He stands next to a tired partner who asks, didn't the teacher say that the beasts are mid-level, and then why did they barely move him? Faye with a cup looks out the window. The guy with the phone exclaims that he found it. The sign is visible on the column. He thinks that at least the imprint of the dungeon did not take long to find. The furious partner behind him shouts that they do not listen to him, because how can you survive without using pets? He keeps his hand in his pocket, realizing that not all of them can be used, but he did not feel a contractual connection with his companions when he went there. He imagines them with his eyes closed and realizes that except for these two, he can still hear their screams, but it is better not to use them and not to break the rules. One looks ahead and says that the bronze beast's defense is amazing, but it is not invincible, and as long as there is at least a small chance to strike, you can defeat it. Thinking, the interlocutor asks what will happen to them. He replies that the information provided by the teacher is not entirely correct, and if the partner and the protagonist of the legendary race, they have a chance to defeat the beast, but the others, they go forward. While MC hears that he did not know that he was so kind, the guy replies that he can come up with a method to help the students pass the test. The tired partner stands behind and hears that after this he will sell it for a lot of money, and he will give the proceeds from them to the G game. Light is visible in the window. The drink is on sheets of paper. A blue sign is visible. The game character runs away from the beast, realizing that after a dozen attempts, he finally dealt with it. He jumps and dodges the blow. He sees the enemy's body and realizes that this is it. The protagonist strikes, screaming, "Get it!" He lands and exhales. The metal beast looks at him. He explains that it needs energy in its body to move and attack. The sheet shows its structure. It says that when the beast moves, the energy is concentrated in one of the 4 parts of its body, while in the other parts a deficiency is created, and this is the weak point. The protagonist with a pen in his mouth realizes that the position of the weak points was constantly changing and moving depending on the movement of the beast. He tiredly grabs his head and declares that if a mortal man wants to defeat such a beast, he needs to study the bronze beast completely, and remember where and when its weak points appear. A red building is visible under the blue sky. The system window says that one sent him a file. Xian with bandages on his face is surprised. The protagonist hears on the phone that he really defeated it. The guy stands in front of the beast and claims that his friend is cool, and according to his information, he really was able to defeat it alone. His message is visible on the screen. The guy states that there were so many details in his file, specifying how he found out everything. The protagonist lies in bed with the phone and realizes that he has been sick for the last few nights, advising not to worry about it because even though the mortal class spends more effort than they do, they can still easily defeat the beast. He specifies how much they will buy the article for. The friend, smiling, exclaims that it will cost a lot and he is sure that his friend will get rich on it. The surprised girl in the sweater claims that this mission does not need a strategy. She points to the phone screen with homework and says that it says that you need to kill 10 animals but does not mention which ones, because a rabbit is also possible. The guys ask again in shock. They are furiously clarifying if there is really a bronze rabbit there. Homework is written on the smartphone screen. They look at him carefully and the blue-haired one says that the task the teacher gave is different from the others and why only they got it. The protagonist thinks and suggests that no one will buy the strategy he wrote. G stands next to them and explains that they say that the special class has a task related to the bronze beast they wrote about. He hugs his surprised friends. MC thinks about the academy graduate. He clicks on the window on his phone. G looks at the screen and says that he didn't even notice that he described each phase of the beast, specifying that this strategy can be used in his game. The protagonist, crossing his arms, asks that the special class will buy a guide to completing the mission. He replies that this is not entirely true. Standing opposite, he explains that this class is very proud and they believe that if they accept help from others, then they are not as cool as they thought and their status is above all. He reaches out to his friends as they leave and asks for permission to finish speaking. Xian states that apparently nothing worthwhile will happen. One says that he will consider this a simple exercise since he so wanted to spend money for the task on the elder's game. The elder looks at him smiling and states that they are unlikely to buy a strategy for the mission, but with this strategy many can beat his record in the Forbidden City. He raises his finger against the background of the pyramid and explains that some of them who like to brag will probably buy it to be sure to bypass him. Thinking about it, the protagonist understands that this has the right to be. Ji stands near Yan and Lu. It is explained that in the Lotus Cave the friends tried to participate in races. Someone hugs the guy from behind. The big guy lifts the protagonist and shouts that he finally found them. He drags the protagonist along with him and shouts that it's time to do some training. He replies that he's going to lose his pants now. Xian silently hears how they ask him not to forget to send him money for the information. The academy is shown in the frame. Yan bows to the main character and says that he thanks him for understanding. He calmly wonders if he told him anything. The fighter holds a stance and asks to show what he has learned. A bright beam cuts through the space. The protagonist dodges the sword. His hairs fall to the floor and he understands that it was not bad. The beam shines again. He dodges again, realizing that the distance between the sword and the air is not interrupted, and it seems to be fixed. The student closes his eyes. The guy sees a beam of blue energy. The protagonist stands on his hands talking about the eye of the mind. He dodges a series of blows. The red eye watches. The guy notices that the sword is looking at him. He holds the scabbard and shouts to receive. Yen sighs and hears that even without using his eyes, if he is able to perceive movements in the air, he will be able to use the sword more skillfully. He replies that he is still far from the power that the teacher possesses. The protagonist sees a torn t-shirt and understands that despite the similarities, it is clear that the eye of the mind is not the same as hearing, and the boy has really achieved perfection with his own understanding. He tells Yen with a serious face that he really has nothing to teach him because his mind is his own, and with high talent and good understanding he would rather give him his money back. The student takes him by the hands and shouts that he is really progressing from his lessons and he knows that he is developing very quickly and he must be very strict about the training time, so it is selfish of him to delay his training. He replies that he misunderstood everything. He listens with a sad face that he should not worry because he is learning on his own and will do his best. The protagonist leaves and tells him to continue in the same spirit. The student loudly shouts after him that he wants to get to know the teacher better, and if he does not mind then the guy would like to apply to live with him. He denies. He imagines the battles and understands that his life may also be in danger. The fighter stands behind and wonders why. He holds back his tears and says that it is true that the teacher is painstakingly training behind closed doors. A bright interior is visible. The guy declares that he has returned. He undresses near the pet and notices that he bought food and put it in the fridge. Diting chews a carrot and says wow. He sees a photo of the little owner with his father. He chews further and declares that he is a cool person. When takes off his t-shirt. He looks around and does not understand whether it seemed to him that someone called his father by name. The stone stands in the middle of a copy of the anthill lair. Bright beams fly forward together. The yellow insect fights the protagonist, who understands that even the flying ant cannot reach him. It almost touches his body. The guy suddenly disappears. The monster watches furiously. The game character flies near the demon with a grin and asks to buy the general time. The insect furiously flies to attack. A bright beam pierces the stone. It breaks through it and flies after the protagonist, who understands that the difference in levels is too great. He grabs a green leaf and exclaims about the banana fairy. He releases a green beam, ordering her to go into battle. The flying insect sees the attack coming. A blue whirlwind is visible above the guy, and he wonders how he manages to dodge such blows. A green flash appears near the sphere with the insect inside. The monster flies near the white cocoon. The protagonist assumes that it is guarding it. The game character dives into the yellow liquid, realizing that he needs to act right now. Sharp limbs are approaching the floating hero. He flies straight into it. The screen goes dark. The guy is sitting on the couch with a grin and assumes that he prefers guarding that white cocoon to protecting the nectar, and it seems he finally found a way to get it. The phone starts ringing. Xian is standing outside and hears a question about what happened. He replies that tomorrow they are doing a mission in the Forbidden City. The guy is sitting on the couch and says that since they have a strategy and the deadline is long, why should they rush? The protagonist introduces the girls and hears that they promised Wei Yang's sister to get to know her club and complete missions together, and they agreed to organize activities in the Forbidden City so that they could all complete the tasks. He replies that he will be there. The girl stands next to the blue-haired guy and calls him baby. He asks not to call him that. She holds a paper with a smirk and states that she received another application from a group of people to participate in the event. A group of people gathered in the square. It is said that this event will definitely be livelier than expected. The chairman stands next to the gray-haired fighter. The protagonist is surprised to notice that there are a lot of people around. The fighter, smirking, wonders what is going on with the student exchange committee, because maybe one is going to use their tricks to win the hearts of the students. Wei adjusts his glasses and says that they are all a bunch of troublemakers, and he is just looking after them. The protagonist watches as they visually hate each other. The guy turns to Wei Yang, who says that they are all hunting him, and he made a name for himself with that fight. Joyful Lu and Yan greet the protagonist. He stands in front of them and says that they are there too. Xian says with a grin that these two are members of their club. The guy leans towards the protagonist, hearing the question that he told them that they fell for it. He replies that it was not that difficult because he said that he was also in the club and joined to be closer. The girl, smiling, assured that he should count on her because she has a premonition that something good will happen. The fighters fight with bronze beasts. They punch, a cry sounds that you cannot lose to girls. MC's students look forward. The girl notes that the instruction has reduced the time to kill. He says that their teacher is the best. The character walks on the ground. The guy stands and says that he will just find a quiet corner and play. He feels the phone ringing in his pocket. He looks at the screen and realizes that it is a mysterious phone. The protagonist notices something in front of him. The fighter in the cap excitedly asks what is happening and if it is an earthquake. The other asks to look to the side. Stones begin to fall from above. The protagonist looks at the open gate. They go forward. The participant shouts that he thought he would say goodbye to life. The other notices that there is something on the other side. The partner stands next to the protagonist and suggests that the place is not marked on the map of the Forbidden City. Other people at this time want to see. The guy calmly suggests going. A light is visible in the distance. The guy watches what is happening. They see signs on the wall and think what it is. Bizarre patterns are visible. The protagonist understands that it is made of bronze. Lu looks at them and suggests that there is a cave inside. The guy walks over the structure thinking about the Chronicle of the Demon Gods, a step into the sky. He looks down and realizes that the building is completely devoid of an entrance, and there is not even the slightest hole. A strong explosion occurs. The fighter with a hammer stands opposite the wall. Wei calmly notes that even brute force will not help. The protagonist, thinking, says that there is no door or small holes, but there is a force that protects this thing. The man in glasses says that this is a deception of the gods. The chairman turns and clarifies if Jian knows what kind of building this is. He agrees. The botanist with a serious look explains that during the Zhou dynasty, people believed in ghosts and gods, and also that the gods of heaven are responsible for life and death, and therefore the kings were careful about burials. The fierce old man looks at the seal. It is said that at the end of the dynasty, the prince himself was so afraid of death that he placed his own blood and bones in a closed city, and he tried to deceive the heavens and play out his death to avoid his fate, but in the end it did not work out. The box with seals stands in the middle of the fortress. It is explained that according to the records, the city of the dead that is trying to deceive the gods is cast from bronze and has no doors or anything else. Xian smiles, saying that the smart guy gave it away, and if he knows so much, he probably knows how to get there. He adjusts his glasses and says that if this is really a dead city of the dynasty. A dark tunnel is shown. He says that perhaps they could try to dig a tunnel under the southern wall of the city. He stands behind Yan and asks if it is dangerous there. He replies that he is sure that the teacher will not mind looking there. A group of people are standing near a dry tree inside the city of the dead. They do not understand why there is nothing there, and there is just a dead tree. It towers over the square. Scanning occurs. The protagonist looks at it and realizes that although it is just a tree, the phone reacted to something for the first time except for the prince of the dungeons. He turns to Xian and asks if they found anything. He replies that nothing good except for the tree. Suddenly, it spreads bright blue branches. The heroes are amazed by this. The fighters come up. Not really does not think about it, because he is sure that she can do it. The woman stands in front of him and says that her decision is final, and she knows that he loves his sister very much, but he should be aware of the situation. The little girl sleeps in the sphere. It is said that unlike him, she was born with a cold body and the reason is unknown. The cold that accompanies her is unstable, and this means that she has to endure more pain than usual, and therefore she does not support her shooting practice. She leaves, saying that even if her daughter wins the qualification, something could happen to her. She looks ahead and says that she does not want to lose someone important again. Behind them is a door. The girl is standing in a white dress. Her hair is fluttering. A bright light is on in the house. The icon says about the dead man's tree. The guy notices that the loading is complete. He looks at the screen and says that this is a strange name. The game character is standing in front of him. The protagonist thinks about the fact that he has a separate mobile copy, and what is its secret. Someone knocks on the door shouting, "Open it." The guy opens the door and sees his sister. She is very wet in the rain. With a displeased look she offers to finish the duel they promised now. He stands in front of her. The girl is sitting with a towel on her head. The guy stands next to her and says that he does not remember them ever promising a duel and her bedroom is upstairs and she should go back. She asks with a dissatisfied face that now that he has a legend class and a powerful companion, why does he not want to? He clenches his teeth and hears that she knows that it is because of the qualification of the place, and she assures that he does not want her, and if she is so important, the girl will persuade them to give her up. Jing covers her face, saying that she knows that beating her will not prove anything. She cries bitterly, screaming that she cannot accept it because she put her life on the line to prove that she deserves it. But he got it so easily and can refuse her, and it is unfair, because she wants to practice and not endure the pain of the cold. The phone rings on the table. The guy looks at the screen in surprise and realizes that it is Xian. The protagonist is shocked to hear from him the information that something strange happened, because all the people who came with them yesterday suddenly died in the morning and Lu seems to be still there. It is raining in the city. MC's friend runs to the guy with the girl and shouts his name. She looks away and he asks if she is with him too. The protagonist says with a serious expression that he said that they died and whether it was in the secondary kingdom. He clenches his teeth and explains that it was at school and they say that they almost suddenly lost their breathing and heartbeat. He looked at the sheets of paper, explaining that he read a list with the names of 5 dead and all of them were those who touched the tree. One, crossing his arms, says that he touched it too and if this is true, he is now in great danger. A friend, holding his hand on his head, says that he has already told the academy about the tree, but according to the investigation team, no traces of the tree were found. His partner clarifies what he means. There is nothing in the middle of the square. They say that the tree is missing. The guards block the entrance. He says that the case is complicated and now the military is dealing with it, and even the academy is not allowed to intervene. The guy thinks and asks that they can't even check how Lu is feeling. Jing looks at them and says that he can take them to her. The partner remembers that she was there all this time. She approaches the protagonist, warning him that he will owe her. He asks what exactly. The girl leaves, stating that she has not yet figured it out. The protagonist turns to his friend and says that he also touched the tree and he needs to contact them if there are any deviations. The protagonist sits opposite the girl who calls Xing. The guy bites his finger. In the game world, he appears opposite the red dead man's tree. He is surprised to realize that he is sure that in the morning he looked completely different. He notices that there are bloody flowers on its branches. The guy looks at the phone and says that there are 5 flower buds. This number corresponds to the deceased at the moment. Blue icons are visible on the screen. It is said that copies are created based on reality, but they do not exist to influence each other, and why then the effect of the missing tree this time in life will be visible on the phone. He says in shock that the real dead man's tree has disappeared. The tree icon shines. The protagonist thinks that this is not a copy of something. It is like a collection of companion eggs, something from reality downloaded to a mobile phone. He sees a hand in front of him. Jing takes his phone and asks him to stop playing because she got permission. The fighter stands in front of the guy in the mask and shouts that they do not know what is happening and clarifies whether it is true that he intends to do an autopsy of the children now. The hero in the mask spreads his hands asking why not, because they do not know anything about the situation and he wants to know what the problem is. The character looks away and says that their physiological functions have stopped and they are, in a sense, dead. The investigator grits his teeth and says that they do not know what is happening and if they autopsy it will be irreversible. Lu lies with his eyes closed. It is said that this time the daughter of the royal family is involved in the case, and they will not ignore it. He stands in front of the stranger and hears that he asks to give up 4. He replies that he cannot even 1, suggesting that he is doing experiments even from soldiers killed in battle. The hero in the mask explains that now the children are between life and death and he wants to find the source of the mesmerizing power, and the general has no choice because only he can give them a chance. The fighter grabs him by the throat asking if he is really trying to threaten. He replies that he is just telling the truth. The door opens slightly. The man is furious and shouts at them to leave because it was said that it is forbidden to enter. Jing stands next to the protagonist and tells her uncle that she brought someone here who can help. The sofa is on the floor. A question is heard about the tree. The general stands opposite and states that he knows this and the boy from the family has already reported this, but the tree they mentioned was not found. The protagonist with a serious face says that it existed before and all those who entered at that time witnessed it, so it is in no way an illusion. The blonde lies unconscious. The guy says that he does not think that they are dead. The hero in the mask with a red eye asks again. The protagonist looking away states that the tree was in the dead city and it was originally used to fake death to deceive the sky, and perhaps it is the core used for deception. The doctor stands opposite and hears that Lu and the others could have been infected by the scent of the tree and enter a state of pseudo-death, and when it dissipates, they will be able to escape. He replies that this is just a guess. The guy looks at him and asks that this does not mean that this is impossible. The eyes of the interlocutor in the mask are burning. He talks about one night, which he will wait. The man looked askance at the hero and said, he does not promise that he will allow him to rage after one night, to which he replied, but this is also a chance for him to think about his offer. Liquid flowed down his hand when he added, an unknown force deprived the students of life for one day. If they die completely and their last breath goes to the loose sand, he can no longer do anything. The mysterious man put out his hand and said, he needs to think it over carefully. The main thing is that the general does not regret later that he did not follow his plan. The red-eyed man gritted his teeth and muttered, bastard. The blue-haired man thought about it and said, he said that force took life. The long-haired woman walked up to him and answered, he is a forensic expert, Yenjin, a member of the epic-level military department. Looking at the hero, she added, all his essence arts are related to life and soul. In his field, he can really perceive and distinguish people's states. The guy closed his eyes and remained silent when the lady asked what he was going to do now. The lady opened her eyes wide when he replied that he needed to go to the restroom. The man closed the door. Then he took out his phone and thought, he must do something before the general allows this Dr. Yen to carry out his insidious plan, otherwise, all of them may really die at the hands of this doctor. A tree with flowers appeared in front of the guy. Looking at it, he noticed that the flower buds were starting to open. The blue-haired man sat down and closed his eyes. The buds were multicolored. When the protagonist thought, considering what Jin had said earlier, the blooming of 5 flowers symbolized the 5 lives of his friends. Suddenly, the young man made a strike and thought, he can only try to destroy these buds. A rose was growing on a thorn. There were bloody highlights around. The blonde lay with her eyes open. The purple-haired woman turned her head and shouted to General Qin to look at Wan Lu. The man frowned and said to Jin, when he answered, he knows. The man opened the lady's eye with his fingers. The doctor removed his hand and said, impossible, in her condition she should be dead. The bearded man gritted his teeth and replied, it seems that there really is something strange here. The assumption made by the young man about pseudo-death turned out to be correct. Standing in the restroom, the protagonist heard him add, even if so, their situation has not improved, so they should not be too happy, cattle. The flower has almost completely blossomed. One got angry and said, even the Chi Star blade with all its power cannot destroy this bud. The heroes appeared behind the guy when he shouted, everyone attacks together. The pet jumped up the tree and growled when the young man asked when it learned to appear on its own. The animal grabbed the bud with its paws. The young man was surprised. He jumped when he asked, it was plucked. The blue-haired man opened his mouth wide and shouted, no way. People looked away and were silent. The blonde opened her eye and asked where she was. The light was off. The man stood in front of the protagonist and said, he ordered an examination of this girl from the Wang family, and it seems there is no problem with her. Since Lu is fine, he is sure that the other students will also wake up soon. He squinted and added, it seems that Wen's theory was right, the doctor's plan failed. The blue-eyed man turned his head and replied, it's just his luck then, he'll probably go. And the general said thank you for his visit when the guy was thinking that he should ask D to pick all the buds as soon as possible. The doctor was left alone. His eyes were shining. The girl held the phone to her ear and told when that Uncle Qin called and asked to tell him that the other students had also woken up, to which he replied, oh good, that's great. The heroine opened her eyes wide and said, he added do. After which she frowned and hung up. The pet sat on the floor with the buds and growled. The young man looked at the phone and asked, what should he do with these flower buds? A notification came about receiving an immature dead flower. When the protagonist said, the system classified these flowers as items, but he has no idea what they can be used for or how to use them at all. He began to wag his tail. He put a bud in his mouth. When the guy asked, he wants to eat it, go ahead, there is no use for it anyway. Suddenly, he looked at the tree where a flower began to appear. It grew. When the protagonist thought, a bud appeared on the branch again. He gritted his teeth and added, golden aura, this is Xian. The doors were closed. The phone rang. The blue-haired man was lying on the floor next to him. It said that unfortunately the subscriber could not take the call. The young man gritted his teeth and thought, as expected, something clearly happened to him. The hero frowned and shouted D. The pet plucked the bud. The young man opened his eyes. Wen was sitting next to the bed when he called him and said that he was okay. He accidentally lost consciousness and fell to the floor, to which he replied, it's good that he's okay. The blue-haired man closed his eyes and exhaled. The boy was holding a bud in his hand and said, if anyone touches this tree, it will suck the life out of them, it's really scary. He looked at the flower and added, this is an unripe flower of a dead person. I wonder what will happen when it ripens, but when that happens, the person will most likely die. A bud appeared on the tree again when the boy screamed, another one, how many people touched this tree? The man was holding a phone in his hand in the Forbidden City. He was poking and saying something. The photo was taken and sent. Now they have definitely finished their mission. Then he turned his head and added, by the way, one's face looks terrible. The protagonist stood and thought. These couple of days he and Dee just didn't take their eyes off the dead tree to avoid new flowers appearing. Fortunately, they stopped growing. His eyes rolled back as he continued to think. He hoped he wouldn't have to do this again. The brunette sat in a chair. The computer screen showed that the mission to kill 10 bronze-one beasts had been completed. She opened her eyes wide and thought the time had come. The sun was shining through the windows. A young man stood there and asked if he should learn from a new instructor. The lady shook her head and replied, "That's right, he was a very talented student," and compared to her, she was sure that the new instructor would be able to teach him much better. She adjusted her glasses and added, "His name was Minji-Yun, although their instructors had always been in the middle in strength, but in their academy there was no one who was more boring in science and theory than him in combat. He was very gifted, so his training would be of great benefit to him." The protagonist scratched his neck and replied, he understood her, and thanked the teacher for teaching him all this time. He started to walk away when the girl said, "It seems like they would become even closer now." The blonde smiled and said that the master said that they would have a new one, and they wanted to see what a daredevil the master took to himself again. But seeing him, he became much calmer, and the bespectacled man added, so they met again. The blue-haired man was surprised and asked, "The elder Jiang Yin," and the lady said that these are the students of his new instructor, he can call them classmates. In the old dragon cave, someone shouted they returned. 3 were standing in the cave, when one said this is the area that their teacher is studying, but he just went to the dragon cave for a research trip. The red-haired man sat on a chair and said, "Wow, they came back so quickly, if he were not on duty today, he would have gone to pick up the new one too." The boy pointed at him, turned to the protagonist, and said that this is a lazy ass named Zhong Zia. He is also studying with them, and he shouted who he called a lazy ass. The boy put his hands behind his head and said, "But the new guy finally came, he is very happy." He then added that his work, that chain. The 2 were standing on the cliff when one of them said that this looks like the beginner level back from their mentor. "All you need to do is pull this chain." The protagonist looked at it and asked what this chain is for, to which he replied that there is a dragon well under it, so of course it is used to catch the dragon. The chain stretched far down when the boy added that a strange light and a dragon roar periodically bursts out from this cave, and the mentor made a special chain for this. The blue-haired man grabbed it and asked, "Dragon, the dragon from the legend?" Yellow Eyes smiled and replied, "It's just a guess based on the mutation of dimensions." Looking at the chain, he added, in his opinion, even if there is something, it's just another creature from another dimension. When squinted and pulled the chain, Zia laughed and said, "Be careful kid, the dragon well is very cold, so the chain will also freeze when it hangs below. He can't use life force skills to lift the chain, this is also a rule from the mentor." Blue Eyes frowned and replied, "Okay." The chain was lying on his leg. The guy diligently pulled it. The cold enveloped his hand and he thought, damn. The chain began to wriggle. Looking at this, the brunette covered his mouth with a book and said, "How many dozens of times will this be? He actually still uses such an original method." To which the blonde replied, "The damage from the freezing carried out for the legend class is limited, but this will not be pleasant either." The man grabbed the chain tightly. An unknown person climbed out from below and said, "He?" The heroes were surprised and shouted, "Mentor." The man stood up and asked, "Well, how did the guys get along with their new junior?" The fire was burning. The teacher poured liquid from a thermos and said, "Let him eat hot soup, it is very effective against frostbite and colds," for which one thanked him. People were sitting by the fire, when one of them said that he heard from Haifeng that he tightened the cold chain dozens of times, to which the protagonist replied that he did not count, but most likely it was so. The brunette squinted and asked, since he pulled so many times, why did not think of another way? Then he added that as for Haifeng, he used all his strength and amplitude to pull the chain by inertia, while reducing the time of contact of his hands with the chain, thus, he managed to tighten the chain before his hands froze. Then he said that Ayan watched for a while to see when the cold becomes weak, and then, pulled the end of the chain that is least affected by the cold, and managed to tighten it. The man also mentioned Zia when he spread his arms and said, he just used the life force skill, the rules are fixed, but people are flexible, and the guy thought, didn't he say that he can't use the life force skill? The blue-haired man drank soup and said that he still wanted to pull it up like this, since this is a task, then this is also a way of training, he should be able to pull the chain here when he gets used to it after several repetitions. The mentor sat next to him and said that among his wards there were only 2 who tried to pull themselves up on a chain, without thinking that they would fail, and he was one of them, but not the first who continues to try after dozens of failures, to which he replied, who else from those who did not pull up, and he added, his graduate who graduated from school. The light fell on the cave when the man said, but a rule is a rule, you can rest only after you pull up, to which someone replied, good. The blue-eyed man breathed heavily and thought, finally pulled it up. He looked forward and asked, is this an anchor? Looking at it, he thought, the shape of this anchor is very similar to that one, but it seems to be polished. The boy raised his head and asked the mentor what kind of anchor this was. The man closed his eyes and replied, this is a fishing hook made to catch a dragon with this bag of companion eggs. He then added that dragons are greedy creatures, especially in terms of appetite. The hero turned around and said that he entrusts this chain to when he can go and rest after lowering the hook back into the well, to which he replied, "Okay." The boy walked through the cave and thought, "A dragon, huh?" A glint passed behind him. The youth flew on wings into the dungeon of the Dragon Gate Grotto, the old dragon cave, and thought, "Let him take a look." The passage was dark. The protagonist lowered his head and said, "How deep is the dragon well? It is definitely cold there." A sphere appeared around him and he shouted, "Buddha's lotus body." He flew away thinking that this should be enough. He continued to fly down. Snowflakes were flying in the air. The protagonist looked down and thought that everything was moving, and the deeper he went, the colder it became. Leaning on the wall, he said that even if he strengthened his physique and used the Buddha's lotus body, he would still freeze to death if he continued walking. The blue-haired man covered his mouth with his hand and said that he could try wearing a down jacket or starting a fire in reality. But in this game, he thought to himself, "Speaking of fire, doesn't he have the mysterious life force technique from the fire god temple?" He squatted down and switched to the ancient Imperial Sutra. The guy flew into the air and said that, as expected, the life force technique from the flame statue, she had mastered high resistance to cold. And he flew on. The youth descended lower and lower. He covered his face with his hands. The fire around his body disappeared, and he said, "So the ancient sutra can only work here." He summoned a flying ant. He thought, it should not be far from the very bottom. The insect shot out a demonic light needle. The young man closed his eyes and began to listen carefully. The needle spilled into pieces. A huge reptile appeared. An egg hung in the air. One opened his eyes and thought, "Holy shit." The animal opened its eye. Then it roared. The protagonist began to be blown away by the wind. The game turned off. The protagonist scratched his head and thought, "She, who is able to kill a person from 100 meters away, is really a dragon of legends." He introduced the eggs and said that there is also a cocoon in the dragon well. Does it have something to do with the white cocoon that the golden ant protects? Standing in the middle of the room, he decided that he would think about it later. For now, he would go back and rest after he pulled the target during the day. The floor beneath his foot crunched. He looked around and asked what was going on. A being appeared in front of him and said that he had only used his life soul to interfere with the senses of nearby life forms, so that no one would be able to notice the existence of this domain. As he approached, he said that he had finally found the right time to aim again with one. The boy frowned and thought it was Yenjin, the forensic expert. He came closer and said that if he understood correctly, the students were safe and sound, and the general had not given any orders to continue the investigation. The other person interrupted him and told him not to be nervous. He had a few questions he wanted to ask him. The boy opened his mouth and asked if he meant that if he was nervous, it was safe. 3 pairs of eyes lit up, and the forensic expert replied that it was indeed. The blue-haired boy gritted his teeth and thought he couldn't move. The second one came closer to him and said that he didn't like to play cat and mouse. He would just temporarily block the connection between him and his body. Leaning towards his ear, he suggested getting straight to the point. He came for a tree. The blue-eyed one frowned and asked if he was looking for the same missing tree. The interlocutor hid his hands in his pockets and answered, "Right, but he needed his power." The protagonist asked what power. The forensic expert looked at him and asked if he knew the ship of Theseus. He spread his hands and said that it was an insoluble paradox. It describes a ship that can sail for 100 years thanks to people who service and replace its parts. If part of the board rots, it is replaced. Eventually the whole ship is replaced. What does he think? Is this ship still the king of Theseus, or is it no longer the same ship that it was before, after replacing some board? The protagonist looked at him silently. And he continued that the answer is simple. It is not Theseus' ship that decides whether it remains the same as before, but its ruler. If Theseus' ship was only a tool for conquering the seas for its ruler, then it will remain Theseus' mare regardless of whether it was years ago or now. The people were holding ropes in their hands. The guy raised his hand and added that the same is the relationship between the body and consciousness, which is the soul. Consciousness is the ruler, and the body is only Theseus' ship that fetters them. He said that the dimensional storm gave people the opportunity to evolve, but at the same time it gave them the lowest starting point. Most people cannot survive among monsters whose life classes are higher than humans. The hero slightly lowered his head and said that if his research allowed him to successfully extract human consciousness, or, so to speak, the soul, people would be able to gain eternal life, and their consciousness would not be limited to the weak class of mortals. People would exist in a new dimension. The blue-haired man frowned and said that he didn't even know what to call him, a genius or a man. The medical examiner raised his hand and said that he devoted his life to research. His life providence and life soul are all in order to observe the abstract concept of the soul, so that people will have more opportunities. The body was lying on the floor. The hand approached him and he said that when he tries to tear the soul consciousness away from the body, no matter what methods he uses and no matter how careful he is, once the soul is separated from the body and life force disappear. Every time the same thing happens, always. He raised his head and said that those students whose souls disappeared and mysteriously reappeared broke this rule. Introducing a tree, he said that it has the power he needs. The protagonist lowered his head and asked if he really thinks he has something to do with the tree in the city of death. He listened carefully. If they said that the existence of the tree diverged in static equilibrium, then the variable that caused the tree to disappear was the people who entered the city of death. Similarly, if there was a variable that caused the dead students to revive, then it would be him and Jing, and they exist in these two variables. The guy opened his mouth and said that this was just a guess after eliminating other possibilities of unknown variables. His hand was shaking, and he thought that he could not use any skills under the limitation of the epic class. Yanjin threw a knife and said that he would find what he needed after extracting all his memories from his brain. The weapon pierced the young man's forehead. He sat down on the floor, holding his head, and asked if they thought it was ridiculous to harm their own kind for the sake of people. In response, he heard that it would not last long. His mind would collapse the moment he cut off his memories from his brain, and he would turn into a doll that had lost all emotions and consciousness. Sacrifices were needed for healing. He was ready to take on this sin. He would write his sacrifice into the history of human evolution. The knife penetrated the head completely. There was a flash. A face appeared. Something flew past him. The man was thrown to the side. The young man turned his head and used the king's sigh. The man clenched his fists and shouted that he knew it. He knew that he had a secret. The mutant grabbed his head. The protagonist's eyes turned red. The creature's head exploded. The forensic expert trembled and shouted, "No, this is impossible. He is only a legend class. How can he have such power?" The blue-haired man raised his hand and said that it was time to destroy the invader. The boy was lifted into the air, shaking. There was an explosion. The young man fell to his knees, coughing up blood. His hands were covered in blood. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if he would be the first person to die from the power of his own life providence. Then he fell face down on the ground. He opened his eyes slightly. Lying on the pillow, he asked how he did not die. He raised his head. He saw no clothes on and found that his wounds had been treated. Next to him, a man was reading a book and told him not to move, because he had used his life soul to restore his fatal wounds, but he still had to recover, because his ribs were broken and his organs were damaged. The young man sat up in bed and said, "So Senior Zhong found him." The hero closed his eyes and said that he was shocked when Zia brought him. All his meridians were crushed by some force, and all the bones and organs around were badly damaged. The bloody things lay nearby, stacked in a pile. Fortunately, they were not damaged. Wen turned his head to look at them. Wan looked at him and asked if he remembered the one who attacked him. The young man looked away and said that he had a hard time remembering. He imagined the silhouette of the person and thought that instead of answering that it was Yanjin, it would be better to say that he was attacked by his own life providence. But this is so stupid. Life providence is something that is born from within itself and cannot go beyond the body, otherwise it would not exist. But this does not apply to the king's sigh, and even when the king's sigh was heard, a second consciousness invaded his mind. He remembered raising his hand and saying that it was time to destroy the intruder. Black Hair looked away and asked if he had a memory problem. This is bad news. Zia said that he did not find any trace of the other person when he found him lying in a pool of blood. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, "No traces?" He remembered the explosion and thought that it couldn't be. Hadn't the forensic expert exploded on the spot? Pieces of his body scattered all over the ground. The boxes were stacked one on top of the other. The protagonist raised his head and said that in general he contacted the college's investigation team and decided to leave it to them. By the way, when he treated him with his soul, he found something interesting in his injuries. And then he added that he was badly injured, all over his body, except for the heart. It seemed to be protected by another force. Without it he would have died instantly. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and asked if another force was protecting him. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and said, "Well, of course he's giving it. Since he dies on the first day he became his subordinate." The young man tried to object that he was not dying. But then he got hit on the head with a notebook. The mentor laughed and said that he was so gullible that he couldn't tease him. The blue-haired man picked up the item and asked what kind of notebook it was. In response he heard that it was for him. 7 scattered palms. The young man ran his finger along the cover. The man looked at him and said that after all, he couldn't protect him forever. Only when he himself became stronger could it truly protect him. When asked, 7 scattered palms, this is a vitality technique, it sounds powerful. Wan turned his head and replied that the name is short for 7 free palm movements, which he took from the 7 palm techniques. That's why it's called 7 scattered palms. He chuckled and added that each movement of the 7 scattered palms contains the essence of their respected techniques. Taking into account practicality, he thinks it will be very compatible with his physique and training, and will be useful for cultivation. Waving his hand goodbye, he said that one won't be able to walk for a while with such injuries, so he can use this to kill time. The blue-haired boy grabbed his heart and screamed, "Dude, the antelope is at his house, he has to spare it, he has phantom pains in his chest just thinking about it." The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he really can't move now, and if he doesn't feed him for a few days, he will definitely destroy the dorm, and he can only ask him for help. Xian sighed heavily. He turned his head and said, "Okay, but he has to get better soon." Yanjin has disappeared. He remembered his mentor's words that there were no traces of a person nearby when he was ours. The protagonist raised his head and said that this could not be. The interior of the room is shown. The game character is fighting fiercely with his fists. He puts his palm in front of him. A light appears in front of him. He realizes that the 7 scattered palms are a vitality technique and more like a 1-inch punch skill. He looks at his hand and states that all 7 movements of the technique are unique in style and each technique is prescribed multiple times. But if he wants to master them, he will have to train more. He turns around and sees a tall red tree with a blue flower. The flower glows. The guy wonders what will happen after it ripens. A yellow insect flies near a vortex of blue energy. The game character, along with his companion, rushes into battle, realizing that the Great Een wind is too hard to hit that thing. He jumps up and begins to use the Dragon Gate Apsara technique. He sees a purple cocoon in front of him and exclaims about it. Suddenly, a flying monster appears in front of him. It deals a series of powerful blows to the protagonist. The protagonist's screen goes dark. He realizes that the insect is desperately protecting the cocoon. The guy with a serious face realizes that both the dragon well and the ant nest have a cocoon, and there must be some secret there. One lies on the bed and thinks that the Apsara technique is still not a flight and the silver wing is slower in speed and it is limited to low altitudes. And it would be better if he had a better life force flight skill. A dark cave is visible. The guy gets up from the bed and sticks out his tongue. Jiang holds a bowl with a smile and asks him not to complain because he is recovering well thanks to the medicine and there is still a little left. He sits next to the protagonist who asks where the mentor is. He replies that he went to study the dragon well with Zia and should be back soon. He says with a grin that he can ask him because he is quite confident in his knowledge. Excited MC says that he even knew about the City of Death and therefore must be an erudite person. The guy looks at him and says that he used to study the Dragon Gate technique, but it seems to him that this is not flight, but just dexterity, and would like to know if there are other faster flight skills. Thinking, the smart guy says that the Apsara technique is already a pretty outstanding skill in working with legs in the legend class, and the skill is faster than the technique. Birds fly against the backdrop of the sunset. The guy says that chasing the sun from chasing sun birds around the city is probably the only thing left. The protagonist with a serious look clarifies whether this has anything to do with the Sunset College. Jian smilingly answers that yes, because when it was founded it did not have such a broad terminology as now, and its very first meaning was the place from where the sunset of the city is visible. The red-haired fighter near them says that they need to accept it because it is impossible to kill the sunbirds. They exclaim that Zhong has returned. He looks through his teeth at the protagonist and asks if he knows where the Sunset City is. He answers that Jiang said that it is a place that can be seen from the college. He raises his finger and says that it is above their heads. The city stands in the middle of a bright yellow sky. It is explained that this is a phantom that appears only in the rays of the sun. The bird flies forward. The fighter says that they have no legs and therefore they will never be able to land, and all their lives they haunt the Sunset City. Zhong looks at the interlocutors and explains that they cannot land on the ground and are very fast, and it is much wiser to kill the fairy. The protagonist calmly thinks about the fairy. The smart guy adjusts his glasses and wonders if the younger one did not talk about the piloting skills of the legendary class, and that is why he did not mention it. A dark cave is visible. It is explained that in the grottos of the Dragon Gate there is indeed a stronger skill of flying life force. The lady hangs in the air using magic. It is said that he surpasses the Apsara technique, which he owns now, and the fairy of the Dragon Gate is an epic class creature. The red-haired fighter stands next to them and says that the Apsara beast has the technique skill due to the fact that he is a follower of the fairy, and the fairy herself is faster than the beast, because she flies, when says that he cannot master the epic class now. Zhong hugs him and exclaims that there is no need to hesitate, because as soon as he recovers, they will help him do it. He takes off his cloak and declares that the decision has been made. The protagonist sees him running away and shouts that the elder will immediately start looking for a fairy for him. The protagonist scratches his head and thinks if everything will really be okay with him. Jiang sits next to him and advises not to pay attention, because the fairy will not be able to kill him and at most will cause trouble. The protagonist eats his dish with a spoon and shouts "Foo." A cry is heard in the cave that it is bitter. He replies that his current task is to recover as soon as possible. There is a white bed on the stones. The protagonist is warming up. One with an eye patch says that he has fully recovered. Zhong stands near his friends and hears a question about why the 4 of them needed to take a day off. He raises his finger and says with a smile that the main character is just new here and needs to take a walk, chat, to get a little closer. The man looks at him silently. They rejoice after hearing that they were released. They move towards the exit. The fighter says that he has been watching for several days and finally got an opportunity to act. One with an eye patch reads a book and thinks about the guys. MC goes further and asks if they have a chance against the Sky Fairies. He seriously thinks about the game character and realizes that he initially wanted to try to fight one of them in the Dragon Gate dungeon, but he could not find them. Zhong smiles and replies that he does not know. Haifeng stands next to the protagonist and says that it is much more interesting when you are not sure of the outcome, and if he knew that he could cope, everyone would not be here, The guy understands that the teacher is very wise, but the students are all unique individuals. Stone petals are shown in a cave. The monster is sitting in the lotus cave. A fierce beast with fangs and red eyes looks forward. The partners look out from behind the corner. MC asks if this is really a monster of sky fairies. The other turns and replies that he has a mark on the forehead of the first follower, and they do not often cross the rift. But if the first follower is here, it means that they did it. The guy looks at him and understands that in this case it is not surprising that he has not seen anything like this in the game. A group member stands next to them and claims that if they kill him, they can lure out the owner. He stands on the ground and clarifies whether the protagonist wants to blur after such a long rest. A fighter in gloves goes to the winged monster. He sees how it begins to attack. The protagonist deftly dodges the blow. The guy calmly thinks that he already knows about all the mechanics of the beast. His hand begins to glow. He uses 7 separate palms, the first technique. The enemy's body is blown up after using a clear conscience. Friends watch this, they say that it is beautiful and he mastered the teacher's technique so quickly. Zhong puts his hands in his pockets and thinks. They ask him what is wrong. He says with a serious face that it is the same mark on his forehead, and it is different from those he saw earlier. 4 fighters stand in the middle of the cave and hear a sound. A golden ring rises above the woman's hands. She hovers above the ground and casts a spell. The surprised protagonist realizes that this is the heavenly fairy. She has a black robe and white ribbons, and she is different from that goddess, dressed in all colors. They begin the battle with a cry that this is a mutant. She reflects all the bullets with the help of scraps of fabric. Zhong moves forward with a gun, saying that his bullets are ineffective against the epic level and the conditions in this area are not in their favor. He gets hit in the face after suggesting that they need to leave. He holds his face while the protagonist sees a barrier in front of him. A huge sphere spreads across the entire cave. The opponent hangs over the heroes. The gun falls to the ground. The red-haired warrior screams in rage for her to try to cope with this. Jiang stands next to the long-haired one, hearing that they need to wake up and start acting at full strength or they will die. One of them replies that they already know. Wen's hand turned into metal. The opponent hovers in the air and uses the lotus sleeve. Yellow rays are directed towards them, but they deftly dodge and run forward. Bright scraps of fabric move in all directions. The protagonist runs forward and sees them. He holds onto a green leaf. The guy forms a blue vortex of energy above himself and screams about the lunar wind skill. His energy mixes with the enemy's. The enemy raises her arms and uses a dance in the gusts of wind. Zhong covers the protagonist and reflects the enemy's blow. A hole remains in the wall. They run forward and the partner shouts at the protagonist that he should not die on the first sortie. The guy with blue eyes declares that he will never do that. The enemy looks at them. The guy declares that this is too low a level, and if they were approximately equal and even despite the ability to control the wind, she would have already been frozen. The fairy forms a cloud of magic in her hand. The protagonist skillfully dodges the enemy beam. Blood spills from his cheek. He notices that she is quite fast. The partner smirks and goes into attack, realizing that nevertheless the cold air has slowed down her attacks a little. The fighter runs forward and shouts for Jiang, Wen and Zhong to cover him. A purple pattern is visible on his hand. He heads towards the villainess. The protagonist gets hit in the back and screams in pain. The partner moves forward while the red-haired guy deflects the attacks. He jumps up and moves towards her. She puts out her hand and starts casting a spell. Suddenly, a blue rope wraps around her leg. It moves sharply downwards. Jiang masterfully controls the rope. Haifeng delivers a powerful punch. She fights back and it flies to the side. The protagonist catches his partner. She silently looks at her hand. The red blade slides along the ground, cutting it. Zhong hits her using a moon slash. A drop of blood splatters from her neck. She counterattacks and damages him. The guy with blue eyes moves forward and realizes that they finally did real damage to her. He runs to the scene of the battle and realizes that a war of attrition has begun. She tries to hold them off while they use the frost encroachment debuff. The protagonist punches her, applying the gravity suppression debuff. Her legs are shackled, using a tribute deviation against her. The villain lands down in shock. The fighter holds a bloody blade using a moon slash. His hands are entangled in red energy while he uses a star knife aura. Zhong delivers a series of powerful blows to her. A bright crack appears. The fighter with the red sword notices that this is happening. The earring in the protagonist's ear begins to sparkle. He dodges a powerful stream of energy. His partner turns around. He is tied up by a yellow whip and screams that the villain pretended to be dead. She begins to fly up. The villain begins to shine brightly. The guy understands that this cannot be. They are shocked to see this and scream that it is collecting all the energy and is about to explode. Zhong sees that he is tied up and screams that he cannot free himself. The partner takes up a bright whip. He sees Wen and asks why he came back and if he really wants to die. He looks down carefully and realizes that the ashen palm is some kind of hidden power, so if he focuses all his energy on the silk, he squeezes it using the switch of the ancient Emperor Sutra. His partner looks at this in shock. They run forward screaming. A huge explosion occurs. Clouds of smoke spread out from the battle site. The 4 battered heroes look forward and realize that they have killed the mutant fairy. A bright crystal hangs in the air. Zhong and Jiang see it and say that it is a skill crystal and they are lucky that she dropped something. The protagonist turns around and says he will pay them. The red-haired fighter smirks and says he doesn't need money, but he can't leave if he wants to challenge the beasts again. The guy holds a stone and says sure. The crystal shines brightly, and the protagonist asks if a legend class can absorb an epic class creature's skill crystal. The man holds a blue vessel and says that the spirit of life is indeed real. He pours the magical liquid onto the protagonist's wounds. The protagonist sees this and says that the pain seems to leave his body and the wounds are healing, clarifying that this is the spirit of life of the master. The fighters stand in a camp in the middle of a cave. The teacher asks how his senior comrades could put him in danger while he was just recovering. One says that he asked him about the possibility of absorbing an epic level crystal. He conducts energy and states that although this somewhat contradicts the law of gradual development, but if you absorb something that is higher than the level, it is theoretically possible. He holds a whirlwind of energy in his hand, saying that everything is not so simple and the crystallization of the skill directs life force into a certain substrate, but the process is not related to the level and some abilities require characteristics that are needed to maintain, and they can only meet the requirements at high levels. One looks closely at the crystal and understands it. The teacher stands in front of the fighters and says that they all raked in pretty well this time, and so dinner will not hurt. Zhong looks at the protagonist and wonders why he is not coming. The system window says that this is a dimensional crystal of a mutated fairy of the indifference category with a speed higher than 21, and whether he wants to accept it. The guy frowns at the phone and realizes that this is the first time he sees a crystal with such a requirement. A window lights up in the house. An exclamation is heard that he has returned. Diting is lying on a small bed and sleeping. The guy bends over to him and says that, surprisingly, Xian took the care of the pet entrusted to him quite seriously. Water drips from the faucet. The screen goes dark. The protagonist wipes his head with a towel and says that if he himself is not able to deal with even an ordinary fairy, then the question arises how much time he has left. The fighter stands with his eyes closed, saying that his speed characteristics during the game reached a mark of 18 and the higher they are, the less effective the low-level crystals are, and if he wants to improve, he should consider the option with the epic level. Enemies are visible in the sections. He understands that the unique property of the life spirit ability is really useful and each creature has abilities, and when activated, it practically does not consume life force, and this is really incredible. The tired guy lies on the bed and realizes that no matter what, this time they were convinced that with a good team you can cope even with epic opponents. He seriously thinks whether certain restrictions will be imposed on the high-class speed crystal, like when he reached the legendary level. The blue stone crumbles. The protagonist reflects that in any case, he needs to think about how to get more crystals. A bright house stands under a clear sky. The phone starts to ring. The guy wakes up and asks who is here so early. The car rushes forward. They apologize to the gentleman for disturbing him at an early hour. The protagonist sits next to the guy in the suit and asks not to call him that, but to just use his name. The driver with the scar smiles and says that he will call him Wen, and he can call him Xing. The guy thoughtfully remembers his sister Lan, realizing that he completely forgot about her and what concerns the rights to the Holy Land. The car drives up to the mansion. The lady sits opposite the protagonist and asks if he really wants to refuse because there will be no more opportunity to change the list of people, and if he refuses now, then nothing can be changed in the future. The guy calmly hears that a huge number of people do not even dare to think about such an opportunity. He understands that having the right as a fact already causes problems, and it is better to refuse. A fireball sparkles among the heroes. He realizes that the mysterious power of fate and dream compared to the Taoist canon of the immortal. He clenches his fists, wondering where his stupid father is. Xing looks at the lady and asks for permission for him and the young master. She says with a smile that she respects his decision. A cry is heard from inside the house to wait. The guy turns around and hears a question asking if he really wants to refuse. He agrees. Xing holds his head and says that he understands that he has made a decision. MC silently hears that if he agrees, then can he spare a couple of minutes. He goes to the door and says here. He takes off his jacket. The shocked protagonist looks at him. The jacket falls to the floor. The protagonist watches in amazement. He sees in front of him a pumped-up fighter with scars all over his body. There are dozens of past cuts on his body. He says that he wants him to see, while the protagonist realizes that almost all the scars are from deep wounds and none of them will ever completely heal. The discouraged protagonist looks at him. The fighter calmly explains that he received them over the years of fighting with other dimensions, and in the future they expect even more obvious difficulties. The protagonist stands opposite and clarifies what he means by this. He opens the curtain and states that after the world changed, the border between the dimensions and the human world is constantly guarded. A large city is visible through the window. He explains that in fact, the vast majority of those who have been in these safe zones for more than half a century do not know that in the conditions of a fragile world, various creatures and dimensions appear. The guy thinks and realizes that the sea serpent and siren who attacked him that time violated the ban when they broke through from the territory of dimensions. The fighter stands opposite and states that everything is much more serious than he can imagine. A huge monster with eyes goes forward. It is said that they do not know what caused such changes, but creatures constantly appear that violate the ban, and then it will be abolished, and in the future the strongest creatures will arrange a massacre. The fighter goes forward, declaring that the closest mutated territory to them is a mountain and more than one such phenomenon was observed there. He takes the clothes and says that the invasion was suppressed, but there is one but. The fighters are sitting next to the wounded man. It is explained that the general of the epic level and his entire team died during the operation. He puts on a shirt and explains that if there is no power in this world that can be relied upon, then no one will be able to protect their loved ones, and this is a gift, an opportunity to become stronger. Xing stands in front of him and says that this is in order to give the world the opportunity to hold out longer, and he hopes that MC will think about what opportunity is opening up. The guy keeps his hands in his pockets and thanks for this conversation, but he will still stick to his opinion. The interlocutor listens attentively to the fact that her abilities should be enough to use the opportunity to the maximum, and even if after his refusal the offer will not be relevant, he will not take away someone else's, and he is embarrassed in front of his sister. The main character with a serious look claims that even if he does not take advantage of the opportunity, in the future he will definitely find another one that will allow him to become stronger in order to protect his loved ones. The fighter in the jacket says that the lady is right, and even though he and Warlord are not related, they have the same character. He replies that this does not seem like a compliment. The door opens. He says that the young gentleman has made a decision and therefore he should not doubt, and if he needs anything, he can always contact him. They are standing near the car. The protagonist notes that his last name is the same, but he addresses them as madam and gentleman. He clarifies why he is asking. He smiles, leans against the car and says that his status in the family has never been something secret, and he is called a hawk or a possessed instructor, and the lady and the young gentleman consider him part of their family. But they are not relatives. Rain drips onto the umbrella. He explains that once he was a boy without a name, and did not remember anything about his past. Warlord with an umbrella sits opposite the lying Xing. He says that he gave him such a name. The windows of the building are visible. The protagonist lies down and realizes that in the future, things could get worse and epic-level soldiers are resisting the attack. He looks at the pet with the carrot, and realizes that there is one talking about the invasion of creatures from the dimension in his dorm. He bites his finger until it bleeds and says that it is no wonder that the dream about the doomsday was a harbinger of disaster. He smears blood on the screen and activates it. The tree icon lights up. He is surprised to realize that he only now noticed that he forgot about it. The game character lands near the dead man's tree. Near its branch, a turquoise fruit is visible. He looks at it in shock and realizes that it looks quite familiar. The system window says that this is an epic-level Dark Doctor with the talent of a double-attack blade. The protagonist stands in front of a tree and realizes that his life force has converted into a companion, and this is the true power of the tree. He looks at the system window and realizes that an epic-level companion is quite risky. MC glows with orange energy. The notification says that incubation is complete. He understands that perhaps this will help eliminate the imperfections of the game. A red flash occurs near the purple smoke. The guy puts down the phone. He sighs and looks at it, and understands that this is due to the improvement of physical characteristics, and although the strength in the game, and in reality was practically at zero, before the incubation caused severe pain, but everything went smoothly. He closes his eyes, saying that he feels that a new summoning contract has been concluded. A character with a white face is depicted near the system window where it is written about the Dark Doctor. The game protagonist stands in front of him and says that fortunately it was he who hatched. The notifications indicate a thin-cut blade, poison healing, and perspective. He thinks and says that all three abilities are medical skills and he has no idea about such things, and in any case, on the battlefield, when injured, these skills will be effective. The doctor flies near him. The guy says that he is still too small and if he can reach the epic level of the Soul Doctor's foresight. He stands with a grin against the background of a huge companion and says that there is some terrifying pressure, and if it were not for the appearance of a mysterious consciousness, he would not be able to move. The protagonist stands opposite him and says that companions from low-level eggs grow too slowly, but where to get an epic egg when he cannot defeat anyone, and this is a vicious circle. He remembers the battle with the mutant fairy and realizes that if he teams up with capable companions, then there is still a chance to defeat a not very strong creature of the epic level, but he is already in debt for that incident. The guy sits silently near the second phone. The events take place in the gym. Xian stands in it and asks on the phone if it is true that he is gathering a team to challenge the epic creature and that he is in. He happily declares that thanks to the great master who granted him the fate of the god of war, his experience is constantly growing. The protagonist sits on the bed and declares that he is currently thinking about it, and as soon as he decides, he will let you know. He looks at the screen and thinks about the next call. He asks with a serious look how Ji is feeling. He looks at the skyscrapers and replies that he needs to go in the direction of the Holy Land Federation. MC hangs up. He scrolls through something on his phone and says that he needs to choose a target. The game character stands in front of the icons. The guy realizes that since this time he does not need special materials, there is no need to choose a difficult enemy, and thus he will eliminate risks and the chances of success will increase. Bright icons glow. He thinks that he cannot say that he has met many epic level monsters, but so far he does not know how to cope with arrows in the tiger's transition, and the crane in the heavenly gate has a mysterious power. He flew opposite the yellow insect and thinks that they are too strong. The character crosses his arms and looks forward and understands that in reality there is no territory that would resonate with the abode. He looks at another icon and wonders about fairies and whether there are even more epic creatures. The events take place in the grotto of the dragon gates of the cave. The game character, smiling, says that all the caves there are autonomous, and there is no need to run from one to another for the purpose of research. Suddenly, a cute tiger begins to growl. The protagonist sees him and calls him cute. He pulls out his claws. The protagonist jumps back from his attack. He looks in shock and wonders that there is an epic level monster in front of him. The game character runs away from the explosions. A ferocious tiger cub pursues him. The guy stops. He strikes in rage, screaming about the cutting star blade. He hits the animal. It growls in pain. A vortex of energy forms around him. He finds himself in the middle of an ice floe. A fierce beast shatters the ice. The protagonist and his companion realize that it didn't work, because epic level creatures are really capable of putting him in an awkward position. He moves forward, realizing that there is a certain threat of being left without life force, and judging by this baby, he has more than enough energy. A beast appears above him. The screen goes dark. The protagonist sadly says that this was to be expected, because he didn't think he could defeat an epic level creature alone. He touches his lips with his hand and thinks that since it turned out this way, this is a great goal for teamwork. Fierce monsters are presented in the frame. It is said that epic creatures are difficult opponents not only because of their attributes, but also because of the presence of special abilities, and especially the spirit of life draws a line between the legendary and epic levels. The tiger cub growls furiously. The guy says that he spent a lot of time there, but the animal only angrily chased him and he did not demonstrate a single ability and seemed to simply rely on the strength and dexterity of the body. The protagonist ponders that if he has no abilities, then 4 trained people should be enough to deal with him. He holds the phone in his hands, realizing that such an epic monster actually exists, because compared to the others, how difficult it will be to deal with him. The game character stands in the middle of a cave. The events take place at dawn. The protagonist is cut in half. He left a red cut on the tiger's body. The sad guy lies on the bed and understands that after so many attempts he learned the movements. Even when applying Girona, nothing special appears, and whether there can be an epic creature that has only reached rank A. The bright house stands in the middle of a clear day. Xian shouts discontentedly about the little tiger from the Dragon Gate Grotto. The protagonist looks at him and says that he does not think that it is worth choosing a difficult target for the first time, clarifying what is with Yen. A friend thoughtfully says that nothing special. Lu sits near them and says that because of the protection of animals and creatures of another dimension. The tiger looks forward. Xian states that there is information about it on the forum, but its origin and abilities are unknown, and it is called the Tiger Cub Happiness. But some scientists say that if you tame it, you can get the desired artifacts or a companion egg. The embarrassed girl looks at the protagonist. His friend says with a serious look that according to an ancient legend, the beast once sacrificed itself to feed the little Buddha, and therefore being absorbed by it is considered great luck, and although it is recognized as weak, its rarity and position are undeniable. The blue sign shines. It is explained that in the end it alarmed the Federation, and the cave was under serious protection for a long time. But regarding the entrance and exit, as well as stay, there are rules. In the grotto of the dragon gates of the cave, there is a chance of 1 in 10,000, and the probability of falling out of the entrance for 1 to 5 hours is 99%, and for 72 hours only 1%. A soldier with glasses tells them with a serious look that they should not even think about cheating because any attempts will be harshly suppressed. Xian stands near his friends and says that they are here. The girl volunteers to try with a smile. The hero has 4 cards in his hand. The girl happily waves them and shouts that they can come in. The system windows talk about a special prize. The surprised worker sees this and does not understand how they won 4 special prizes in a row because he did not feel any interference of force. Near the equipment, he calls the technical service department, stating that the machine could have broken down. The 4 heroes walk through the cave. One of them asks how she did it because it is the same as winning the lottery. She turns around and claims that she just pressed the button several times. Yen walks nearby and says that the Li family lives in another region, and it is normal if they have not heard about it before. The hairpins are shown next to the ticket. It is said that they say about her that she took a lottery ticket with a 10 million win, and it fell on the same day shortly after her birth, and she bought a hairpin with a rare crystal for $3. Xian gets angry, shouting that he is trying to tease him. Yen puts his hand in his pocket and then says, he holds a coin and asks Lu if it is heads or tails. She raises her finger and assures that it will land on its edge. The fighter throws the coin high up. It hits the blue-haired man's head. It spins on the ground. The coin lands on its edge. He looks at it in shock. The protagonist watches and realizes that she is really very lucky. He sees Xian asking her if she wants to go to the gambling city. She denies it. The protagonist asks her to stop fooling around because he must not forget what they are there for. He turns around with a smile and says that there is no need to try because the tiger does not appear in a specific place and people with a short entry period return with nothing and they have 3 days, so there is no need to rush. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurs behind the hero. The girl screams that he is already there. A ferocious tiger walks towards them. Xian with flaming hands asks them to be careful because no matter how weak the epic class, it still poses a threat. The protagonist calmly screams for them to do as he says. The ceiling of the room is visible. The worker points to the system windows. He stands in front of the character and explains that one was one of those who participated in the competition recently, and they won 72 hours of free entry. Jing, crossing her arms, declares that it will be too late, and she must see him immediately. He stands in front and explains that there is no need to bother the gatekeeper because he is not able to help, and unless she has the highest permission of the Federation Parliament. She raises her head hearing that everyone must follow the rules. A tiger with huge claws scratches the ground. He growls furiously at his rivals. Yen grins when he hears from Xian that everything is simpler than it turned out to be. He asks if he really didn't understand the real reason. The protagonist frowns and looks at him and realizes that the trainer's instructions have practically broken through all the tiger's attacks. The beast with yellow eyes turns to the girl. She is surprised to hear that he obeys her. A yellow egg appears instead. Her partner stands nearby and says that for the first time he sees a creature voluntarily turning into an egg. She reaches out her hand to it. Lu looks away and asks if they could give her the egg, and she will do a favor in exchange. A loud question sounds in the cave whether they really don't mind giving it to her. She is surprised and declares that she is not going to monopolize it, and can repay with money or something else. 3 guys are standing opposite, and one of them says that she is a member of the club and to measure strength, and he has no shortage of money. Yen replies that he does not need it, and will do as the coach says. The protagonist touches his face and realizes that exchanging the egg of an epic companion is not an easy task and it is really for the sake of Lu's favor. They go outside. The fighter tells the coach that the tiger cub will not appear again soon and he can call him at any time. The other at this time asks the girl if she wants to become the mascot of the club. The protagonist looks at the girl. Jing turns around and notices him. He hurriedly leaves, hearing a scream that there is no need to pretend that he did not see her. He stands opposite and hears the question of why he gave up the right to a divine gift. The guy scratches his neck and replies that this right does not belong to him, and he does not know why it ended up with him, and since he took it from her, she must be happy for sure. Standing opposite, she clarifies whether this is the only reason. She nervously screams if he wants to insult her with this. MC excitedly replies that he did not mean it. She states that if so then he must show his true nature. The girl, seeing the interlocutor, demands to show the power of the one who made her mother change privileges in relation to her. The protagonist stands in front of the portal, saying that he does not shy away from this and wants to see what exactly is stopping him on his way. Jing looks at him and states that he is indebted to him. He notes that he remembers. She closes her eyes and says that she demands that he fulfill it right now. The protagonist sighs and hears that he needs to take the territory of the divine gift for him. He agrees. A music record plays on the player. The girl puts on her glasses. The protagonist sits next to her and hears that looking at him she can bet that he does not know about the gift, and she is here to teach him. A vortex of energy twists the fragments. It is said that the territory of the divine gift is a special huge area. The beast with claws opens its mouth. It is explained that powerful creatures live there, which they call demigods, and they not only have terrible power, but also recognize people who have gone through trials. A glow appears in the man's hand. It is explained that they even endow with family lines, making them carriers of a special kind. Bright dots shine in the sign. It is said that the 6 heroes with whom they are now familiar are the first people to receive 6 types of bloodlines from them. The girl stands in front of the protagonist and explains that their descendants will inherit the line of the physique of the Holy Emperor, which Kapik uses during battle is one of them, but the bloodline of the descendants will not be as strong as the first. MC thoughtfully says that since this is a power capable of even changing bloodlines, then why is the right to the gift given only to the younger generation, and do high-ranking experts have nothing to say about this? The heroine in glasses replies that they simply cannot and says that in the demigod domain there is a restriction according to which only specialists of the legend class and below are allowed into the gift territory. She adjusts her glasses and hears that it is not surprising that Mrs. Lan said that Tianzhua is too strong for a divine gift. She replies that this is one of the reasons. Jing looks ahead and says that her brother participated in the last gift and did not receive it, or rather, that no one received it that time. The castle stands in the middle of a clear day. The woman holds the phone and sees that the call from Jinger has ended. Mrs. Lan in a red dress talks about this girl. Xing in a shirt and tie hears that the lady said that one agreed to go to the gift territory on her behalf and she expects the fighter to go with him. He in turn asks her not to doubt. Things are lying near the bag. The fighter is standing next to the protagonist and asks him to just clean up a little, and he will prepare everything else. The bracelet shines on his wrist. The protagonist stands in front of the teacher and asks if he knows about grace. He says that as a scientist of the age of dimensions, he knows more than ordinary people. He unfastens the bracelet. Handing it to him, he states that he initially wanted to make one for everyone, but he has a long journey ahead of him, and so he received it first. The protagonist stands in front of him and hears that he needs to use it as a talisman. The guy stands in the room in real time and hears someone knocking on the door. Xian comes inside and says that he saw his name on the approved list of divine grace, and he did not tell him. They can go together and kill everyone. Xing stands in front of them and says that he also does not mind taking the young master with him. He replies that Sister Lan asked him to accompany him to the lands of grace. He shouts loudly that he is a ruthless and cold-blooded, cruel and frenzied instructor. The fighter smirks and says that everyone knows him there, and he cannot worry because he is not going to show such a side. The surprised guy thinks how he cannot worry and whether such an answer confirms his assumption. The friend hugs the protagonist and asks if the Yin family really sent him to accompany him. Xing says that he actually hears everything. He takes a ringing phone out of his pocket. He stands in the room and says hello, clarifying whether it is Warlord. In the kitchen, there is a conversation about the mistress's instructions. The interlocutor calmly says that this is an order, and it is necessary to confirm it as soon as possible. He sees a map and says that on the way to the Holy Land they will pass the outskirts of Qiling. Warlord seriously says that in order to save time, they need to take him with them. Xing says on the phone that he understood him. He looks at the screen and sees that the call was dropped. He stands opposite the protagonist. They look at him and hear the question whether they want to stop by to look around in Qiling, since it is on the way anyway. The sunset is visible among the skyscrapers. The car rushes along the road. The blue-haired guy sits in the back seat and says that this is a land that is not controlled by anyone and why Shen decided that they need to go there. He replies that he will understand sooner or later. The sun sets near the mountains. It is explained that this time they need to make a stop to find out if there are any dimensional mutations in the territory. The fighter thinks and says that upon returning he will ask the old man about it well. The protagonist sits nearby and states that the surrounding area is not that far away and whether mutations have been noticed there. The fighter behind the wheel says with a grin that it is not yet known whether Qiling is an early coverage region, because it is a sparsely populated area and all the troops that tried to enter there in order to establish control have disappeared without a trace. The car drives along the road. It is said that this area was stable and no expansions were observed, but sometimes mutations occurred and Warlord keeps statistics and therefore it is necessary to find out whether the changes in the region are related to mutations. It got dark outside. The driver says that the car cannot go further. 3 heroes are standing in the forest. He says that they do not plan to stay long and will simply gather information about the vibrations. Xing with a serious look explains that it is cold at night, and if anything, there is warm clothing in the car. The partners look at him. The blue-haired one says that it is not necessary, because it was not for nothing that he trained internal energy. The protagonist claims that he does not need it either. The fighter's body is burning after activating the Sutra of the Ancient Emperor. He realizes that it is resistant to cold. Something flies from the sky. It lands right on Wen's head. Branches are put into the fire. Xian notes with a smile that the protagonist is liked by animals. He pokes at the bird on his head and asks if it is alive. Xing thinks and says that it masks its aura and he cannot determine the level, but it should be in the safe range. Xian sits next to them and says that the fighter cannot determine either, and is it really that terrible? He touches the bird, saying that it is so soft and does not look hostile and has settled in so well with him that it should be kept as a pet. The protagonist removes it from his head and thinks that he does not have a home, but a menagerie. He puts it on a log. It suddenly flies under his clothes. He touches it and realizes that it is shivering and cold. The attendant stands opposite and says that it is stuck to him and that it looks like a lost cub of a creature from a certain dimension. The other asks if they are not born big and powerful right away. He raises his finger and explains that according to the ministry's research, spatial individuals carrying young have been spotted. The surprised partners hear that the teacher should have taken them to a safe world because this is a common situation there. They remember that they once saw something like this. The guy touches his body and thinks why the baby is stuck to him. He looks at the white ball and wonders if he is really capable of absorbing the Sutra of the Ancient Emperor. They sit next to each other. The friend asks how Tang is doing. Lu hugs him saying that there is no need to worry. The guy explains that he asked her to take care of him. The interlocutor thinks and says that she will regret it. Xing stands next to them and says that it is not safe to go there at night, and they need to rest a bit and leave at dawn. A clear sky is visible above the green forest. The monitor is open. The fighter leads the heroes and scans the area. The guy looks into the distance and says that it is already light, and the bird is still following them. The fighters walk in the middle of mountains and fields. The other one assures that the bird is following him. It plops down on his head. Xian yawns and says that he is bored. In the middle of the forest he hears a question about whether there is a dimension there, because they have been walking for a long time, but have not met anyone. Xing turns around and says that he has revealed his aura and therefore ordinary pawns do not dare to come closer, and since it is boring, Next time he will take them to the spatial field to practice. The excited guy replies that he just thought that since they are with him, they will be able to see the dragon veins. The protagonist thinks and says that the Qinling Mountains are indeed a branch of the legendary Kunlu range. His friend replies that he also knows and this is not always the case, but mostly the beasts appear in regions that most closely match the characteristics. Snowy mountains are visible in the distance. A question sounds that he is talking about a mythical creature, records of which were traced in ancient writings about the dragon veins of the ridge. The guy with a grin says about mythical animals. He thinks in surprise. A bright fire dragon appears in the sky. The guy shouts that it is him. Xing demands to remain quiet, while he asks where the legendary phoenix came from. He frowns and realizes that its aura is so strong that he cannot grasp how a creature of this level could appear on the periphery. The fiery bird looks down. One stands next to a white chick that screams. Several such cubs are visible on the phoenix. He is shocked to realize that they are the same. A huge bird flies above the fighters. The chicks jump down. The protagonist's cub flies towards them. Xian frowns and wonders if they were mistaken for egg thieves. The phoenix soars above them. They fly across the sky. The guy holds his head and thanks the heavens for her flying away and not attacking. Xing notes that she understood that they have no hostile intentions. The guy looks up and asks that he is not the last person in the ministry, and he does not know either. The protagonist sees their dialogue in which the escort states that the young gentleman is impressed by the appearance of the mythical hero. He laughs nervously. The chick takes the protagonist by the t-shirt and flies forward. A friend approaches him and asks why he did not fly away after his mother, and whether he was abandoned, but the phoenix could only appear in such a place for some purpose and perhaps he wanted to find something. The bird flies next to him. He asks that he wants them to follow him. A noise is heard among the thickets. The heroes look around warily. A huge golden tree appears before them. The fighter with the scar states that according to legend, the phoenix cannot settle anywhere except the Chinese umbrella tree, and it seems that this is the territory of its mother. The bird flies near the protagonist while he states that the baby most likely flew away secretly and got lost. The protagonist watches silently. He turns around and asks if they should take a look at it. The frightened partner asks if he is serious about saying this because this is the land of the legendary mythical beast, and it is dangerous. MC puts his hands in his pockets and says that everything will be fine and they are already on its territory, but they were not attacked and did not make any attempts to drive them away, and if they do not show hostility, then everything will be fine. Xing stands behind them and says that everything is correct and the owner himself allows them to enter and they need to collect all the necessary spatial information from Warlord. Xian shouts that in this case he is with them. Golden branches are visible in the distance. He says that they need to make it before dark. A huge tree rises above the usual ones. Abandoned equipment is visible near its trunk. The heroes get off the flying ant. They walk among the abandoned base, saying that some of the machines are even overturned and all this has long been abandoned and remains of the army that tried to penetrate that territory, and all this time the equipment was there. The protagonist silently looks around. He steps on something. In front of him, something is wrapped in cloth. He sees a green bamboo blade in front of him. Xing thinks and says that it has long been lost and was there all this time. One looks at it and is surprised. The weapon is shown among others. It is explained that ordinary metal is ineffective in the fight against creatures from other dimensions, and therefore the bullets that were used by the army were alloyed with a mineral called yuanjin, and once there was a master who used it to make 4 legendary blades and they met one of them. He opens it, and the fighter shouts for when to wait. He picks it up and says that it is an excellent blade. The attendant holds his head and says that opening the scabbard is considered a ritual of recognizing the master. The other exclaims that this is a cool thing. They look around. Xian says that they need to look around because suddenly there is another one. Xing notes that this will be super luck. The girl holds the weapon. It is explained that the owners of 4 blades ended badly, including the owner of the 4th plum blade, once such a dazzling but too early deceased gentleman, the former head of the Yin family. The protagonist thinks that this is the warlord's biological father. The fighter takes the blade and asks to give it to him. Xing deftly cuts his palm. He waves the blade with blood. The protagonist looks and hears that the gentleman will fight until the first blood, otherwise there will be problems later, and the blade recognized him. But it is better not to use it if possible. They approach a huge golden tree. Xian walks nearby and asks what this is and the tree where the phoenix lives. He looks ahead in surprise. Something is visible on the branch. The guy asks in surprise what it is and if it is a cocoon. The main character seriously thinks that he has come across a cocoon again like before. The slime slides off it. He thinks what it is. A white chick flies nearby. The guy with the scar raises his head and sees a phoenix. The chick flies to its mother. It rubs against the huge bird. Xing stands next to his comrades and speaks now. The bird calmly looks at them. The main character runs towards the image of a fighter on fire. The path leads through the forest. The bird looks up. The beam quickly flies past the tree. The little chick flies near it. Suddenly a golden shard appeared. The sun sets behind the mountains. Xing stands with the phone and says that it took some time and therefore they will be on the road all night towards the holy city and they need to make it in time for the competition. Xian sighs and says that it would be good if they could tame that cub. The guy with the blade says that they are not empty-handed. The white chick on the head screams again. They look at the protagonist's head in shock and ask what he is there again. The white chick puts a piece of gold in his palm. The protagonist looks at it and realizes that it is a shell. The castle stands in the middle of the night. The gentleman with the red cloak stands in front of his subjects and declares that this is a real disgrace to the family. He turns away and says that the boy is someone no one has heard of before this incident. Katep and Lisa bow. The guy answers the question whether he did it by saying that one does not take their family seriously at all, and they should keep an eye on such an impudent person. The old man turns around and says that he should have dealt with the Yin family a long time ago, putting an end to this. But a major event is coming and therefore there are too many witnesses now and he cannot deal with it. The blonde with sparkling eyes says that he should not interfere because he has an idea, but he may need help. They kneel. The guy says that he has a strange artifact and the icy winds instantly destroyed his emperor body, and if it were not for the countermeasures, he objects that he has already heard this. He holds out a blue sphere and asks to take it. The blonde looks at it excitedly and asks if this is the guardian of the goddess of the wind. He lowers his head before the master and declares that nothing less was expected and they are ready to sacrifice the greatest treasure of the clan. The man replies that even if they do not know about the origin of the wind, it does not change the essence. The elf casts a spell in front of the artifact. It is explained that with the protection of the goddess of the winds, no atmospheric circulations will have an effect. In the palace, a demand is heard to go and not disappoint him. The chick is sleeping. The protagonist looks at the shell and is silent. The driver, smiling, says that he should not get so immersed in this, because they say that divine beasts express their feelings this way and this is his chance. The car drives through the city. They say that they are there. A crowd of people gathered in the square. The girl whispers in his ear that this is Xing from the Yin family and the guy behind him is the candidate. The protagonist stands next to his friends. Everyone is discussing that he finally came and why they are together. The fighter smiles, saying that this is a temporary shelter for the selected players and that he has prepared everything and that tomorrow morning they will go to the testing ground. The protagonist looks at him and asks if everyone is a little hostile towards the Yin family. Xian asks in surprise if he really doesn't know. The fighter stands with a sword. It is explained that last time no one could receive the divine blessing precisely because of Warlord. The men in white robes ask what this means. He speaks about it in a quiet voice. The blade cuts through the enemies. He states that he simply wants to make adjustments to the boring inheritance ritual based on alien creatures. One listens to him and asks what happened next. The warrior stands among the dead. He explains that he destroyed all the participants of the competition and did nothing else until the end. Xing sees their dialogue about the fact that for this reason the blessing rules were changed and the teleportation mechanism was also changed so that all players would randomly move to different destinations to avoid the same situation. The scarred fighter thinks that if they are talking about that time, he remembers the girl. A cry is heard in the hall that their family is disgusting. Another asks to calm down. Mrs. Lon walks next to the assistant and says that you need to take part in the test at your own risk and then it was an accident. The old man looks at her and hears that this reminds her of the death of her husband. Small nasty insects are just trying to stick their noses into her business. Warlord silently hears that he did all this. The girl screams loudly that he is so strong and in the future she will definitely be the same. The girl silently remembers that she said that when she grows up she will definitely defeat him. The heroes walk along the site. She sits and thinks that he did not come. The guy stands behind and says that he finally found her. She replies that she is not going to act on his stupid plan. Katep looks at her and screams that she should not forget herself because she is also a member of the clan and protecting the reputation is their duty. He gets a quick cut to the face. She falls to her knees. The girl says that she will not repeat herself again. She turns around and asks that he is strong enough to give her orders. The egg is dark gold in color and lies in the box. The protagonist looks at it. Xing states that the mistress asked him to give it to him. They stand opposite each other. The fighter states that she said that even if he does not need other companions, he must accept this and she managed to get him from the dimension and he cannot refuse, otherwise he will have to have dinner with them every day. The shocked guy introduces them and agrees. The scarred fighter crosses his arms and says that he will wait for the evaluation results and wishes him success. The system window says about a legendary level golden armored beast with the fate of an iron guard and the skills of a tempered one. One looks at the smartphone screen and thinks that the companion has an excellent physique and a defense buff, and it seems that the mistress has prepared. Xian passes by him and asks if he has decided which temple to go to upon arrival in the Holy Land. The blue-haired boy states that the family's blazing light technique should be in the temple of the sun god. A huge core is burning. It is said that mastering such a technique through tempering is the final stage of the process of obtaining the body of a deity. He looks at his friend and explains that he does not really know much about it, but the life spirit of the protagonist does not resemble the aura emanating from the blazing light technique. The protagonist lies on a pillow and says that he has not practiced it and therefore does not care where he goes, while realizing that he does not really look like someone who would practice something like that. Xian fights him, shouting that he knows what he is thinking. The guy smiles and replies that he wants to go to the temple since they are teleported randomly, and they can meet there, and then go wherever they want. He looks at his tired friend and states that the Luin clan does not particularly like the family and Capet with whom they had a conflict. He should be careful. He replies that he is not interested in skirmishes. In the worst case he will have to meet him, and the lady has prepared a battle pet with a defense buff for him. The phone is on the bed. The surprised partner asks about the golden armored beast, noting that the family has been generous. His hand glows purple. He says that he has also prepared. Xian holds a huge blade above himself and smiles. The masked fighter looks ahead. It is said about a thunder deity and a legendary companion pet with incredible attack power, unmatched. Xian smiles and says that this is an extremely rare species. The protagonist thinks. He stands in front of his friend and states that he knows that he asked Lu for help. He asks how he knows. Sunset comes in the sky. The heroes walk along the corridor. It is said that the person has been identified and the channel will soon open, and those who have passed are asked to move to the center. A bright sign burns on the floor. They shake hands and say that they will see each other at the temple. A huge beam of energy shines from the sky to the ground. A flash forms near the ruins. The protagonist appears on the ground. He looks around and realizes that there is a large space around. He takes the phone and states that in any case, he will use the map that Xin prepared and then meet his friend. The hero in the white cloak watches him from above and states that this is an insult to the family, and after that he had the courage to come there. One looks up and says that he is prepared. The hero in the white cloak hangs in the air near his brothers and states that it was not difficult to ask the head of the Katep family, who is the elder of the Holy Land, to change a couple of teleportation points. The blonde with a sarcastic smile states that this time he will not escape. The protagonist's pendant begins to glow. He stands with a bamboo blade and says that he does not have time for scripted conversations. Fierce enemies with claws rush to attack, screaming about the protagonist's impudence. The bird in the protagonist's pocket screams. Suddenly the birds under the enemies disappeared. They fall head down. The protagonist looks to the side and understands that any creature will bow before the phoenix. The enemy, clenching his teeth, looks forward while his subject declares that his companion has independently activated the skill. They fly to attack after being ordered to kill him. The protagonist removes the chick, saying that he will figure it out himself. He swings a green leaf. The blonde, clenching his teeth, notices this fan again. A blue whirlwind spins everything around. Blue energy spins from side to side. Katep hangs in the air with a grin and declares that he was ready for this. It is said that the keeper of the goddess of the wind neutralizes any atmospheric circulation. Fighters riding monsters fly at the guy. The enemy thinks that now they will see how arrogant he will be without a stupid fan. A series of blows occurs. The protagonist with a blade calmly stands near the defeated opponents. The villain is shocked to see this and thinks how this is possible, because after using a skill that consumes so much life force, he is still in the ranks. The protagonist's eyes sparkle. He uses the essence of fate. The villains shoot at him. He flies over huge explosions. The guy takes the blade and holds a stance. He cuts through enemies using the essence of an evil deity. The enemy in the cloak forms energy with his hands. He raises a fireball above himself and shouts for them to stop him. The fighters are shown near the sign. A square sphere of an indestructible wall is used. The protagonist holds the blade with both hands. He breaks through this wall. He calmly looks at the enemy. The protagonist stands in front of a huge golden entity. Katep with a grin wishes him death. A stream of energy breaks forward. He uses sacred judgment. A powerful explosion occurs. The fighter in the cloak goes forward and says that it's over. The bare-chested protagonist asks what exactly is over. He falls to the ground in shock and exclaims that this can't be because no one can resist sacred judgment. He warms his fists, using the essence of the ancient emperor, who calls him a monster. Ancient ruins stand. The protagonist holds the attribute and thinks that this is the thing that blocked his technique, and now it is his. He stands next to the defeated enemy and states that in order for him not to cause problems, he simply destroyed his spiritual energy meridians. The guy looks forward and states that the fact that she is hiding and since she did not take action means she is not hostile and he needs to meet with a friend. She replies that she thought that she hid her presence well. The girl stands behind and says that he is very strong, and although she was teleported to a place where she would not want to be, she enjoyed the fight to the fullest. She notes that she knows his name. One calmly looks at her, hearing his name. This is where the first season ends.